Yeah, so hoi no. Me tīmata tātou. Oyoko, 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 Mga manu mai te ko mako mai uta ki mia tu ki te ka roro ake te mona piki ake kake ake rere ati mai ana aranga ake te pu manu rere ana mai ana te Allow the heralding of our bellbird which sings from the forest at dawn to be echoed by the song of the seagull upon the oceans. Allow the reunion to happen from all corners and dimensions of the universe for the reunification of all beings at this moment of time. Kinga tata, ki runga rawa papa ko te pao nui, ko te pao ro, ko te pao take take akenei, hui mai akenei. Allow the reunion of all the ancestries from the celestial down to the terrestrial to sit inside us of the ancestral lineages. Allow ourselves to regather in this time, for it has been foretold, and the time of the foretelling is now here. So to all of us that are gathering in this moment, at this crossing time, allow ourselves to be reunited as oneness, so that the rako, so that the mountain, the river, the ocean, all celestial bodies can be united in this moment. The lamentations, allow the grieving, and allow that which must be released and let go to go to its proper place in the universe to be farewelled. For all that has been felt, all that has been cried for, all that has been lamented for, me haere nonu kouta, me haere tonu kouta. Hoia kia tātou nei hui mai, for us here at the threshold of this new awakening, allow us to come together so that we can carry this next phase evolution of consciousness forward to where it needs to be. Allow all the other voices, prayers, hopes, and all that which goes beyond our humanness to be heard as we gather in this circle again. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, a kia ora no tātou katoa, ka huri, kua e.
Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Tēnā koutou katoa kua hui mai nei, I roka e te kaupapa o tēnei rā. Te kaupapa Aranga Ake. Ko reira, e kā rakatira, e kā taua, e kā poua, e kā hakoro, e kā hākui, e aku poa mahi. Tēnā koutou. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Kia ora whānau. My name is Jeremy Cloake. On behalf of CE-5 Aotearoa and our team, I would like to officially welcome you to Aranga Ake, Arise. In the spirit of unity consciousness, we welcome you here today. Thank you for your presence. Thank you for being here. This is the first ever CE-5 Aotearoa Hui. It has been created through the effort of our team. I would like to acknowledge and thank the generous volunteers who have worked to organize this event. Andrew, Augusta, Doug, Ginny, Margot, Oona. You will hear from all of these people at various stages of this conference as hosts and as speakers. I extend a very special thank you to Ginny for the opening Karakia. I would also like to acknowledge and thank the many international speakers for their time, their energy, and the resources that they have contributed to share this information with you today. Ngā mihi nui, ngā mihi aroha ki a tātou katoa. As we gather here today, let us embrace the threads of connection that we all share. From here within Aotearoa and across the entire earth. Ngā hau e whā, the four winds, from all corners of the earth. The wind, the breath of our planet, is felt by all people, uniting us through the life force within that is expressed with each breath in and each breath out. Hau ki runga, hau ki waho, hau ki roto i a tātou. Hei kau e te kupu ki te rangi, hei hau ora mō te ao. Hau manu, hau miri, hau ora, hau kainga. Tihei, mauri ora. Our paths are many and our paths are different, yet the fibers of life remain the same. Today we weave these fibers together to create the foundation of unity. It is in our unity that we have power, and there is nothing that can stop this unity, for it is our natural state. And as it arises from the ashes of the fallen structures of a failed oppressive system, as the world seems to think and sink, yes, further into fear and division, we are called to take action, to construct the energy templates for the new buildings to be built that house the truth and uphold our natural state of being at one. This is unity. Together we shift the frequency of this day, 911, the emergency call. Now is the opportunity for change. It is our responsibility to create the world we wish to live in. The Rainbow Warriors are here. In peace, in love, in service, in every moment, be the change you wish to see in the world. Today we embody the wairua of Te Hokioi, the spirit of the giant eagle that once flew through the skies of Aotearoa, New Zealand. Today it takes flight once again, upheld by the four winds that connect us all. Together, we bring this wairua back to Aotearoa and extend it to the rest of the world. The spirit of freedom to fly in any direction. The spirit that is self-governing and sovereign, with exceptional vision that sees with full clarity. In the spirit of unity consciousness, let us embody this wairua and take flight together as one. Together with clear intention, we take action. Together with coherence, we create unity. Together, we amplify our energy in love. Love for our planet, love for each other, love for the truth. Disclosure is long overdue. Let us create the space where the truth is revealed, where the truth is upheld, where the truth is honored. With clarity, with integrity, we anchor this energy here on earth. Together, we make the necessary change. Love, the natural force within peace. Aio ki te aoraki, aroha ki te aoraki, koa ki te aoraki, pono ki te aoraki. Ia tau ko te kahukura te wairua korihere, te kawe i te tika me te pono e toko aroha tēnei. Ki te ao whānui he maumahara tēnei, ha kui a papatua uinuku. As we gather here now, let us sit together in silence for a few moments as we activate this intention. Together, we arise. Aranga Ake.
Kia ora tātou. Greetings, everyone. My name's Doug Parker. I'm coming to you from Coromandel area of New Zealand, and I'm going to talk about CE-5, which is one of the main points of our hui and probably the reason you came here to learn some more. And I don't know how many of you, of course, I can't know how many of you have tried CE-5 already, but I do know that you're interested. And so I'd just like to start by talking a little bit about what it is and where it came from. And then we will go through an exercise and one of the main points of what makes CE-5 the thing that it is. So we all have an interest, I'm sure, in what people have been commonly calling UFOs. And we know that those things have been around the earth for a very long time, probably back as far as human beings have recorded information, who knows, but certainly in the last century, many people have reported observing and even interacting with such things and with their occupants. And there's such a lot of information on that a system was developed to describe these events and it started out with the term close encounters, which has been abbreviated to CE. And they came up with the terminology of CE1, CE2, CE3, CE4. And this was mainly to describe interactions which had been observed and reported. And then a gentleman whom I'm sure you all know of, Dr. Stephen Greer, he had his own experiences, and through those experiences, he found that there was a much greater potential for humans to go from observation to initiation. And Dr. Greer coined the term CE-5, close encounters of the fifth kind, specifically to refer to us, the human beings, initiating contact with this otherness, these UFOs, ETs, whatever names we use. And that has led to a movement today, which is enormous all over the world, and hopefully is growing, and people are learning and engaging in it even more, because through this work, we not only learn for ourselves, we are creating a template for the world to wake up. It really is that important. And CE-5 certainly has been incredibly important to me. It changed my life, and I hope that it can change yours too. So that little bit of background there, Dr. Greer was, as a young man in the early 1970s, a very experienced meditator. He was up a mountain meditating deeply one night, and unexpectedly he had a tap on the shoulder, and he came out of his meditation and looked, and there was an ET being there with him. And that being communicated with him telepathically to say, we are very interested in what you're doing. And the reason for that, we now know, is because most humans didn't and don't engage in this kind of depth of mind. And so Dr. Greer attracted their attention. They took him on board a craft, and together they worked out a system whereby he, and therefore others, could alert them to our desire to communicate, and that they would be able to hear this message and respond. And that's what the protocols of CE-5 are all about. And that the most important things in that, we're going to go over that today and have a live practice. So because Dr. Greer was in a deep state of meditation, these beings conveyed to him that the critical element we have is our mind and consciousness. And so using the mind and using consciousness to make this contact is what it's all about. That is the critical element. My personal interest, like many people, I started out with curiosity. I thought there were so many reports, especially from pilots and military people, that this just had to be real. And yet the world of information around me kept dismissing it. And that was pretty bad, but I managed to read books and find out enough to convince myself that no, something's really going on. And to my great fortune, in the late 1990s, a friend of mine gave me a magazine that had an article about Dr. Greer, and it just clicked for me. And I realized, here's a guy who actually says he has something to teach, something he knows, something he can share that is really solid. And eventually I made it over to the United States. I wanted to go for quite a while, but I got over there and joined one of Dr. Greer's CSETI expeditions in 2001. And my expectations were not only exceeded, it was just mind-blowing. It was really incredible. He turned out to be the real thing. The experienced people around him all gave me all the support and help I needed to understand and move into this new paradigm and figure it out. I've been doing it ever since, and fortunately, it's an ever-changing thing. It's not only the other people I've met who are wonderful, learning from them, but new things happen all the time. And you could even say that the experiences are never ending, because the variety of things that can happen is really, really broad. So it can start out with, you see something, but what we really try and do is interact and communicate. And that's why learning to use consciousness is the key. You don't have to be a deep meditator Don't be put off by anything where if you might think, gee, I find it difficult or I've never meditated. Don't let that bother you at all. It's as simple as calming yourself, centering yourself, and having a clear intent. That's all. But as you move further through it, when you do it and you have success, lots of opportunities to do deeper or different things may come up, and you can follow those as far as you want. So the critical thing about consciousness, of course, is that it's everywhere and in everything. And it seems to be stating the obvious, but the link between us and extraterrestrials is that they are conscious and aware, and so are we. And through this awareness, this consciousness, we can communicate. It's a very strange sounding thing, but you can trust me, I wouldn't do something for 20 years that didn't work. And I know that sometimes people, on Facebook groups, I see people who start out by saying, oh, I've given it a go and nothing happened. Well, don't despair. Ask for help. Find other people. That's part of what we're doing here, what this is all about. You've already found our website. That's how you got here, I assume. CE-5 Aotearoa is on www.ce5.nz. You can find contact with us there, and you can send questions to us. There are email addresses, contacts there. Please do. We love to hear from you and we love to interact. It's also a home base for us to talk about events like this and physical events where people get together when we're allowed to do that. So please do stay in touch through that and ask questions. Also, at the end of these first sessions today, there will be an opportunity for questions and answers through the chat functions, and we will do our best to engage with you later on, but that will be after our first two presenters have spoken. So what is it that we do with consciousness in order to make this connection with these other beings? Dr. Greer formulated a simple process, which is known as CTS. That stands for Coherent Thought Sequencing. And it is very easy to do. We will be doing it shortly, but I'd just like to describe what that means and why it works. And the first word, coherent, that's a critical part. But when you're on your own, if you're, say, doing this for the first time and you don't have anyone else to do it with, what are you being coherent with? I mean, you're already you. The answer to that is we can think of coherency as being focus. When we're coherent with each other, we're all in the same space, sharing the same energy, focusing together. On your own, you can focus as well. And the point of doing this kind of exercise to communicate and interact with these beings is to focus on that purpose. And you can do that quite simply by centering yourself and making that your sole intention of the moment. The next word, thought, that's the description, or that's the word we use to mean consciousness. Thoughts are something that you have that don't necessarily show up in the external physical world. You don't have to speak them out loud. They're just something in your mind. But thought and consciousness are the same thing. You have thoughts because you are conscious. So the coherence is focus. Thought means using the mind, formulating ideas, questions, and the sequencing part is the really interesting thing that Dr. Greer developed with those ET beings up that mountain back in 1973. And that was a process which they agreed together would be useful in order to attract their attention and give them the information necessary that they could come and find you, or us. So the sequencing part essentially is to picture yourself in the place where you wish to have this connection and allow your awareness to move beyond the physical body and up and above, and to view as it would look from above to those visitors, say, this is where I am. And you can, of course, extend that further up, looking down from 100 meters and say, this is the area I am, this is the field I'm in, or this is the house I'm in. And you can go further up again and you can look at and say, this is the region of the country I'm in. This is what it would look like to somebody who was coming from above. And again, out beyond the earth, and you can see where that's going. That sequence of images, which you can project with your mind by picturing it yourself, takes you out into space. And what we usually do is go even further than that. We go out into interstellar space and then intergalactic, beyond our own galaxy. So we're right out in the void of the universe, observing or picturing what it looks like with all of those galaxies there. And in that space and in that state, we have the opportunity to send a message. And that's what we do. So we take our conscious mind. It's as simple as imagining it. You just do it using your imagination, which is a tool. It's not something that's just made up. It is actually your consciousness. Go out into space, send the message, say, here I am. I welcome communication and contact. Please find me, follow my signal, my thoughts, back to where I am. And then you show them where that is. So you go back into our galaxy, into our solar system, you can see the pale blue dot of our Earth, head towards it, go right in and then into the country where you are, down, and all the way back until you're back to where your body is. And it's as simple as that. That is essentially coherent thought sequencing, a series of or a continuum of images moving out, sending a message and going back. And the process, typically as taught by Dr. Greer and used in the CE-5 protocols, is to do that 2 or 3 times, maybe 3 or 4 times. So repeat that process so that the signal is clear and the message is really easily available to those who are able to pick it up and are willing and able to come and communicate. And it works. It works like magic. It's just brilliant. Thousands and thousands of people are doing it around the world now. And over the interval since Dr. Greer made this information public, right at the beginning of the 1990s, when he started teaching people, I don't know how many people have successfully done it, but it's a lot. And what we want to see is more and more people doing this and finding out the truth for themselves. You don't need anyone else. You can do this on your own. However, we know that through experience, we know that with groups of people, the effect can be more powerful and the communication and the contact can be greater. I spent quite a lot of time after I started. There weren't many groups even in the United States, and there was certainly no one in New Zealand that I found, just 1 or 2 people that I bumped into. And so I did a lot of CE-5 on my own, and I know that it works. An amazing experiences doing it on my own. So you can do that, but when we're allowed to, when we can do, I do recommend finding other people near you and get together, learn from each other, teach each other, and do it as a group, because the group experience is more powerful. And another interesting thing about CTS is that you don't have to do it. I'm going to ask for contact now, I'm doing CTS now, and then I'm paying attention to the sky or the area around me to see if any kind of contact communication happens. You don't have to do it just on the spot. You can do it in advance. And that is actually something which we in our teams in Aotearoa have learned is very powerful. And I liken it to just communicating with your own friends. And in fact, we see these ET beings as our friends. Truly they are. We have amazing communications and contact with them. We know that they are aware of our thoughts. We know that they understand what we say and do, and they actually share our sense of humor as well, which is something when that happens to you is a really, really wonderful experience. But if we treat them like our friends, if we just call a friend up and say, hey, can you come over now? They might not be available. And the same thing happens with ET. So it's polite and valuable to do a CTS in advance of when you know you're going to be available to do this contact. And you can do that a day in advance, a week in advance, you can do it a month in advance. And if you plan an event with a group of people, the whole group are encouraged to do this CTS practice, focused on the place where you're going to be, as many times as you can before the event, and simply project your intent. We intend to be here, we are available, we want to connect with you, and this is the place, this is the people who are going to be here. You can picture all of the people, not just yourself, and that will allow those beings the opportunity to prepare themselves and afford them the time to do that, because we don't know what their other timetables are. They could be very, very busy, and if you just go out spontaneously and do a CTS sometime or a Skywatch, sometimes you will get a response straight away, and that's great. And sometimes you won't, and that could be a reason. So doing CTS in advance is something which I strongly recommend. So let's have a look at ways that you can assist yourself and others to understand the process. I'm going to show you a set of simple images, and I'll just explain what this is about. It so happens that I'm particularly comfortable with visual imagery, and I'm quite happy to sit there on my own and I can picture all sorts of things. So when it comes to doing CTS, for me, I just do it. But there are other people, and I've come across many of them, who don't find it so easy. So we can use images from sources like Google Earth to help us see what would it look like to somebody who was coming from above. And so we go into Google Earth, we look at the place where we're going to be, and we save a simple image, and we then zoom out to a bit further, save that, zoom out again and again until you have a string of images which can act as a guide and can help people do CTS, particularly if you've got a group coming up and you've got new people who've never done it before. And often what we will do is share a little file like that and encourage people to use that to help them in the process. Of course, you can put those images into a small file and run them as a slideshow so that it just follows on from itself. And that can help people, but I'm just going to share the screen here and show you an example that we used for an event that we had a few years ago in New Zealand. So this, you'll see here, is CTS for Thames CE-5 training event, and there's an address there. And this is the closest view you can get, or that we could get at the time, looking at the building where we were resident for about 4 days. When you run an event and it's run over multiple days, that also is very powerful. It gives an opportunity for contact to happen much more often and to a greater extent. So multiple night events are actually a really, really wonderful thing. And there's also the friendship and camaraderie of all the other people, which makes them great. So if we look at this first one, this is where you would start. You would then just moving down here, move out so that the next image is showing you the region where your site is. In this case, it's the bottom of the Coromandel Peninsula. And then the next image showing the whole of Aotearoa, New Zealand, but still showing you that point that you're going to focus on when you come back in. And then further out, you can see our friends in Australia now, the whole of the Pacific. And again, our little point there is highlighted. And when you're picturing yourself coming back in, that's where you're heading. That's what you're zooming into physically or, mentally. And there's our beautiful Earth pointing in the right direction so everyone can see this wonderful land here. And you can, of course, get images from further out, taking it from beyond the moon or whatever, so that the little pale blue dot looks even smaller, or you can just imagine them. And so that's a very simple way of helping people to understand what CTS is. It's viewing your site from a distance, sending out a message of welcome with your mind, inviting these other beings to come and join you and saying here. And as you come in, saying it's here, there's where I'm heading, coming in closer. That's the shape of the land you'll see. This is the region. I can see the forests, some of the roads now. And this is what that building looks like where we are. And of course, in addition to this, your mental connection is available to them as well. So they will be homing in on a signal from your mind, and it's picturing these images in your mind that provides them with that access. So that's a simple thing to do, and it's often very helpful for people. But we can do even more with our minds, and what I'd like to do is give you a little practice session right now. So if you're sitting comfortably, let's just do a CTS right here. Just make sure you're relaxed. Just notice your breathing. Just be aware this is who you are and where you are, and you now have the intent to do this practice and to send out a message of welcome to our ET friends to come and join you. And given that where I am, where many of you are at the moment in Aotearoa, New Zealand, it's daytime, you may invite them to come later this evening when it's dark, but knowing where you're going to be, and perhaps they'll come and visit you tonight. So just picture yourself gently rising above the place where your body is, and look down on the house or the yard or the building where you are. See what it looks like from above, from quite close. Just go 10 meters up and say, hey, that's what my roof looks like. That's what my yard looks like. And go up 100 meters, and you can see neighboring buildings, but you can still recognize exactly that place where you are. Say, this is where I am. And now I want you to picture from the place where your body is up to where your conscious awareness is, a golden thread of light. This is a guide. This will be a guide for you and for them. It's very, very easy to see, and I can assure you they can see it. So just picture that string of golden energy, a thread coming up from your body up to your consciousness, where you're looking down from 100 meters up, and now move up to 1,000 meters up. So you can see the whole region around where you are, and still see that golden thread connecting you. And now move up to 10,000 meters. If you've ever been in a jet aircraft and flown anywhere, this is the height, the elevation that those aircraft we use fly at. So you may be familiar with looking out of a window and seeing the expanse below you from exactly that height. This time, it's just you, there's no aircraft, and there's that golden thread connecting you to the ground there. And now move out to 100,000 meters. Looking down on the earth, you're now getting to the elevation where we're getting up near where the International Space Station is. And you can always find images from there, and probably you are familiar with some of those as well. That's what it looks like. Well, you can look at it now yourself. Just imagine it. And still drawing that golden thread up with you, move out now and away from the earth where you can see the whole of our beautiful earth. You can see other countries, the whole of the ocean. And moving further away now, go out beyond the distance of the moon. The Earth is getting smaller, but you are still connected to it. Now there may well be ET beings operating in this area, this close to Earth, and you can send out your invitation at each point. You don't have to wait. So we'll just send out an invitation now. If there is anyone here who is willing and able to connect with us in peace and friendship, I am here, I am available. Please find me and follow me back to my home. But now we'll extend further out and go beyond the solar system. See our sun from a distance. If you can still see the Earth, it's a tiny dot. You can see all the other planets that we know that circle around our beautiful soul, our sun. You can see the sun shining, reflecting from them, Jupiter, Saturn, and go further out again until we can see that part of the galaxy, the spiral arm that our planet is located in. And now we're seeing millions of stars. And further out again till we see our beautiful spiral galaxy, the Milky Way. And we're out now in intergalactic space. And if we turn our attention around, we see galaxies everywhere. There are uncountable galaxies, each one having hundreds of billions of stars in it. And there's that golden thread coming from us down into our galaxy and all the way back home. And so we can invite all beings that are capable of interpreting our message and are friendly and peaceful, that wish to come and communicate with us, to be aware of our request, to be aware of our presence out here in intergalactic space. And now we ask them to follow us, follow me, and we'll zoom down our golden thread. Just zooming down this thread now as we enter into the spiral arm where our solar system is. You can't get lost. And we come closer and closer and we see our solar system and the planets spread out around the sun. And we see this little pale blue dot as we zoom in towards it, getting closer and closer as it gets bigger and bigger. And now we can see the clouds. And now we can see the land masses appearing and we can see our homeland. We zoom in, following our little golden thread down into the region. See the forests and roads starting to appear. And right down now till we can see the building or the place we are in. And easily and comfortably just drop back down into our body and be aware of our presence back in the body now. Wiggle your fingers and toes. And go, oh, I'm back here. But still sending that message. I am here. I deeply desire to contact and communicate with friendly, peaceful beings, and I do so in a state of peace. And when we do CTS, we normally do this 3 or 4 times, so we can even more quickly this time that we've already trodden this path, zoom back out. And as quickly as that, we're back out in intergalactic space, still connected. It is a common experience for people who arrive at this point to actually encounter craft. You may actually see a craft and they may be aware of you. If you do, I have had this happen. If you do see it, you can of course direct your attention at that specific object and the beings inside it. Welcome them and say hello. And ask them specifically to follow you. But you don't need to see a craft in order for this to work. You just need to send the message. So invite these beings who are aware of you, of your awareness, to follow you back again now. zooming down that thread and into our galaxy, into our solar system, towards our beautiful pale blue dot, the Earth. And down through the clouds, down onto the land, and back into where your body is sitting now. And continue for a moment to stay relaxed and centered and sending that message. Okay, so that is the practice of CTS. You've just done it. And if you are able to specify a time, say, I'm going to be outside at 10 p.m. tonight, that's part of the message that you send. And you can go out and then skywatch at that time. You can, of course, do CE-5 in the daytime as well. Many people do have sightings during the day. I'm one of them. And I read reports from lots of other people. But the reason we do it at night is because a lot of what we interact with will see are light phenomena, things that are lit up, that flash or glow. And it's much easier for us to see those things at night. So nighttime is our normal choice. Okay, and also just thinking what I need to emphasize here, thinking about the night and seeing light phenomena. We're not just focused on having something turn up in the sky, although that is a wonderful experience and it is one of the most common experiences, particularly early on. The reason this is called close encounters of the fifth kind is because what we're seeking is actually the closest contact that we can have. And to do that, we will need to be in a state of calm and peace and not be afraid. If it's possible, try and eliminate fear from what you're doing, because experience of many people, from Dr. Greer out through all of the people he's taught, is that fear simply reduces the experience and can prevent things from happening. And one of the reasons for that is that our ET friends are fully aware of our state of being and they can detect when we're afraid, and they usually back off. That's what they do. They go, oh, that person's afraid, I won't come in and scare them. They're actually very, very gentle. So we know that people often wonder, well, okay, what am I calling in and is there any risk here? The answer really is no, you are in charge. You're in charge of your own body and your own mind, and your intent, your clear intent, should be to be a peaceful being, asking for contact with peaceful beings, and effectively having that clear intent. That works. That's all that's going to happen. And I can assure you that from thousands of experiences, we are not aware of anyone doing CE-5 who has had a bad experience as a result of CE-5. I've never heard of one. And we do ask, and I know hundreds of people who do CE-5, and I know Dr. Greer personally, and I trust him, and he's never heard of it. The only bad interactions we've ever had are with other humans. You know, sometimes you get a bit of interference. You set out your chairs in a circle, you're somewhere, and people go, what are you doing? You can get interference like that. So you probably want to choose a very private place to do this so you don't get interference from humans. But there is no risk that I'm aware of from doing CE-5 to you as a person, not from the beings that we contact. They're not interested in doing anything like that. They are very, very friendly. And people who have other kinds of experiences, well, that isn't actually CE-5, and it's not attracted by CE-5, whatever those experiences might be. So, excuse me, don't worry about that. So close encounters, if they involve light phenomena, are much easier to see at night. And we will often have sparkling energies or glowing orbs. That kind of thing can actually come in close to where you are. And that's what we encourage. That's what we're trying to do, to communicate with whatever these phenomena are and learn from them and experience them. And when you start, sure, skywatch. And if you think it's a cloudy night, so you don't want to do it, okay, I get that. And it does make sense early on to start with those kind of gentle experiences, because, you know, it's always interesting dealing with the unknown, but I recommend that people do take baby steps and get involved in it as much as you want. And if you want to jump in boots and all and you're happy with that, that's great too. So if you're out looking at the sky, what do you need to know? Learn the sky. I strongly recommend to everybody that they get either star maps or apps on your phone that can help you understand what you're looking at and get to know the constellations and get to know the stars in your area and for that time of the year. It's not just because it's a great thing to do, but also if you're with other people and you look up and you're looking near, say, the star Sirius, and you see a flash, and you want to tell that other person who wasn't looking there, hey, there's something up next to Sirius. If your friend doesn't know where Sirius is, where? What? Where? And this is something that happens all the time. And part of what we do in our trainings where we get together is teach and encourage people to know the sky that they're under, so that if somebody says, hey, over near Sirius, everybody can just quickly turn and look, whoop, and they're all looking at Sirius. Very, very helpful. The other thing about learning about the night sky is, of course, what you expect to see. You need to learn what satellites look like, what aircraft look like, what meteors look like, how they behave, so that when something comes along that behaves differently, you really do know that it is different. I often say to people that if you see a little dull light, or maybe reasonably bright light, but it's slowly moving across the sky at a steady speed, and it goes all the way across, it keeps going, and then it just does that, and nothing else happens, it's a satellite. Now, I might be wrong. Sometimes that could be a craft, but if that's all it does, then there really isn't any interaction going on there, so I wouldn't worry about those. But if it comes along and stops, or it changes direction, or it flashes at you a couple of times, particularly when you've made a request, hey, I see that. Is that you? Could you flash for me? If it then responds, that's the behavior that is telling us that we've made a connection, and that's what we need to learn and know. And one of the other interesting things that you will, I hope, come across is, in terms of phenomena that aren't from natural things or man-made things, is color. So if you see a blue flash, for example, and I've seen many, and my colleagues have seen many, you should be aware that when satellites flare or brighten up because they're reflecting sunlight, they are only ever white. They only reflect sunlight. They're always the same color. Satellites don't have light bulbs on them, and they don't make color. If you see a blue flash, an amber flash, a yellow flash, a red flash, a green flash, I've seen all of those, then it's anomalous. It's probably our friends. In fact, I'm certain it is. And the consciousness that you've used to bring their attention, to bring them to come and meet with you, it doesn't stop with the arrival. You keep it going. So when you see something, whether you're certain it's them or not, don't be embarrassed. Send out a thought. They are telepathic. So are we. Send out a thought and ask them, is that you? Or can you flash? Or could you please change direction? Don't be afraid to ask. It really, really does work. And they often will take that chance to demonstrate to you that, yes, we heard your message. Yes, we came. This is us. And they will do something to attract your attention. And it's a joyous moment. And basically to benefit from, to appreciate what we're doing when we do CE-5, being in a state of joy actually helps. So it's quite handy when you're doing CTS to incorporate joy into that process. And when you're sitting there and watching, just enjoy the situation you're in. Enjoy that wonderful freedom of being out under the stars. Enjoy those constellations. Just love it. And if you express that kind of feeling, it does actually make it easier for them to communicate with you. That state of mind is part of the process. It's part of what we're doing. And I'll just quickly tell you about one of the experiences I had that really demonstrated that to me. And it was a solo CE-5. I sat inside and did a CTS, and I was just in a really happy state of mind. No particular reason. I was just feeling really, really happy. I did that indoors and I went outside and buzzing with joy, beautiful, clear, crispy sky in the Coromandel, and looked up and just sort of went, wow, this is amazing. And exactly where I was looking, a bright light turned on, and then it went, it zigzagged, this crazy little dance, right across the sky. And that was a clear, instant response to my, hey, I'm here and I'm happy. And it almost looked like a dance. It actually felt, I got the impression that there was joy coming from them too. And it couldn't have been anything else. It couldn't have been anything but them, because satellites don't do that. It was super fast. Meteors don't change direction. This thing was going, like, I'm slowing it down, but it was literally changing direction like that as it took off. Incredible. And a wonderful experience. And it's available to everybody. It's available to all of you. I really couldn't encourage you anymore. If you want to know what one of the greatest things you can do on this planet is, do CE-5. And beyond CE-5, the interconnection with your fellow humans that comes from it, and what we're doing here today, and the purpose behind what we're doing today, is what it's all about. And the more of us that do this, remember, we've had 75 years odd of being lied to about the reality of these beings and their craft and what they're up to. Just, no, they don't exist. No, bollocks. You know that. It's just, you can't rely on our authorities to do anything about that other than continue to lie. But what we can do is bypass them and do it ourselves. That's what Dr. Greer is teaching. Every citizen of Earth can do this. And the more of us that do it, the bigger the effect, the more this contact and communication from these other beings, understanding their purpose and our true purpose, and moving into a state of being that's beneficial for everyone. That's what we get by doing it. So the more people that join in, the more people that communicate with each other about how they're joining in, the more people that do things like this hui today, the better the results will be. And we can actually see things are starting to open up and starting to change. And just keep that at the front of your mind. That's what we're doing. That's why we're doing it. And it is working. So please send your questions in. There will be an opportunity for Q&A later on in the session this morning. And of course, you can always communicate with us through our website. There are a number of email addresses there. Please check in, ask us what we're up to, tell us what you're up to, and join us and take this effort where it needs to go. So, thank you very much. I'm going to now finish and hand over to the next presenter. Please do stay all day and join us. There is a lot of really amazing stuff prepared for you, and we thank you for being here. Aranga Ake.
Hello everyone, my name is Margot and I'm based in Wellington in New Zealand, and I'm going to spend the next half hour with you exploring working in CE-5 teams together. Now I'm imagining that some of you are perhaps brand new to the CE-5 work, and that some of you are perhaps have already started a group. And so I'm going to spend a little bit of time for those of you who are complete beginners, just going through the nuts and bolts of running a CE-5 group. And then for those of you who are perhaps a little bit more experienced already, I'll sprinkle in a few ideas for you to deepen your practice. So when I think about CE-5 groups, I came up with 3 words. Those words are coherence, skills, and exploration. So as we heard from Doug, coherence is really important in a CE-5 team. It's about working together from the place of love, from our hearts, so that we are a tight-knit team, and we can work from the unified consciousness field to connect with our galactic friends. The word skills I came up with because in a CE-5 group, you want to utilize all the skills of everybody in the group. You know, you've got those who are great at organizing, those who are great at meditation, you've got the techie guys who, you know, the photographers and the devices. And so you utilize everybody to make a humming team together. And then exploration. It's an ongoing exploration, the work in the teams, you know, where to expand your consciousness, to increase your vibration so that you have deeper experiences in contact with ET. And there are so many topics that you can explore or avenues, which we'll look at in a moment. I'm going to look at the two types of events, the indoor events and the outdoor events, because I don't know how it is in your countries, but in New Zealand for much of the year it's pretty cold, and so the reality is you're going to be having indoor events throughout the year, and that is a wonderful time to really just hone in and practice your skills of the CTS that Doug was mentioning, practicing remote viewing skills, practicing your meditation skills, and just getting, you know, organizing your group together. And then by the time the summer months come on, you've got a really tight-knit team. You're all coherent and in a beautiful space for when you come out into the field outside. So let's have I'm going to share with you now some ideas for working, first of all, in the indoor events. So let's have a look, first of all, at the time prior to an event, which Doug had mentioned already. You know, you've set your date and your location, but actually the event begins way before that date. And you want to start encouraging your team. So it may be that you're a facilitator, one facilitator gathering a group of people, or you may decide to share the facilitation of the group. So whatever your way is, you start. So I recommend about 5 days prior, get your team doing the coherent thought sequencing and, you know, practicing and inviting Team ET to join you. Now, one of the things you have to work with as a CE-5 team is that you will have new people join you. So you're working with new people. And I know that in some groups, people will spend a time introducing newbies to a group. So they'll put out specific time for that. But in our Wellington group, new people just turn up. And so it's about getting them, merging them on board. So with the CTS, I'll email them and just get them to, they haven't learnt the CTS yet, so I'll just email them and suggest that they invite ET from their heart space to come and join us on that particular date in that particular location. So let's have a look now at the event itself and working together as a team. So I can summarize that as storytelling, the CE-5, and then a party. Very important to have a party afterwards. So storytelling, it's when you first arrive at your location, it's great just to sit down in a circle together and just share stories of what's been going on for you since the last event. Because quite often I notice with our group in Wellington, especially for new people, ET will give them quite an intense contact experience the night of or a day after they've been to an event. So this is an opportunity to share those stories, everybody to connect, to have, if you've had insights and so on over the time, just to share those. And it's also the time to invite new people and, you know, welcome them and to find out what brings them to the group. It's also the time that if it's the first time for a newbie, just to quickly go over the CTS such as Doug explained just now, and to introduce them to the devices that we use, the radio, the walkie-talkies and so on. So the next phase then is the actual CE-5 event, and what Stephen Greer has the sort of protocol that he's introduced us to is to first of all open the circle, and he likes to open with a puja, the Sanskrit ceremony. But you can, this is where you use the skills of your team. You can use mantras or verses, Karakia. We had a gentleman turn up with some ceremonial chocolate. So I thought, great, let's do a cacao ceremony. And so, and then in the process, we discovered that one of our team members plays the flamenco guitar. So we had this amazing ceremony, and that brought us into a beautiful heart space so that we could then bring the gift of cacao to our galactic brothers and sisters. And that was a beautiful event. So once you've opened the circle, you then are doing the CTS meditation that Doug has taken you through. A very important thing then, once you've done that and come back into the circle, is to share your experiences. The reason for that is because sometimes you have amazing experiences and you just simply want to share what you've experienced. But also, what you'll find is that ET will give maybe 2 or 3 people in the circle a similar experience. So you might hear a voice, or you might hear some footsteps, or you may feel that your shoulder has been touched. And in the process of sharing, you discover that 2 or 3 of you had the same experience. Like, aha, okay, that wasn't my imagination, that was actually happened. So that's a really nice confirmation for you. So the whole of the evening is spent like that. You keep going into CTS, and then you come back again to share, and then out again and back into share. And then when you're ready, you close the circle, again, using the skills of your group. Use those who are skilled in song and music, prayer. And then really important to have a party, have a good old cup of tea and a natter, because a lot of energy and amazing things are generated in a CE-5 event. And it's really good to just, to integrate and ground and just have a good old chatter about it afterwards. So let's have a look at some ideas for those of you who are already up and running, things that you can do in a group. For example, you can ask a question as a group. Find a question you all want to ask and weave that into your meditation and see what comes through. So it's like a kind of group channeling experience. You can ask for healing. So ET are master healers, and you can weave that into one of your meditations. And so we did this at a group, one of our events in the Wairarapa. And I suggested that people could ask for a healing. And there was a woman who came along. She had a terribly sore neck a few days beforehand and during the event. And she said, when she shared afterwards, she said that during the event, during the meditation, she felt some hands gently under her chin and manipulating her neck and chin. And then when that had finished, her pain was gone. And when I checked in with her a couple of days later, her pain was still gone. So that was an awesome, awesome event for her. Now, similarly, you can offer healing on a wider scale to the earth. So there might be an area in your country where you feel like some healing help would be needed. You can work together, ask to work together with ET to channel energy into the earth grids. With our current world events at the moment, channel energy into that. Doug mentioned remote viewing. So on our workshops, we teach you how to do remote viewing, but you can, and Doug mentioned that if you come across a craft in your meditation, practice remote viewing into the craft and see what it might look like inside, see if you can see how many occupants, what the occupants might look like. So just honing in on your remote viewing skills. Now you can use our bioenergetic anatomy. Our bioenergy field is amazing. We can access different dimensions of consciousness simply by springboarding off our own bioenergetic anatomy. So for example, you're all aware of the 7 chakras, but we also have a number of other chakras that connect us into the galactic and universal realms. So you could explore in your meditation, work through those portals of your own anatomy to access those higher dimensions. And we also share a chakra with Mama Earth. And so you can access and ground into Mama Earth through your own, that grounding center that you share with her. One of the other things that you can work on together as a team is OBE, out of body experiences meditation, and the man to see about that is Jeremy Cloake. He is developing an app, and that's what he also teaches that in workshops. So these are things that you can explore during the indoor seasons. I really encourage everybody in a group to take turns at guiding each other through meditations and guided imagery. You know, this helps to build your cohesiveness and helps you to explore and expand into the unified field. You can learn about meditations, you know, online and courses and apps. They'll teach you how to do that. Now let's go a little bit further from working in your local group. And by the way, if you're wanting to set up a local group, if you're wanting to join a group, first of all, have a look online at CE-5 Aotearoa in New Zealand, or your national group in your own country, and see if you can find a team close to you that you could join. Otherwise, you're going to need to set up a group yourself. And so we encourage you to do that and just connect with us, and we'll give you support to do that. So beyond your local group, you can also join national groups through our week-long, we have workshops and weekend and week-long events, so you can join those. But you can also then work with the global group, which you are doing here today with us all. So Oona will tell you about her monthly online CE-5 events. There's another event here that happens once or twice a year, Fire the Grid. firethegrid2.org is where you can find out about that. So working on the grids together. I would really encourage groups to get together with each other so that you can share in ideas and sort of zhuzh things up a bit. So, for example, our Wellington group, we've been up to the Kapiti coast and worked together with them on the beach there. And we also had the Wanganui team come down and join us in the Kapiti, sort of met in the middle in the Kapiti. This time last year, we hired a hut out in the forest, and we got the Kapiti, Wairarapa and Wellington teams all together and had a lovely weekend event. So really encourage you all to do that. You can also invite coordinators from around the country to join your team, either online, if it's indoors, or in person in the outdoor season. So all this helps to, you know, bring in, work together and increase the vibration, increase our work together in Aotearoa and around the globe. Now, using the expertise of your group just to bring in ideas, some more ideas for you. So we've, in Wellington, we've got a great investigative journalist fellow. And so we got him to give us a presentation one night on all the things that he's found in archives, New Zealand and so on. We've got somebody who's really gifted with flower essences, and so she's going to bring those along to help us as part of our beginning ritual, to help increase our vibration and get us in the right zone. We've got some pretty creative people who've come to the group, and a couple of them, they decided to write a storybook for children, an ET storybook, you know, to reframe ET in a more positive light, and starting at that young age. So they've created, one of them's an illustrator, the other's the writer, and they created this beautiful storybook together. So you can get creative together as a team, do creative stuff. I know another team who decided to create a float for a festival in their town. And so they, you know, they got creative with their costume making, and for both for wearing costume and for UFOs on their float and what have you. And also a great thing for team cohesiveness from the technology point of view is to perhaps set up a WhatsApp group, Telegram, a Discord group, so that you can keep connected in between events, you know, and keep that cohesion going together and share stuff and ideas. Now, for those of you who are starting a group, I highly recommend this handbook, the CE-5 handbook, which was collated by Celia in Canada, and it is a marvelous resource for those that has many examples of meditations, lots of links to things, discusses lots of aspects of running a group, working in teams, how to work with teams that are more scientific, teams that are more spiritual, teams that are, you know, beginner teams, more advanced teams. So really recommend that. You can download that as a PDF online, or you can also buy it, purchase a hard copy for yourself. Okay, so let's now dive into the great outdoors. And basically, I'm just going to show you the picture there. Just take note of the miniature horse and the owl there, because I'm going to stop the share now and just talk. So the great outdoors. So basically, you know, that's going to be the same recipe, if you like, as running an indoor group, with a few differences though. So prior to the event, it's really important to find the right location. So that's an activity that you and your team can do together. It's particularly difficult for those of you living in a, you know, challenging perhaps in a major city. You've got to go to the outskirts of your city to find the right spot. You want to find a spot that is, you know, dark, without, you know, get rid of the house lights and car lights. You want to find something that is easy to get to, not too difficult, that is where the public's not going to come upon you, and that doesn't have any animals. Now, I'm just going to share a story with you of a mistake that we made at one of our events in the Wairarapa. Well, the mistake we made was that we chose a field that had 2 male miniature horses in it. So as we were setting up for the event, that was all good. The 2 horses were away in the distance and they didn't seem to be interested in us whatsoever. And so we settled in and we, you know, and I had a blanket over my chair for the warmth later on. And I started in, I got all serious and started into the meditation. And after a little bit, I became aware of all the rest of my team members sort of giggling and squirts of laughter. And what on earth going on? So I opened my eyes, and with my peripheral vision, I could see here, either side of me, that my blanket, each side of my blankets were up in the air. And so I had a look round, And on this side, one of those blimmin' miniature horses had grabbed hold of the blanket and then gradually walked back with the blanket, causing it to go up into the air. And blimmin' heck, I looked on the other side and the other horse was doing that too. So here I was with these wings and these horse wings. Talk about stealing the show. So we had to disband in that group and move to another field altogether without the blimmin' horses. So that's just showing you how you need to get your event right. So now there's a few differences, of course, with the outdoor event. So I would highly recommend that you come together in the car park beforehand, so that you walk together onto the site. For those Kiwis in the audience, it's a bit like walking onto the marae, and it's a sacred space, and you're going to walk on together. There's also a camp motherness about this, because you want to make sure all your new peeps particularly are warm enough, they've got enough clothing. I've learnt to bring extra blankets because people inevitably don't realise how cold it's going to be. Now, so you're conducting the event in the same way, but of course you're going to, in your story sharing time, you're going to be orientating to the sky, you're going to be setting up devices and tones. You'll learn all about these things in the workshops that we run. Just a few tips really for the outdoors and working together. What I've noticed with people working outdoors, they tend to get a bit scattered. Your energy gets scattered, and that becomes uninteresting, basically, for ET. And of course, we all go into joy with the sky party that's going on, but you'd need to be able to bring it back and come back to your grounded, heart-centered, unified space, so that you can continue to go deeper and continue, because that's when you're going to have the deeper outdoor experiences where ET will manifest on the ground. They will manifest fully on the ground if you're up for it. We have a system, a buddy system on site. So that's part of working together in a team, because especially perhaps for new people also, you do go through the fear experience. And so it's really great to have a buddy who you can connect with and just feel safe with. Another thing that we do is have a break during the outdoor events, and we encourage you to break off into smaller groups of 2 or 3 people and start to explore the periphery of the event. So you're exploring in the bush around, perhaps at the sea edge, because that's where you can have the experiences of perhaps one-on-one encounters with extraterrestrial beings, or what we refer to as OTs, other terrestrials, who you might know more as elemental beings, elemental type, earth-abiding beings. So that's another way just to support each other and to work in smaller teams to interact with ET. So now I showed you before the picture of Ruru, of the owl. And if you go online, you will see a lot of literature around the connection between the owls and ET. So we have moved, I've taken you now from working in a group, a small group in your local area, and then I've taken you then to the idea of working nationally, joining workshops and groups, and then expanding even further. You can join all the online groups that are operating. And now I want to take you even further out to the unified field, which is that greater group that we are all part of. And when we connect with the unified field, we start to become aware of not only ET consciousness, but all consciousness that is so full and alive of beingness. And so part of that consciousness are the animals. And outside of an ET event, I'd encourage you to start to be aware of the animals, the birds in particular. So for example, when I do the CTS prior to an event, I am two birds. It's always two birds will always come to me, or a grasshopper. It's either two birds or a grasshopper will come towards me, walk towards me, or fly towards me. And that is ET signaling to me, right, we're all on for the event. We'll see you there. Now, I want to go back to the owls, to the ruru. So the connection with ET and ruru, it's almost like, you said, when you have an event, ruru will often come right up close to the circle and will sound and speak. It's almost like they're an alternative device that ET can work with. And I know Jeremy had a lovely picture of their ears, almost like antenna, like the antenna on the radio devices. I want to just share a story with a ruru that I have in my garden, who never sounds, except when I'd be sitting in my house and I'll suddenly start talking about ET or CE-5 or something like that. And then all of a sudden, way from the depths of the garden, there will come the sound, ooh, ooh. And so then you know that you're beginning to join the flow of the unified conscious field. Thank you, everybody. So we're going to move now into your question and answer session. So Doug and I, we can see that thank you so much for all your wonderful questions. And Doug and I are just going to make our way through those and see if we can answer them for you.
Margot, if you don't mind, I'll take the first one, if that's all right.
Okay. Yep.
So we have a question here from someone in Croatia. How do you know where they're from? I guess there could be many answers depending on what people's personal experience is. In my case, I don't know where the craft or beings that I've seen come from. I have asked, and I haven't had any discernible firm responses that make sense to me. I do know, however, that other people have had answers, and I guess it's up to them how they take that, whether they feel that that's genuine or not. I don't think the beings we deal with are deceptive. I know a lot of people do. I actually think that they're incredibly heart-centered, generous beings, but they may well have reasons for not wanting to say where they're from. Or it's possible that, given that time and space and other dimensions are a lot more complex than we're used to dealing with, that they may actually be from other when rather than other where. They could actually be travelers that come from different times and therefore find it difficult to explain to us, to say that they come from a particular place that, from our perspective in today's universe that we look out at and dealing with the physical world and light and whatever, may not exist. It may have disappeared physically 100,000 years ago. So I don't know. Now, Margot, you may have had your own experiences in that. All I can say is that I've had a lot of contact and I've seen beings and I've seen loads and loads of craft. I have tried to communicate, but I don't actually know where anyone in particular is from.
Yeah, well, I might turn that question around and say that actually you can decide who you would like to connect with. So, for example, we've recently come out of the Lion's Gate, and so our team, we decided that we would connect, the planet and the beings if you like, that are connected with the Lion's Gate is Sirius. And so we incorporated into our CTS connecting with the Sirius planet, and then as we approached that planet, we also asked specifically to connect with the feline beings, and wow, they were really into connecting with us, and all of the team, you know, we all had it was quite a distinct energy feeling with those beings and with that planet. We have also, you know, you can go exploring. So our neighboring galaxy is Andromeda. And so as part of your CTS, you can, you know, as you're going out, Doug took us through the Milky Way galaxy, and you can kind of hang left, so to speak, and go and visit the Andromedan galaxy, the Andromedan beings, and just asked specifically to connect with them and get a sense of what does that feel like? What does the planet, the galaxy feel like? What do those beings feel like? What do, you know, ask them questions. Yeah, so right. So now we have a question now from Mr. Tigosaurus. And he is asking, any tips on how to get into the right frame of mind would be greatly appreciated. He finds that I find that I often get stressed or too easily, or my mind does not stay focused during CTS. Doug, do you want to answer that one?
I guess my advice would be to find your own groove. And I know that a lot of people do have this problem, and I often try and help people with advice. And if going deep into meditation feels like something that you can't access, don't worry about going deep. The simplest state that I can think of that you can get yourself into is to avoid external intrusion from noise and light. So perhaps get some eye shades, eye coverings, so you can be in the darkness, and maybe even put on headphones or noise cancelling headphones if you have them, or just earplugs, and try and isolate yourself so that you have less external disturbance, and just focus on your breathing and just be with yourself. And that state, try and feel your heart rate slowing down. Just try and get calmer in any way that works for you in a safe environment. You'll often end up going deeper than you think, just by calming down and thinking about nothing. And if you have difficulty thinking about nothing, don't stress over that. Thoughts come and go, just let them go. And focus again on your breathing. Pay attention to it and just be. And that will often work. What worked for me actually is some technology, so I'll share that with you as well. I wasn't a meditator when I started all of this, but I found out about the Monroe Institute, a guy called Robert Monroe, who was a very experienced out-of-body person and trainer, and he set up an institute which still exists in Charlottesville in the US. Bob Monroe came up with what's called binaural beats. So you put headphones on, it's best with headphones, and two slightly different frequencies are coming through the headphones. And although the sound doesn't exist physically on the sound file, your brain will create that difference between the two frequencies. It's called a beat frequency. And if you listen to it, if you turn the volume up, you hear this sort of womp, 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 womp. And the frequency can help you to go into a meditative state. This is what Bob Monroe discovered. Really, really important bit of information. Lots of people are using binaural beats. It may work for you. It really worked for me. The simple beginning studies versions that you can get from the Monroe Institute and other places, you'll often get these sound files for free. You can find them online. Try that. Especially if you've got your eyes covered, and it can help you to go into that meditative state. It's called a whole brain state because the two halves of the brain have to work synchronously in order to create that binaural beat, because the beat doesn't exist in the sound file. If you play it out of a speaker externally, it isn't there. But because you've got this frequency and a slightly different frequency there, you get this beating sound, which is exactly the difference in frequency between these two. So if this is 104 hertz and this is 100 hertz, what you'll hear is a 4 hertz frequency, which is 4 cycles per second, or wop, 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 wop. It might sort of sound annoying, but you keep the volume low so you can only just hear that happening. And it really does work for a lot of people. It worked for me, and that can help take you into a state, a very common and basic state that we call mind awake, body asleep. So you're not trying to go asleep, you're not trying to knock yourself out. You stay awake and aware, but you let your body relax more and more and more. And I recommend that. Try it. You may be able to get it for free, and it's certainly harmless.
Awesome. We've got a question from Michelle, just on how to download the handbook that I mentioned. And Oona says that she has posted the link at the very end of the video that you're looking at, ET Contact Hub, she's called it. Now, let's have a look. Who else have we got?
Okay, can I take one? We've got a question from Alexis on what is the best time to skywatch? And I guess people will have their own preferences. Obviously, if you can access dark sky that doesn't have light pollution, that's the best place to do it. And sometimes the amount of light pollution around will depend on the time of night when people turn off external lights or other things. Obviously, your own convenience is probably more important than a specific time, but I will give you one really interesting tip. Satellites are only visible up until about 11 p.m. The time varies. It can be as early as 10 up to about 11 p.m. Wherever you are on Earth, from 11 p.m. at your time to about 3 a.m. in the morning, the Earth's shadow is directly going up into the sky above where you are. And when satellites are in shadow, they can't reflect sunlight. So there are no satellites visible. So if you're willing to stay up late, and we often do, between about 11 p.m. and 3 a.m., there are no satellites to see. So if you see something that looks like a satellite, it isn't. So that's a really good opportunity to clarify the difference between objects that are around. Obviously, things like meteors can still come in the atmosphere and things, but if somebody's saying that's a satellite, you won't see them at that time. So that is it. If you're willing to stay up late, I recommend that. I really, really enjoy doing that. But basically, any time and place where you've got a view of something where you can see an expanse of sky and there's an opportunity for these objects to appear, it's no problem. As once it's after dark, you're away laughing.
We've got a question here from Renee. Any thoughts on how Indigenous knowledge systems, Maori myths and legends here in Aotearoa might reflect contact experiences? Beautiful question to ask, and I asked that actually of a kaumatua here once. You know, if there is any lore, L-O-R-E, for Māori with ET beings, and this kaumatua said that yes, they did have some stories in their ancestral line of ancestors who had come from waka, from canoes from the sky. I was keen to ask Andre later on today about the Aboriginal people of Australia as well. Jeremy, I don't know if you'd like to just come in momentarily to offer anything about that.
Kia ora tātou. Yeah, the stories that I am aware of, and I do know that they vary between iwi and iwi, so it's really about talking with kaumatua from various iwi, because there are different versions of similar stories, and sometimes, in some cases, very radically different stories. Some that I'm aware of are the stories of Te Waka Huruhuru Manu, so the waka that came from the Matariki and arrived in the mist, and this is a kind of a southern kōrero. So my bones are from down south in terms of my whakapapa, and those beings were said to have given us some of the taonga pōro, so the kōauau in particular. Some people say that they gave us the puturino as well, and actually on our marae at Pukiteraki, the head carver of our marae, Pukiteraki is just north of Dunedin, James York, he carved the mā ero ero at the base of the amo on both sides of the marae. So that's kind of a foundation being. Now, mā ero ero, they are often talked about as being these forest type, hairy type forest beings with long fingernails, and they can spear fish with their fingernails kind of thing, or some people talk about them as being like a Sasquatch. I encourage people that are along those lines of thinking to learn te reo and learn what mā means and what ero means and what ero ero means, and then start to reconstruct another dialogue that's perhaps more based in whakapapa than speculation. So yeah, so I'll just share those 2 points with you anyway. And I encourage people to talk with kaumātua. There was a brilliant show, I forget the title of it. It was on Wakahuia, and it was a while back. There was a kaumātua talking about their relationship with Patupai Arehe. I'll dig out the link and send it to anybody that's interested. Yeah. Ori ora.
Thank you. We have another question here, one from, I think it was Stuart, asking whether the spirit world or the 5D is the same place that ETs come from. That's a really, really good question. My experience through interaction and through talking to lots of people and through listening to and talking to Dr. Stephen Greer, who has more experience than all of us combined, is that's a yes and a no. And the answer is that some are, definitely. Some ETs are flesh and blood, physical beings like us that dwell in bodies, but all of them have the capacity to move in and out of these other dimensions at will. Now some of us, people have experiences like that, to what we call OBEs, out of body experiences. I've had some. Jeremy's more of an expert in that. And you do enter into these states, and when you're there, you can meet other beings, and presumably it's a space that they dwell in a normal sense. But the ETs that are flesh and blood like us, who do exist, as I understand it, they use some of these other dimensions as a form of travel. So they can move into them, and they don't have to cross light years of space, which scientists will keep telling you it's not possible, they couldn't get here from there. Well, okay, but nothing's impossible. They don't have to fly across the universe in a little tin can, and they don't have to be limited by the speed of light. And they move into another dimension where that whole system is completely different. And that's what they do. They use technology and consciousness, and that is still a critical element. It is done with very high consciousness to go into these other realms or dimensions. And from there, they get a kind of an overview, if you like, of the physical universe, and they can just say, I want to go there, and they can drop into it. So you don't actually have to go across from galaxy to galaxy, across billions of empty miles of space. So they are from both. That's my understanding. And some live normally in bodies on planets like we do. Some have migrated into these other dimensions and are still fully conscious and aware, and we could still call them ET, and they have a lineage like that. And also, my understanding, hopefully, it makes sense to people. I don't know if I'm right, but there are many, many dimensions. And so you could call some of them purely spiritual, that have celestial beings, or realms where formerly physical beings have their consciousness after they've exited the body or died. So it's both, and that's the best I can do.
Great.
More questions, Margot?
Yes. What if people feel scared about what they might come into contact with? Or if they get scared when they, get scared when they see a craft, what tips do you have for that? Yes, so this is a very real fear for people, especially when you're new coming to a group. So that is why we encourage you to join a group, perhaps with experienced CE-5ers who can help walk you through that experience. So we always start together in a safe team environment. If you, and we only encourage you to go out, for example, into the periphery to meet with beings if you feel safe. You don't have to do that. And this is where I spoke before about the buddy system. So if you are feeling scared, you immediately let your buddy know, and you can absolutely leave. If you're really that scared, for example, you can leave and go back to the hut or the car or whatever. You know, that's always an option. But really you bring the group around you if you're having a fearful experience, and you hold hands, you ground your feet, you talk about what you're going through. And sometimes it's actually you're just needing to release something, a fear. So sometimes it's like a physical bodily release that the team can help you with. If you happen to be on your own and you're having an experience, you are in control of a situation, so you can say thank you, but no thank you. This is too much. So you can set the boundaries. Yeah, would you like to add anything more to that, Doug?
Oh, that's really good. I think especially the buddy system. Dr. Greer had that running in the very first event I went to. That was the first experience of going out in the field. I said, you have to have a buddy. And he buddied me with a very experienced person. And that was great because I think it might have been only the second night we were out. I was sitting next to my buddy, who is a woman who had been doing CE-5 with Dr. Greer for several years and going several times per year and going to all of these wonderful places out in the States. And she and I, during a break, just decided to stay sitting in our chairs, and everybody else got up and sort of moved off, and we were isolated. Just the two of us sitting there, and I heard footsteps. This was in Joshua Tree National Park, footsteps on the sand behind us, walking along, like a person was walking behind us. And both she and I heard them and just turned to look. Oh, who's this? And when we turned to look, there was nobody there. But the footsteps carried on, walked right behind us. So I had this very experienced person next to me, and I turned to her, and my face must have looked a treat. What? And she just looked at me and smiled and said, oh, that happens all the time. And having that buddy there, right, and okay, I just had to accept that happened. That's what happened. So it was fine. Yeah. So the buddy system is a really powerful part of that. And of course, hopefully, if you do get experiences like that, working through them and coming out the other side and going, oh, it's fine, actually means that the fear won't come back.
Exactly. And the journey with CE-5 is a kind of a journey through fear. And you do go through certain fear moments, and they're sort of pinnacle, breakthrough moments. Those breakthrough moments allow you then to experience more deeper, have deeper contact. Now we've got a nuts and bolts kind of a question. What's the best type of equipment, clothing to use at night? And do you have a special chair? Yeah. So lots of warm clothing is what I would recommend. Hats, gloves, scarves, skiing, all your ski gear, the works. And then I'm a bit of a wuss, so I like to have covering both, blankets and sleeping bags on my torso and on my legs. So that's the clothing side of things. You can also take, a thermos of hot water, tea, so on, to help warm you, or hot. I've seen people with hotties as well. And then the chair, yes. So is it Bunnings, I think, in New Zealand, you can get those chairs, those outdoor chairs that recline back. So you can sit up and then you just kind of rock back and it immediately folds into an almost horizontal position, which is excellent for sky watching. Yeah.
Saving the neck.
And the neck, yeah.
Yeah, they're getting cheaper, those things, but if you can't afford one of those, any kind of camping chair will do, but you probably need to get up and move around every now and again, because Dr. Greer used to call it C-SETI neck. And that's from constantly bending your neck backwards to look at things that are up there and think, ow, because we're not used to doing that. But I'd just like to add that it's important to remember that we sit still for long periods outdoors, and so you will actually get colder than you think. And so you might think, well, I'm used to going out and putting on this puffer jacket and whatever, and that's me, and I'm warm and I walk around. But when you sit still, you may find that it wasn't enough. So the secret is layers. take lots of layers. You put lots of layers on. If you've got too much, simple job to take that outer layer of jacket off and put it down beside you or stick it across your legs and cool down a bit. But if you haven't got those layers, ouch. Margot knows the people I'm talking about. We have some friends in Canada who sent us a photograph of them doing a CE-5 in the snow. Canadians are tough. So you might think it was cold here, Margot, but yeah. And so you can cope in any kind of conditions if you've got the right stuff. I think it might have been Billy Connolly said that there's no such thing as bad weather, only insufficient clothing. And Scotland taught him that.
Yeah. So we've got another question here. Do you think it possible through CTS to be able to visit our ET brothers and sisters in their home planet or ask them to guide us there? Yes, absolutely. And I've had that experience myself. So I was suddenly, it was like a experience, and I would say that was an astral travel experience. I was invited, catapulted through to another, it was like going through a wormhole experience and then coming out into what seemed to be a planet or a village, if you like, on a planet that had a very blue tinge to it. And I was shown, I was sort of taken on a bit of a guided tour, and there were dome-like, round-like buildings. All the buildings were placed in a geometrical fashion, actually a little bit like the marae. You know, I understand that the buildings that are on the marae are in the shape of the human form, is what somebody has explained to me. So these buildings were placed specifically geometrically to heighten, they explained to me, to heighten the vibration of their living environment. They then showed me one of the rituals of their lifestyle is to, every time their sun rises and sets, they all come out together to meditate and pray together. It's just part of being tuned up as a species. Yeah, so they're constant. It seemed to be that they are constant, you know, in tune with the great all, and always working towards that through ritual, through prayer, through the architecture of their buildings, and so on. So I'm just sharing an experience. So definitely, you can ask also to be shown experiences.
Yes, can I just add to that Dr. Greer actually does teach this. You'd be amazed at the breadth of things. These are very good questions, that question in particular. He does teach that. He said, ask if they can show you where they're from. And because they are so powerful in terms of consciousness, they can basically take you there and show you. But if they didn't want you to see it, they can also kind of keep you away. So there's no risk. It is worth asking. And the practice of CTS is kind of like part way there. So you're right. You can do that. You can get out there and then you can say, oh, can I see a planet where you live or where there is somebody? And you may find that even without you thinking, I'll zoom down towards that galaxy or whatever, you might just find, as Margot said, that you feel like you're being pulled in, in. And I too have had that experience, and Dr. Greer teaches it. So yes, you can ask and you can see, and sometimes you can get a great deal of detail from that. I'd just like to move on to another question now. We've got one from Michelle. When humans contact spiritual entities such as Esther Hicks contacting the collective consciousness known as Abraham, is that collective consciousness ET? I'm familiar with the Esther Hicks Abraham information, but I'd just like to say that the question kind of answers itself, collective consciousness. So we are part of the collective consciousness, humans are, ETs are as well. And so we're all aspects of it. And some of what you might communicate with in that manner will be ET. We actually have a guest coming up later today who does exactly that, and we'll be demonstrating it for you if you stick with us today. So you're going to get it live on screen. And so it's kind of a yes and. yes, it is, but that doesn't mean to say that the entities, beings, or whatever the Esther Hicks contacts are specifically ET. They are definitely part of the picture. So collective consciousness is the description you've used there, and I think that's absolutely right. We're part of it too. That's one of the reasons we can communicate with them and they can communicate with us. I actually think that telepathy is amazing. And I was aware of it from quite an early age though. So I was aware of telepathy and some limited experience of it before I even came across CE-5. But yeah, it's a part of what we do and part of what opens up, and it's a natural human ability. So look into it. Margot?
We've got a question here. Why do they make us forget part of the experience? So ET are very aware of where we are at in our development, or what our emotions are like. You know, when you start a group, they will come in. I can actually feel with my body these scans that come in and lock on. They will lock on sometimes with you as a person, but they'll scan a group just to see how everybody is. And I guess it's like a quick assessment to see how much, you know, how deep a contact can any person take at any one moment, I guess. So sometimes you may forget the experience because it's just too much for your consciousness. It's a bit of an overwhelm for your system to remember it all, and it might just come through, drip feed to you over the ensuing days. I think I'm not aware of in our CE-5 groups that people forget the experience. I think it's actually quite the opposite, that people have a full-on memory of it, and it's about as I said before, it's about sharing, the importance of sharing what you've just experienced with the people around you, you know, in the party afterwards or in the share moment. Yeah, I haven't come across people forgetting really an experience in a CE-5, and maybe that's why this is a good or a safe zone to remember experiences.
So I'll just pop down here. The one says, Doll of the Valley, I think it is. Can you shed a little light on daytime encounters? I've experienced both, so I'm intrigued on what you can share. I don't know if everybody gets that kind of thing, but it's certainly possible. Of course, I can't tell what your experiences are. You haven't got the opportunity to share that with us here now. But there are definitely daytime connections and encounters. I remember, I've had many, but I was driving home one night and it was late afternoon, probably around 6 p.m. in the summer, so it was still light. And I was on I live out in the country, and this was a different place, but I've lived out in the country for a long time because I like isolation. I don't like being near cities. I was driving along a straight stretch of road where it was perfectly safe for me to glance elsewhere whilst holding onto the steering wheel. And I think that's key for the experiences that I've had. Certainly I've had a lot when I've been driving, that they do them when it's safe for me to look at them, so I don't go veering off the road. And I just got an inkling to look up, and I looked up out of the window, and there was a fairly solid cloud, looked to be fairly close by, and a grey disc, classic flying saucer disc, popped out of the cloud, stopped, popped back in again. And that's often what's called peekaboo. Hello. So it was right in the cloud, and I'm certain that they knew where I was and that I would see them. They attracted my attention, popped out, settled and popped back again. That kind of thing does happen. The more you do CE-5, the more you get connected, the more you let ETs know that you are a contactable, interested person who wants to know more about what's going on in greater reality, the more likely you are to have that kind of thing. But that, I understand, is reasonably common. I've also had flashbulbs during the day. So I look up at the sky, boof, big bright flashbulb. And certainly that isn't a satellite flare, because they don't flare bright enough to see, you know, against the sunlight in the sky. So there's that. And of course, you could be out and about somewhere, particularly if it's isolated, and have closer contact, closer to you during daylight. There's no reason for that, unless, as we talked about earlier, some kind of fear issue comes up, and generally that means those beings will back off and not disturb you. But there are all sorts of things that can happen during the day, including full-on seeing a craft. And I like all of it. But we focus on nighttime simply because it's easier there's less other people around that might interfere with the event. It's easier to see things in the dark, light phenomena, that sort of thing are easier to see. But yeah, you can see things during the day, and I know lots and lots of people do. Sometimes people's spontaneous first experience is a broad daylight sighting. That's great. Hopefully it leads such people, including yourself, on to explore what's going on and get into CE-5, where you move away from the random or seemingly random experience that happened to you, and you move into one that you're in control of, where I'm here and I'm contacting them. This is me initiating it, human initiated connections. That's what CE-5 is. And I hope we all can move into that, because that starts to establish a relationship between us and them that goes well beyond just knowing that they exist.
Thank you, Doug. Renee is asking, are there any dietary recommendations, preparations that help open us up to contact? Now, I'm aware of, I've just forgotten his name in Peru, Perez. There's a group in Peru of ET contactees who they definitely recommend a vegetarian diet for quite a few days before a contact event. They say that that's imperative for contact. In CE-5, we're more along the lines of definitely no drugs and alcohol, or substances that are going to mess with your consciousness beforehand, because you're just clouding the experience. But we don't at all have any have any recommendations around food. And so on our events, we have all manner of we cater for all manner of dietary requirements.
Okay, well, we've reached a point in our session here where we're just about to wrap up. I'll take one last question, and then we're going to move to a break, which we'll just talk about in a second. So we've got a question here from Megan. Are ETs more attracted to areas around the Earth's ley lines? I lie on a ley line, and often at night while sitting in my handy galactic chair, I've seen a lot of interesting activity. I'm going to ask Margot to help me with this one, because I don't have a great deal of experience with that. Do you have anything on that, Margot? Do you think ETs are attracted to or somehow associated with ley lines or energy lines on the Earth?
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, you know, all the lore around even the pyramids, for example, as being energy boosters for craft. You know, there's a lot of story around that, and the ley lines too. There's also, I'm terrible with names, sorry, but there was a New Zealander who has tracked grid lines specifically around New Zealand, but specifically, for example, there was a lot of ley lines around the Kapiti Coast area, and you can see a lot of craft. It's just so easy on the Kapiti Coast. You don't even
that was
have to...
Bruce Cathy. Sorry to interrupt. His name was Bruce Cathy, and you can find his books, Harmonic. I forget the numbers that he had, but the books he's written, they're no doubt they're out of print, but hopefully they would be available somewhere. You just look him up as Cathie, his surname.
Yes. So definitely your experiences there, Megan, sitting on the ley lines, it's just a no-brainer. Crafters turn up because of this. You know, there's a wonderful energy swell that also helps your CE-5 work. Yeah.
I'd just like to add another. Sorry, Margot, can I just say one more thing? If you don't have access to a ley line or don't know whether there's one near you, don't wait and think, oh, I need to do that, because that's how the experience is going to unfold. Remember, this is human initiated, and we certainly have experience of wherever you are, they will come, they can come. So although you can enhance an experience through something like that, through better energy conditions, the right sort of space for them, in terms of asking to see them and have them come, wherever you are, if you express the right intent and you do it, it's certainly possible for them to show up. And often, of course, some of these craft we see are right out in space and can signal to us. So they're actually not down near the earth and not necessarily associated with the energies that we are embedded in or engaged with. So although it's a positive thing to do what you're doing, don't avoid doing it because you think you don't have a special place. Wherever you want to be, do it there. So it's now time for us to take a break.
Thank you so much for your lovely questions, everybody. We're going to take a lunch break now, and we'll be back at 1:30. See you soon.
televised. The revolution will be televised. Love revolution. We're bringing it back, bringing it back. Yeah. Love revolution. It's a revolution. Love revolution. We're bringing it back, bringing it back. Yeah. Love revolution. It's a revolution. Now everybody listen now. I think I've had about enough. What in the world is going on with wars, guns, bombs, drugs, planes crashing and people dying? Brothers in jail and mothers crying. We really ought to take some time to find what's inside. We got to try to bring back the loving, 'cause it's about time. It's with you. If you don't love you, then no one else can try. We are all the same. Race or religion, everybody feels the same. A change is coming. Change is coming. Revolution. We're bringing it back, bringing it back. Love revolution. It's a revolution. Love revolution. We're bringing it back, bringing it back. Love revolution. It's a revolution. No, you won't fool the children of the revolution. You got the power, but for problems ain't got no solution. We're in a world where the minorities are more and the majorities living in poverty and staying piss poor. War and gun steady, you're raising light. And too many meet their makers early. AIDS is right. Innocents always the victims. Muslims against the Christians. In words of Marvin Gaye, tell me what's going on. Terrorism's everywhere, inequality's evident. How can we hope to make amends if leaders dropping bombs? We got to try to bring back the loving, 'cause it's about time. It's with you. If you don't love you, then no one else can try. We are all the same. Race or religion, everybody feels the same. Change is coming. Change is coming. Revolution. We're bringing it back, bringing it back. Love revolution. It's a revolution.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to our CE-5 Aotearoa National Hui. In this part of the Hui, we're going to be hearing from a number of CE-5ers from around the globe. And our very first special guest this afternoon is Andre Cardoso, who is based in the Blue Mountains in Australia. So welcome, Andre.
Hi, Margot.
Hello,
Thanks.
hello.
Good to
So
see
now
you.
great to see you too. And the last time that you and I met was at a week-long event down in the South Island of New Zealand. And I remember I was shoulder tapping people to see if they would lead us in a meditation. And I thought, oh, I've got to ask you. I think you've got something special. Boy, you completely wowed the socks off of us all. You've got an extraordinary gift, a beautiful guided meditation. It was like meditating in melted chocolate.
Thank you.
So, Andre, you're from California originally, and you have a lot of experience forming groups in the US and in Europe, I believe, as well as in Australia. Can you tell us a bit about your experiences there with forming groups?
Yeah. So I mean, maybe I'll start off a little bit just saying how I heard about CSETI and CE-5, and I was really curious about it, and I heard about some of the experiences that people had had, and I thought, well, I'd like to do that myself if it's possible. So yeah. I thought, well, the only way to check if it's possible is to try it myself, right? So I learned, I kind of practiced some meditation and learned how to do the coherent thought sequencing, which Doug explained earlier. And I did that. And after kind of practicing with that for a couple of weeks, I had an experience where I saw, similar to also what Doug had when he had a daytime sighting, this, it was like a gray silver disc that appeared up in the sky in the middle of the day, no clouds in the sky, while I was driving. And it just disappeared after a few seconds, just like whoosh, just disappeared. And that for me was like, okay, this is there's something really, really powerful in this, because I had never seen anything like that. That was unexplainable. I don't know. I didn't look for it, but I wasn't. Yeah, it just all of a sudden it happened. And so I went and did a training with CSETI, with Dr. Stephen Greer. And had all kinds of amazing experiences in that. We had, I experienced remote viewing during that session and some of the practice with that, which was also really eye-opening. We had visual contact where we had, flashes of light very close to us in the group of different colors. There was like blue and red, and we also had this really strange electronic sounding, like multi-tonal sounds that were coming into the group. And then I also had some other experiences where I was able to see kind of with my third eye a craft that was flying over, and also could see the outline of some of these very tall beings that were right around us in that group. And that experience just completely blew my mind. Yeah. So after that event, I was really stoked on this whole thing and wanted to share it with more people and, see it have the effect that I intuited that it could have. I mean, this is kind of world-changing knowledge that we have this ability to make contact with other intelligent life in the universe. So I kind of, I don't know, I think it's something in the meditation and in my consciousness shifted, and I kind of like lost a lot of fear in terms of being able to reach out to people and connect with people. So I decided to hold an event that was like a 3-night event. I was just like, how old? I was like 20 years old. No, I was like 22, maybe something like that, 21 or 22. Yeah. And so I like contacted all these people from this online network of people who were interested in CE-5 and ET contact, and got a bunch of people from Northern California gathered, a small group of us, but from all over Northern California. And we went out and had 3 nights contact in the foothills of the Sierra Nevada mountains. It was really beautiful, and had some more experiences. And that for me also was really powerful to see that, oh, I don't need to be with Dr. Greer or with like a CSETI group, and I can actually initiate this.
Yeah,
we can do this in any group. Yeah. So that was also very empowering. And just seeing that I could do that, I made some more connections with people in my local area in California. We went out a few times. Beaches are great places to make contact
Yes.
at nighttime, because a lot of the time, because nobody's around on beaches at night a lot of the time.
Yeah.
So we did that a few times. There's a really lovely bunch of people. And then I moved to Europe, and I was involved in a group in Denmark. Well, we met up several times with different people, so it wasn't a super steady group, but there was a couple of us that were really committed and kind of organizing some events. And we continued to have contact, and this was around the time that the Sirius documentary was coming out, and we held a screening for that film. And there was still a lot of kind of visual contact. I remember one event where I was in meditation, and then I had this lock-on experience where it was like I felt like I had connected to an ET being that I had connected with previously. And then immediately when that happened, this big flash in the sky happened just above our group. And that was really cool. So yeah, I've continued to just be involved, and I moved to Australia about 7 years ago, and I've had some experiences here, actually several recently, the last couple years, and I haven't organized a lot of group outings here, but the group outings that I've attended more recently that have been the most impactful for me were the ones there in Aotearoa in New Zealand. And it's just we've had amazing experiences. No
snakes here to contend with either. Yeah. No, but I've just recently learned that you have been very busy creating an extraordinary resource, a website with to podcasts and videos and so on. And I would really love for you to share that with the audience. Tell us about it first, and then maybe just take us for a whiz around the website.
Okay. What? And
just while you do the share screen there, just to let those of you listening in, we've got the links to Andre's podcast down below your screen.
Okay. Just bear with me one moment. I'll just get the screen sharing going. And there we go. Can you see that?
No. Yes, now I can.
Okay, yeah. So there's the artwork of the podcast. So far I've recorded over 40 episodes, a lot of interviews with people sharing their personal experiences about CE-5, stuff that they've experienced themselves personally. And there's also, I recorded a series of episodes, about 21 episodes, kind of as a tutorial guide, like introducing people to a lot of the stuff that Doug covered actually this morning, just kind of in more kind of bite-sized chunks that people can listen to and re-listen to and share with their groups as they're forming them. And it's been a lot of fun. I've been doing this for about a couple years now. I was inspired after having some contact experiences and got this. I mean, it was very apparent to me, and I think to all of us, and the reason that we're putting this event on today is that we see the need to share this information and to get more people to get experienced in this. So
can you take us through some of you've got an extraordinary number of podcasts and videos in there. Are you able to show us some of the topics?
Yeah, just a second. I'll just let me see if I can go on to the next slide here. Yeah, so the next slide, basically, it's available on YouTube, on Spotify, on Apple Podcasts, on all the places that people watch or listen to podcasts. So if you just search for CE-5 podcast, you'll find it. And then I'll see if I can change to a different screen now.
It's you've done. It's so beautifully done. Looks really great. You know, very professional.
Okay, you should be able to see the website here. So
yes, there we go.
This is the website for CE-5 podcast. And then if you go to, if you just click watch at the top, you'll be able to see all of the videos that I've got on YouTube. So I've got interviews. The most recent ones that I've posted, I've interviewed somebody in Denmark, somebody in South Africa, someone in Washington, DC. Kind of just got a variety of videos, and all of these have corresponding audio podcasts that anybody can listen to. Got a really good one about all the resources that are available from Dr. Greer and CSETI on this subject. And,
and I really like that you've that you're teaching, you've sort of drilled down into various topics, you know, so meditation, how do you meditate within a CE-5? Dreams, it's just a phenomenal output of work, Andre. It's just amazing resource for us all around the world.
Thank you. Yeah, I hope that's the whole point, is to just be there and be available so more people can kind of get into this. That's what inspired me to get into it, was, you know, hearing about other people's experiences and you know, and kind of seeing all of the data that was out there, and the method and how it works, and all of the insight into how, you know, how things happen.
And I can imagine that as disclosure happens over time, this sort of resource is going to be extremely helpful to new people coming into the topic. Yeah, fantastic. So, you know, I want to pick your brains as a fantastic meditation guide. A lot of people have difficulty with the monkey mind. Can you just share with us, you know, how to deal with the monkey mind and meditation?
Yeah, sure. I've been thinking a lot about meditation actually this week. I've been attending another little course in mantra meditation this week, and yeah, well, basically one way to think about the mind or consciousness, and that's kind of supported now by science, is that it's kind of an unlimited non-local field of awareness, and that our brains are kind of antenna or receivers or transmitters in that infinite field. Another way of thinking about it is like it's a vast ocean, and in our own awareness, our thoughts are like choppy waves on the surface of that ocean. And the monkey mind is kind of, I guess, our attachment to those thoughts, or our connection to those thoughts in kind of an unending series of thoughts that pop into our head, and feeling like, and kind of identifying with those thoughts and feeling like, I guess when we think about monkey mind, it's kind of like we have no control over our thoughts, and we also are kind of ruled by our thoughts rather than ruling them ourselves, or with kind of a higher awareness. So what we do in meditation is kind of be able to take take a step back from our thoughts and be able to witness them without attachment, and without the idea that, without the identification with the thoughts themselves, like, and same thing with our perceptions, with the sounds that we hear, with the things that we see, with the feelings that we feel in our bodies. It's being able to step back from that and witness, and then become aware of that aspect of our minds that is witnessing that. And that's the aspect of our minds that's infinite, that's not limited by space or time, or by whatever thoughts are popping into our head in any given moment. So we can transcend our physical experiences, transcend our experience of time, transcend our experience of ourselves, and expand outwards into broader aspects of what consciousness is. like we can connect to the collective consciousness. We can connect to the consciousness of other beings, other like animals or plants or the earth herself, connect to the consciousness of stars, and connect to the consciousness of extraterrestrial beings. So that's what we make use of in CE-5. We're able to, that's why having a meditation practice is actually really good as just an ongoing thing in your life. It'll actually help prepare you to make contact as well, because you're able to step back from your thoughts and not identify with them so much. It's not that we want to get rid of all our thoughts when we're meditating, because that's how we just interpret things and interpret our experiences and are able to voice them and share them. But it's just being able to not be concerned so much with our thoughts, and also not be concerned with whether we're doing things right or wrong. It's just looking at things really simply, and kind of like with a child, with childlike eyes, and a sense of wonder and curiosity, which is really important, because nothing can be forced, especially in this work. It has to be kind of just stepped into naturally.
Yes, beautiful. And what would you recommend to people who are just starting out in CE-5? They're sort of in a remote area and they maybe don't have any meditation experience necessarily, or guiding meditation experience. What would you recommend?
Well, if you're wanting to specifically get right into doing CE-5, there are some good guided meditations out there. There's some on YouTube. There are a lot of wonderful resources. I've recorded a couple of meditations that are useful for that are on the CE-5 podcast website. Dr. Greer has some on the app, the CE-5 Contact app. And there's also some really good meditations on the channel. Probably if you're watching this on YouTube, it's on the CE-5 Grid YouTube channel that Oona's put together. And there are a lot of great meditations there for just getting into it. A lot of the time, when you're first starting, guided meditations can be really useful, because it really helps you kind of just immediately get grounded and just kind of follow this visualization process. If you're more experienced, or if you want to continue developing your meditation skills and be able to do this without guidance, or be able to start guiding it yourself, it's good to just practice meditation. There are a lot of good teachers out there, and resources. There are some apps. There's the Calm app. There's Insight Timer, with different guides that can kind of get you learning stuff. I like to use mantra meditation. There are lots of, obviously around the world, from religious and spiritual traditions, there are lots of different ways to meditate. But kind of the fundamental thing that I've seen that's common across all meditation styles is that you have something that you're witnessing, some kind of phenomena that you gently put your focus on, whether it's a thought like a mantra, or whether you're watching your breath, or whether you're listening to the sound of a gong, or just listening to the sounds of birds, or feeling the weight of your body and yourself relaxing. And then the other thing, once you've put your focus on that, is just becoming aware of the awareness that's watching that focus, that aspect of ourselves that's quiet, that's still, and that's not bound by anything. And then just visualizing that aspect of your consciousness expanding out from where you are and going through that coherent thought sequencing. That consciousness is around you, around your home, around the land that you're on, across the seas. It's on the whole planet. It's out in space, and it's out. It's just everywhere. And so once you're in that space, once you're in that transcendent space, you just gently have this idea to connect with any extraterrestrial life, intelligent life that can, that's on the same wavelength as you, and you just guide them to where you are. But yeah, it's also possible to remote view and to have all, there's all kinds of experiences that you can have in consciousness once you continue doing it for a while.
Yeah. Do you want to just dip a little bit into remote view and how that, differs from the meditation or the CTS? Yeah,
well, so remote viewing, or there's I mean, there's a whole kind of system around remote viewing where it's kind of a scientific, there's like a very structured method to a lot of remote viewing practice. The term remote viewing actually comes from projects that were studying this, that had ties to military and stuff, where they were using the method as a way of doing reconnaissance, like being able to kind of see locations and do, just get more intel on things. But remote perception is something that it's kind of an inherent ability that everybody has on some level. And it just takes developing that and working with it more. With CTS, when you first start out, I think that CTS is kind of more of a visualization process. You're kind of just imagining. But after a while, especially if you have some training in remote viewing and you just meditate a lot more, it becomes less of a kind of an imagined visualization and more of an actual, like you're seeing it with your mind's eye, with your third eye. And you kind of have this experience. And also, like, some people might not see things super visually in their mind, but they might have more just a sense or kind of a feeling that their consciousness is expanding out from where they are. And then in, sorry, I just got distracted by
You got distracted by the chat. No, carry on.
Yeah. And so when
CTS.
Yeah. So
Some
with coherent thought sequencing, we go through that process and guide extraterrestrials to our location. With remote perception is something that we can develop also, where we actually can go out and perceive craft. So say we go out and, like, with our mind's eye, we do the coherent thought sequencing, and all of a sudden we see a craft in our mind's eye, and we can see a being, or we can see a planet, and we're connecting with them. And it's possible that they might be able to see us as well, or connect with us. Yeah, that's, I mean, so it's basically remote perception. It's like, I don't know how else to explain that.
Thank you. No, you've done a great job. Thank you of just distinguishing between the two. Thanks so much. I always love to ask people about an experience they've had. Have you got a notable contact experience you could share with us?
Well, I have a few that I've already shared on the podcast, so if people want to check that out after this as well. Let me think of one that might be interesting.
Put you on the spot there.
Well, it's hard to put into words a lot of these things, but
Yes.
I like kind of the experience. But there was some really significant activity that we had the last time that I was in New Zealand. And at least one of the nights we had these craft flying over. There was two of them. They were kind of like twin ships, and they were like kind of had this golden color to them. They were very large in the sky. They weren't that high up, but they were kind of traveling together across the sky like this, like right over from the, I'm trying to remember where it was. It was kind of from the north, kind of going from north to south, I think, right over the group. And one of them got really bright, and then the next one got really bright, and then they went away. And that was just, I don't know, something about that was really powerful for me, because they were going so slowly also. So they definitely weren't satellites, and they weren't airplanes, and they weren't, I don't know, they weren't anything else that I could have thought of.
Yeah, thank you.
Another thing that happened, I think, later that night, and then the next night or two following, was we had the whole mountainside was kind of being lit up by this, like, it was like a spotlight almost, or like
remember that.
the headlights of a car almost. Yeah.
We were there together.
That was really wild, because they were like moving so quickly across this whole mountainscape, like way faster than any car could have gone. Or
yes.
Yeah, so yeah, that was wild.
Much more coverage than car lights, definitely. Yeah. Thank you for that. Now tell us about Australia. What's happening over there in the ditch? You know, do you have a group like CE-5 Aotearoa, sort of a national group, or? tell us a bit about the CE-5 in Australia.
Yeah, there's not so much of a national coherent group at the moment. I'm looking actually at maybe trying to pull some people together to do something like that. But there are groups that meet up there's some very consistent groups and good networks in Melbourne and in Sydney that I know of. I'm sure there are folks out in, I know that up in Queensland, there was somebody that was organizing a lot of CE-5 events and actually hosted Dr. Greer when he came to visit a few years back. And yeah, right now they're like the best way to find people here is just using the CE-5 contact app or checking on Facebook to see who's around. I'm in a pretty remote location and the last 2 years hasn't been conducive for gathering with people. But
Yes.
But they're out there around there. I mean, they're here, people who want to be doing this stuff, and if whoever is watching this out there in the world, there are people out there if you work to connect with them.
I've just had a comment here about Tasmania. There must be a
oh no,
group there
there's some
Tasmania.
great folks out in Tasmania. No.
They're leaving Tasmania
Joe's
out
actually
again.
been doing some great work in Tasmania. So yes, if you're in Tasmania, you're in good hands. So and Joe's actually been out and worked with all y'all in New Zealand as well. I have yet to meet her, but yeah, she's a wonderful person.
She sure is. So have you got any, just before we finish, Andre, have you got any projects that you're working on or ahead in the CE-5 or podcasts, or what are you thinking about next?
Well, I'm kind of just moving one step at a time, just putting out more episodes. I've got more interviews coming out over the next few weeks and months. Next one is someone I interviewed out in Japan. I have an interview coming up with someone in the Netherlands. I have an interview with Raven, who is the one that took the picture of her picture appeared in the film Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind, which was of a being that appeared at Joshua Tree National Park. So that'll be a great episode. So look forward to that one coming up. I'm looking at options to try to help folks who are interested in forming groups and just giving them more resources over the next. I mean, yeah, that's kind of just, I'm trying to figure out, since I've, like, right now we're in lockdown here, so I'm thinking of ways that I can do things while I'm not able to meet people in person. So just any way I can contribute, and being a part of this event is one of those things. So I'm super excited about today and all of the connections being made.
Well, I just thank you so much for all that work, those resources that you've created. That's just an awesome library for all of us around the world to dip into and to help show new people as well. Thank you so much for joining us and sharing us a bit of about life over in the ditch and around the world and out in the cosmos. And so we'll say goodbye now and move to our next speaker. See you, Andre.
Thanks, Margot.
Welcome back, everybody. In this session, we are going to be talking to Debz Shakti. Debz is tuning in from the USA. She is an absolutely wonderful, wonderful being, and it's an absolute honor to have you here, Debz. Debz
thank you.
is yeah. Debz is a background in pretty much everything consciousness related, from quantum hypnosis, energy alchemy, yoga, meditation, you name it, pretty much. She knows about it. She is a well-respected open channel, and she's very well known as the loving mouthpiece for the highly advanced ET group known as the Star Teachers, who say that they are us on a higher level of frequency. Debz and I have shared a friendship now for several years. We met at a CE-5 expedition in California with Ginny in 2018, and that expedition was spectacular. And on a personal note, from that meeting, it was very obvious to me that Debz is a highly aware and skilled being with a lot to share and give. So it's a real honor to have you here today. We've developed this beautiful friendship that expands far beyond the physical into out-of-body contact experiences together in different realms.
Including today.
Including today, exactly, this morning. That's exactly right. And if I have your permission, may I read a passage of that email you sent to me this morning?
Absolutely. Feel free, Jeremy.
Perhaps a little later on. And I just wanted to really acknowledge you and give people a sense of you, because over these years, we haven't known each other that long, but over these years, your kindness and your willingness to be of service is what really shines out here, and I don't say these things lightly. You are a beacon of light and knowledge, of experience and wisdom, and you are one of those people that embodies what they teach. One of my mentors said to me years ago, you only know it if you're doing it. It's just a philosophy until you actually start living it. So you're one of these people who acts with full integrity in service of universal peace and love. You have a very grounded approach. No mai, haere mai, kia koe, Debz. Welcome to our hui. It's a pleasure to have you here.
Can you expand my brother? On that? Thank you. Yes. Oh my gosh, I'm overcome. I only wish I could live up to those words. That's quite something to try to adhere to. But it is how I try to live my life. But I'm still walking around in a human body, and definitely a human ego mind. So it's you catch me on a good day, you get some good stuff. But there are human days too. So, but thank you. No, I just when we first met out in California a few years ago, I was just overwhelmed with the mastery of your soul as well. And I felt this instant connection, like recognition. You've heard this a million times from people when they meet a person who is a close soul family. But it seems like we just have been able to work together very well, no matter what tangent we go on in the consciousness work that we do. But the OBE stuff of the last year or so has really been rich and beautiful. And I appreciate you so much for that. You're making vast inroads into a place that most people are, too afraid to tread. And they just kind of skim over the surface. And I can't wait to see what you do next with it. And I hope I get to be involved in it, because I'm loving it so far. So,
well, thank you. Yeah. So it's interesting, isn't it, with these feelings of kind of instant connection and rapport that a lot of people in this community experience, and in our own community in New Zealand, we've experienced with this new wave of people that are coming in and being attracted to this field right now. Probably a lot of people that are listening now and being inspired by what's being shared and willing to take action. There seems to be a high degree of coherence that is just naturally kind of resonating between people who are taking up the baton, so to speak, and doing the work. What are your feelings around that and your experience? You have many years of experience in this field. What can you share in terms of coherence that you've observed from when you first, let's say, started your yoga practice and meditation practice, and coming through your start, the initiation of CE-5 and contact work for you through to today? What have you kind of observed in terms of coherence and how that it's kind of something that's becoming more and more prevalent and more common in terms of how people are relating to each other?
Right. Well, you mentioned the yoga and meditation practice. I've been a yogi since I was 13, and I'm 65 now. And I started teaching just a couple years after that. But my first year of yoga was all meditation. The man who taught me would not teach me any other thing until I could sit still at 13 years old and meditate. And so, growing up through those years, and we didn't have internet then, we had libraries, and I was in the deep South at the time of the United States, and there was no information about this anywhere. But it just kept finding me, and I kept growing with it. But I knew no one else who did this. And then I, several years later would meet one person or two people. And then, about the time I became a young adult, it was becoming more popular, but as an exercise method. And hardly anyone meditated unless they knew of the Beatles, way back when I was a kid. The Beatles were the ones who kind of got me interested in that because they were cool, and they learned meditation. But when, first started talking to people about meditation and going inward to reach the self, it was mystifying to most people. And yet, if you talk to them about prayer, they had a lot to say about that and their experiences. And so what I found out early on is if you speak to people in the language that they're used to and from the perspective that they are coming at you from, you can talk to them about just about anything. It doesn't matter what you call it. It's just how you're, using the semantics. But over the years, what I found is, it was like pulling hen's teeth, for instance, here in the Midwest where I live now, to get someone to even chant one Om at the end of a class or at the beginning of a yoga class. And now there are whole schools just for mantra work. And we're into the sound technology a lot. And yoga isn't just about stretching and doing poses. And I bring that up because I believe that the CE-5 work, or I even just like to call it now just contact and consciousness, because it's, we are having these close encounters, but they're so vast. It's you can't even put a label on it now. But that's a beautiful term that's very easy to recognize and use. When I first started having a contact group, before we even started calling it CE-5, people just were looking for UFOs. You were a UFO hunter, basically. Or conversely, you were either interested in or felt like you had been an alien abductee, was what they called it. Right. They didn't call it contact. They didn't call it experiencer. They called it abduction, because that was the context from which, they knew about it from Hollywood and so forth. But, what they wanted was to see a flying saucer, or they wanted to see an alien being walking towards them, whereas even in just the last few years, people are coming brand new to these groups. And even if they know very little about it, other than what they've seen on the movies or read in books, they have this inner kind of knowing already that there's more to it than a spacecraft or some funny looking guy walking around in a skin suit that might be scary. And so I get a lot of people asking me about that. And the same has happened with my hypnosis work. I mean, I've been doing this for decades, and it's, every once in a while I'd get a contactee or an experiencer. Now it's almost all I get. It is, I'm busy every single day of the year with these people, and they all have had these experiences and want to know what it means. So what I'm seeing is a wave growing, you know?
Yeah, exactly. And can we expand on that a bit? Do you feel that now at this particular point in time there are more experiences taking place, or do you think it's a matter of more people are feeling comfortable talking about their experiences, or do you even think that maybe sometimes in some cases people are remembering things that they may have forgotten? What's your take on it, given your long-term perspective?
Yeah, yes to all of that. But if you want to know the overarching perspective that I have, what I am feeling, and I'm starting to get a lot of evidence of, is it's all about your own inner frequency, your own vibration. And the higher your vibration, in other words, the more spiritual practice you do, the more service to others you do, the more you love yourself, the more you take care of the planet, the more, let's say, you are able to be receptive to things that were not in the spectrum of your perception when you were walking around just, being a regular human being, thinking about buying a new car or whatever. We know that, for instance, just the light spectrum that we humans can see is a tiny, tiny piece. The spectrum is like, I can't do this in my camera. The spectrum is, a foot long, and humans can only see an inch of the light within that spectrum right now. But what we're also finding out, and science is starting to prove this, is suddenly we're able to see past certain levels of that spectrum, which means more people are seeing what they think are spirits or angels or fairies or ghosts or ETs or craft in the sky, or, or. So what guides like the teachers and others have told me, and I'm just experiencing it myself, the higher my vibration becomes and the more sustained that high vibration is, the more I am able to perceive a greater view of the cosmos, of life. They've always been here. We are all enmeshed. We're all existing at the same moment of the eternal now in one location, but it's non-local because of our perception ability. So I think that's what's happening. Yeah.
Yeah. And so discussing more about vibration and frequency, we're obviously shifting into a new phase. Most people are feeling that. Most people are very clear that the current system of division and fear and scarcity and all of these things that are associated with that paradigm has never served us, or has brought us to this point, but has never been our truth. So in shifting into a frequency of abundance, of willingness to communicate with other types of consciousness, and coherent agreement with other people in our energy field, we're literally creating a kind of a standing wave, if you like, of frequency, right?
Yes.
So in your understanding,
a sustained note.
Yeah, sustained note, right? A harmonious note. So in your understanding of how that works, would you say that this is kind of opening up a space whereby we're actually shifting the consensual agreement or the consciousness of our planet into a space where things like what we have done at certain points, and what a lot of people experience in this context of CE-5 is we have the same thought at the same time.
Yes.
Or when someone is out of body and intends to tap someone on the shoulder, and they physically feel it. Is this something that you believe is our function within that frequency environment? Is it actually how we operate when we are in that specific environment?
Yeah,
I don't
believe it. I don't believe it. I know it. I know it from a direct experience, and I'm directly experiencing that more and more. What I've been told and what I am now experiencing myself, every so often, not all the time, because I'm not quite there yet. I'm trying, just as you are, is that the more intensely and for a longer period of time, that we hold that sustained level of awareness, if you will, or that vibrational state. It's a vibrational state. It's a feeling state. It's visceral. You can feel it inside if you stay conscious. And that's the practice, basically. But the longer you hold that and the more intensely you focus on it, the more able you are to expand the abilities of even this spacesuit. It has a lot more bells and whistles to it than anybody would ever know. And because it is enmeshed with your consciousness, it's unlimited, just like everything else is. Now, when you want to move up to a certain level where there is no more physicality, then you take the spacesuit off and you're even more free to express in ways, that you're not formerly used to, or at least that you don't remember. But I truly believe, for instance, that's why the internet just came on all at once. It's like we made another quantum leap. The internet is the training wheels for conscious to conscious, consistent consciousness to consciousness connection, coherency. What some people call telepathy, or I like to call telepathy, that's even rudimentary compared to what we're talking about here. But we're moving up little by little by little. It started with, smoke signals and cave paintings for communicating. And then, eventually we moved up to writing and making books. And then that went on for a long time. And all of a sudden we have the telegraph. And then all of a sudden we have the radio. And then all of a sudden we have the telephone, and then the television, and then movies, and then, and now we have the internet, and we're this close to being there. It's a signifier to me that we are very close. No matter what is happening in this physical world right now, that makes you think that will never happen because we can never be good enough. It's happening.
Yeah.
And it's events like this where we all gather together and kind of focus our feeling state and intention on the same thing that will get us there more quickly and more beneficially, more joyfully.
Thank you. And so what can you share? Like there'll be people that are new to this subject and new to this kind of idea around personal inner frequency and kind of the non-physical aspects of our conscious experience of ourselves, let's say out of our body or in an expanded state of awareness, whatever form that takes. What can you share with these people in terms of, let's say, a daily practice to kind of get through this phase we're in? Because a lot of people are feeling anxious, a lot of people are feeling scared, a lot of people have really, really major concerns for our planet. What can you share with them to kind of help them feel empowered and tools and resources to shift into another space and create the new?
Yeah, well, I have a process that I use often. Well, I use every day myself. I have a lot of practices, but I have a process that I put out there about 8 months ago called quantum consciousness and pineal gland activation process. It takes about 5 or 10 minutes a day when you're first starting. You can take it as long as you want, but it's breath work. It's simple breath work and sound technology, some mantra, a 1-syllable mantra. And if you want to add some movement in there before you start or whatever, you can make it your own. But what it does is it kind of gets your energy field all balanced. It gets your systems all balanced. It vibrates all of your cells in a resonant fashion towards the end. It just keeps moving inward. You keep moving inward to the point where that at the end of that little practice, if you stay seated to meditate, even for a few minutes, you will have a very deep, rich experience, even if you're a new person. But you have to make yourself do it. And that's the hard thing. But for, that it may not be for everyone. What I would say to anyone who wants to know what they should do first, I would say do something that would maybe involve nature, maybe go outside, away from everything, and don't take your phone, don't take your music, take nothing, just go. And either sit in nature or walk in nature for a little while and just breathe and notice everything. Just look at everything and feel it and send your heart out to it and see if your heart receives anything. If you live in a place where there is very little or no good nature, then do something that makes you feel joyful. Sit and daydream even. You know, people say, you know, I was always getting smacked on the head with a ruler when I was a kid for daydreaming too much, you know, and oh, well, that's just your imagination. That's the most powerful tool you have to link into this consciousness aspect. So sit and daydream for a few minutes and either think of memories of things that have made you the happiest, or especially the things that made you feel loving or loved, and or think of things that you would like to do or feel, and feel it in your body. Again, the feeling state is the vibrational state. When you can feel it in your bones, as they like to say, feel it in your skin, feel it in your heart, you can give some sensory concept to it. Like if you're thinking of a memory that made you happy, what did it sound like? What did it smell like? What were the colors? What were the textures? Was there something that you could taste? Was there something you could touch? Give it all of that input. And what that does is it gives you, it's the same as the breathing practice and the mantra practice. It gives your left brain something to do until it gets bored or tired. And then the right brain comes online and whoop, you open up your big satellite dish at the top of the head and everything starts to settle down and you're able to receive and you're able to transmit. Right. So I don't know if that made sense, but
yes,
you know,
yes, and I'm sure that will be of use for a lot of our listeners.
That process too, by the way, is on my website. If anybody ever wants it, or they can contact me, I'll send it to them. It's free to everyone.
Sure. Yeah, we'll have links to that sent out to all the listeners here.
Awesome.
So I'd like to talk a bit about your quantum hypnosis, because you and I have had a session before and I found it quite profound.
Thank you.
Terms of expanding so yeah, thank you. In terms of expanding on you know, let's say existing contact experiences. Now, in my own experience, and I think what's true for a lot of people is there is an experience that happens. And in this case, it was an out-of-body experience. And then another one happened, and then another one happened. And then over time, these experiences tend to kind of mold and form and take on a whole other, you get a whole other perspective on them. And what I gained from the quantum hypnosis session from you was I was able to go back into that experience, because what we remember doesn't exist then, right? It exists now. So we activate that field again of awareness and go back in there, and then there is all this new information, like Andre was saying before, separating from taking the awareness back and observing, just simply. Yeah. So I find that to be a fantastic process. Could you tell us about how you started with quantum hypnosis and some of the things that you've experienced that are really standout moments for you in your own personal practice and in working with people?
Yeah, it's really funny. You know, I came into this life with a lot of gifts already turned on. You know, I could see and interact with energy. I was living multidimensionally with different beings ever since earliest memory, and worked with energy, all kinds of things, and have all the clairs. And even though I was extremely, extremely introverted to the point of barely talking to anyone when I was a real small child, when someone was in need, there was always, you know, in channeling, there was always something that would come out, and I'd be able to speak with them in a way that was needed to help them relax. Right. And then people, even when I was just, you know, a young kid, people say, hey, do that relaxing thing that you do. Just talk to me for a little bit. I'm all anxious, or I'm really ticked off, or, whatever. Or sometimes I would just talk to someone and I would notice them, their energy would just start settling down. I didn't even really know what I was doing. And then I got very interested in, because of meditation, I got interested in hypnosis because at the time when I was a young person, the literature was saying these two things are absolutely separate. They're not the same. And what we know now is that the different areas of the brain do switch on pretty much the same way with both of these processes. But there are some differences in the brainwave state. But I got so interested in that. And I'm kind of a rebel. No, I'm a real rebel. And I'm like, I don't take everybody's word for things. I have to find out for myself. So
Sure.
I decided to study it, and I studied it. I read everything I could about it at the time, just on my own. And then when I went to college, I went into clinical psych because that was kind of the avenue that you went to go learn to do clinical hypnosis, and learned from some of the best in the world at the time. At the university where I was working, and I was working with the director of the PhD program, who was teaching this. That was the focus of the program. We were having all kinds of things happening that were never written about in the literature, but you couldn't do them, and you couldn't report about them, and you couldn't talk about them because of the structure of the clinical associations that you have to, work with. So anyway, long story short, we had lots of conversations, and he said, you're doing really great work, but, you can't talk about energy beings, and you can't sit and hold someone's hand and exchange energy in a clinical setting. You're going to have to choose one over the other pretty soon. And I said, well, it's not fair to my clients to only give them half of an experience. I felt like it was more holistic to be able to give them some of these other things that came out in the sessions. The other thing that was happening was we were just starting to get into talking about past life regression. We were doing a lot of regression, but it was to childhood, early childhood, whatever. And then past lives started coming up, in the sessions, and they didn't really know what to do with that. But suddenly in my sessions, people were going to not just past lives, but to what you would call future lives, to other planets, to other dimensions, to other forms. They were ETs, they were dragons, and we're like, what do we do with this?
So for those that may not be familiar with quantum hypnosis, is that where the quantum aspect of hypnosis comes in?
Yes.
It's far more than a linear human experience. It expands into all dimensions, right?
Yes, absolutely. And I think that's why it was important to start calling it that. And there's a whole other story about, Dolores Cannon started quantum healing hypnosis therapy, QHHT. And I called mine quantum hypnosis. And for decades, I didn't know about her, and I don't know that she ever knew about me. And when I found out about her, I had been practicing for decades. And someone asked me, did you study under her? And I said, no. And they told me about her, and I thought, and I looked it up. I thought, oh my gosh, I should have patented that name a long time ago. That lady's she's doing what I'm doing, And then I realized after starting reading her books and everything, we were doing the exact same thing. We're getting people there a little bit differently. Like I have my clients do that process I talked about now before we go into the hypnosis part of the session, because it kind of primes the pump and it gets them more comfortable. But when I finally had a session from a friend who was a QHHT practitioner, I was astounded when I listened to the recording, because we almost use the same verbiage exactly
Right.
in the sessions. So I asked the teachers, my guides, what's up with this? How did this happen? And they said, a few decades ago, I can't remember what they said. I think they said 70 years ago, this particular technique, this tool set of processes was put into the consciousness grid of the planet, and that people who were in high enough vibrational state to perceive it, there we go again with that idea, would receive it as kind of a download or an informational packet, and they could do with it what they wanted. Well, some people received it and didn't do anything with it. Some people did a few things with it, but it wasn't their thing. I went off and did my thing, and I've been doing it ever since. And Dolores went off and took the football and ran it down past the goalpost by starting a school and teaching and everything. So, yeah.
Well, thank you for sharing that. In terms of downloads and information packets, you said that kind of come in. There's this common thing that's shared where it kind of oscillates and resonates with our energy field, with our consciousness. Sometimes people even talk about these frequencies or these fields of information coming in and resonating with our DNA, and in the sense of a vibrational state that does stay present with us, but let's say it's perhaps dormant until the right time.
Precisely.
What are your specific processes aside from your work with the star teachers, them coming through you? What are your specific processes that you could share with people here that allow you to generate that internal state where you can connect to these information downloads, these packets of information that we can then anchor into the field of the earth? What do you do, and what can you share with people?
It's really funny. Andre was saying something about CE-5 a while ago, and he said sometimes there aren't words for this. And this is another one of those things, but I can describe it. I can describe it this way. We overthink everything.
Yeah.
And when you can be relaxed and still and just in a state of receptivity and maybe positive expectation, it comes. You don't have to do anything.
Yeah.
And in fact, I'm being told now, you just have to get out of your own way. More specifically, you have to get out of your mind's way.
Yeah.
And your mind, when I say mind, I'm talking about the ego personality. It's just it demands so much attention because it's a frightened child. It wants to always be in the limelight, because if it's not, it feels like it's dying. And, for all of us here on this planet, if you're afraid of anything, usually that's at the core of it, the fear of death, the fear of your own death or the death of something, lack. Unless, like you and I, you've experienced, that there is no death. You've experienced out-of-body experiences. You've had NDEs. I've had 2. I can tell you, every one of the people who are listening to this, there is no death. It's just like blinking your eyes and you're in a whole different vibrational state, and it's a sustained state. And there's nothing horrible or awful about it at all. It's beautiful. But when we resist something, when we're afraid of something, let's see, how can I put this? I'll tell you what. I've also helped many women have babies without pain with this process. Okay, it's a mixture of hypnosis, quantum hypnosis, and yogic practices. But I had 2 babies with no problem, no drugs, no pain. It was a joyful, very speedy experience both times. What I found in all the times that I was coaching women and in my own experience is that the body knows how to do this. exceptionally well, but we have been programmed for eons to believe that birth is a very painful, horrible, scary experience that you just have to endure at the very best, you know, and succumb to. But if you learn practices to quiet your mind, quiet the fear, and relax the body so that it can do its own work and get, you know, oxygen in there so it can actually think for itself, the baby is released very easily and joyfully. So what we find is that when you are afraid, the body tenses up. And when you're tense and tight, that causes resistance. And when there's resistance, there's friction. And when there's friction, there's pushback from something. And when there's pushback, there's usually pain if it's pushing really hard against you. And then pain eventually, you know, if you endure pain for too long, the body succumbs, or the mind, or both. So when you think about being open to receiving these upgrades, for instance, or turning the switches on, the latent switches in your DNA, for instance, or in your energy field. When you're trying too hard, you're wishing, I wish I could bilocate. Why can't I bilocate? Well, you can wish all you want and pray and make affirmations, and maybe in 10,000 years, you'll be able to do it. Because there's a formula my guru gave me a long time ago. Intensity times duration equals force. Okay. So you can do something intensely, or you can do something for a long time, but either way, you'll eventually have the outcome. You know, like a drop of water over eons will make a hole in the rock below it, or a fire hose shooting directly at that rock will make a hole in it in a few seconds. One's intensity and one's duration. So when you are wanting something so desperately and affirming that you want it, there is a little bit of pushback from the universe, the YO universe, because it feels like you don't believe in it, or you wouldn't be asking. You don't believe you already have it, which is the great truth. We already have everything. We just aren't focused on it well enough yet to understand that we have it. That's why we are unlimited. That's why we are infinitely capable. So the trick is to do, again, just do something that's pleasant, relax, don't try so hard, and allow. You know, you can put your intention out there like we do at the beginning of these events. We set our intention, but then we start doing other activities that make us feel good. And when you feel really good as a group, that intention just grows and becomes an overarching dome of goodness that sets off the intention out in the universe, makes it happen.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing that, Debz.
Thank you.
You've been working on a film, haven't you? That,
yes.
That expands on your work in quantum hypnosis. Could you tell us when that film is coming out, what the title of the film is, and kind of what the basis of it is?
Sure. The film has the very, how shall I put it? A very provocative title called Alien Abduction Answers.
Right.
I had so much resistance to the title of that film for so long because I don't call anything alien. I don't believe anyone's been abducted. It's all been, an interactive, voluntary, group exercise of experience. The answers part is what we're actually trying to get to people with. But because that name resonates, those two words resonate with so many people in the mainstream public.
That's right.
We're hoping to draw them in with that as a kind of a hook. But the message, there are many messages in this movie, all are uplifting. They're all, the movie's about transformation via these experiences. and they're all about everyday people just like you and I. And most of them are my clients. But the added Easter egg, the great treat of this movie is Mr. Whitley Strieber agreed to also be in the movie and share his experiences and his thoughts about all of it. And it's the most fantastic. I mean, it's been the most fantastic experience of my life. And I can't wait until it comes out. We're hoping it comes out. We'd like to have it premiere somewhere early in November. It's still in post-production because we were almost finished. We had asked Whitley if he would be involved, and he had something happen to him in his life that put things off a little bit, and we didn't think he would be able to do it. And then he suddenly said, I can do it. I can do it in a couple of weeks. I can do it here. Can we still do it? And yes, we will do it. So we've been working on that diligently. It's made by Rhino Pictures, John Yost at Rhino Pictures. And the whole idea was by John because he's an experiencer, had these experiences when he was a child and was terrified most of his life because of it, because he didn't understand it. And we met and he became my client. He wouldn't do that particular work for a long time, looking at that particular subject, because it was too terrifying. We had to build up to it over a couple of years. And then one day he called and he said, you know, Debz, I think I'm ready to do, he called it the big one. I'm ready to do the big one. And I said, yay, let's do it. And when do you want to do it? And he said, well, here's the kicker. I now know a lot more than I did before I met you. And I want to do it real time on film and give it to the world, because as I kept telling him, I work with people like you every single day, and they all have kind of the same story. They're different variables, but it's the same story. And he said, oh my gosh, do you think some of them would want to be in the film? So a lot of the people in the film are my clients, brave people who are sharing their story. It was very cool.
Yeah. And it's wonderful that you've provided that space together with John for them to share their stories and feel safe and feel empowered in sharing the reality of their experiences. That's a wonderful thing. Now, I did mention earlier this email you sent me, which seems to be a good segue right now, seeing as you just did mention Whitley.
Gosh, I don't even remember what I said.
Well, you've mentioned an OBE that you had, and you basically connecting to to his. Well, could you expand on that for the listeners here? If there's anyone that doesn't know what an OBE is, it's an outer body experience. It's when our consciousness is felt and experienced in another non-physical experience of ourselves. So could you tell us what happened there?
So yes, I was practicing OBE. Jeremy has been really helpful in getting me into a regular OBE practice. It's just like my yoga practice. I do it every day because it's so much fun and so enlightening. But I was in a space, in and out of body experience. And Whitley was there, you were there, and Whitley's deceased wife, Anne, was there. And just to backtrack a little bit, during the filming of this movie, we were interviewing Whitley, and he brought a photograph of his wife. We kind of reconstructed an office set for him. And he always places Anne's picture, his wife's name was Anne, behind him on the wall. And we asked if he would bring that. And we wanted to honor her in this film because she's a great partner with him in the work. And in fact, the last several books, maybe the last 10 books he's written, have been written with her, even though she's passed on. She is his co-author. They are partners to the end. But anyway, so Whitley was sitting in front of us, and I was standing behind John. John was interviewing him. And I was in an altered state of consciousness, as I get often, just because of the energy. And the photograph, which is a beautiful photograph, and you'll see it in the film, was sitting right behind him on the desk, and suddenly it came alive, and she turned it and looked at me. She's looking off to the side in the photograph. She turned and looked at me, and he was in a very emotional state. He was talking about her death, actually, in this moment, and in this emotional state. And he became very emotional and started, crying. And she looked at me, and I connected with her. And then she looked at Whitley, and she went, and then looked at me and winked, and then went back to the picture. And it was extraordinary. It was kind of funny and delightful. And I told him, we broke, because he was in a state where he needed to recover a little bit. And I went over and hugged him and told him, and he said, "Oh my gosh, that was absolutely Annie. That's exactly what she would do. She would say, buck it up, and don't be such a wussy, and all that." So anyway, ever since then, she's been coming into my OBEs. And she's a teacher. I guess she's just always teaching me things. So as this happened last night, you and I were talking yesterday, and we were talking about the schedule and everything. Is this where we're going with what she called me and all of that in that OBE?
We're going wherever we're going. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm having an OBE in the middle of the night because I can't sleep. Well, it was, near 3:00 in the morning, the meditation hour. I'm doing OBE because I can't sleep, because I realized in the night that I thought I had agreed to lead a meditation at 4:30 a.m. my time, and it's 2:40 a.m. my time. And I thought, oh my goodness, I'm not going to have hardly any sleep, and I need to get up, and I need to get ready, and am I going to be able to do this? And so when I couldn't sleep, when I am unable to sleep, I know that's a message for me to get up and do my practice. So I meditated, and then I went in OBE, and you were there, and which is always wonderful and playful. And Whitley was there, but he was just kind of off to the side, and Annie came in. And I said, I thank you for being here. I would love some help, some extra energy. I've had a really hard week, and I really want this to be wonderful for everybody. And she just said, "Oh, stop being such a fraidy cat. That's not you. Stop being a fraidy cat. Just get up and do it. It'll be perfect. I promise. It'll be perfect. It's always perfect." And we all laughed, and there's some other things happened, but that was it. That was the gist of it. It was just so funny, but there was this impish playfulness, and the energy of that infused me. Yeah. And I was absolutely right then. Yeah. I'm like, oh, I know exactly what I'm going to say. I know exactly what I'm going to do.
Yeah. And thank you for sharing that, because it's true, when we're in that frequency version of ourselves, when our body is actually, let's say we're in our light body, if you want to call it that, there is that ability to simply resonate with other energy, isn't there? And the transfer of information is just, it's just simply entangled. It is there. And
it is coherence.
And we feel it. It's absolute coherence, right?
Yeah.
And I just want to expand on that a little bit, because it seems that she's interacting with you from a guidance type role, support type role, from what you've shared.
Yeah.
Could you expand on that in terms of what you have experienced in your quantum hypnosis with people in facilitating contact circles, and just your years of experience, in terms of how common it is that we have someone like, let's say, an ancestor, a partner, a pet even, that has crossed over and then comes through in some degree, whether it's in an out-of-body experience or whether we have some type of, is that you, Mum? And there's an orb of light that flashes in the corner of the room. Could you please do that again? Is that definitely you, Mum, and a flash of light in the corner of the room? Could you kind of contextualize that for us and let us know how common that is, and perhaps expand on it a bit?
Well, it's happening constantly, because at the bottom of it all, or the top of it all, Jeremy and everyone, I truly feel, I'm pretty close to knowing that it is a great truth. There is only one mind in the universe, and it's you. And all of these different aspects that we're labeling, ET, angel, wife, ancestor, deity, they're all just different facets of the same jewel that is you. But all those facets have different properties. It's like you have all these cells in your body, and they make up your body, and that's you. But each cell is individual and has an individual purpose and even a vibrational field that's just slightly different from others. Some clump together and work very well together, and others have nothing really in common with others, but they're all coherent and make up a body. And I believe that's what consciousness is. And I believe that's what we are. And so when you are in a resonant state with another facet of yourself, i.e. another form of consciousness, where you're able to perceive each other in some way, whether it's a feeling or it's sight or it's auditory, whatever, there is that beautiful moment where you realize we are always connected and sharing information. It's just that we're not perceiving that we are. And when we don't perceive it, quantum physics teaches us this. Nothing exists until you look at it, basically. Yeah. It's just a neutral state in non-local consciousness until you perceive it, and then it exists. It pops in like a photon, pops in and out. So this awareness of another being and this instantaneous connection with them and exchange of energy, it's remarkable and it's beautiful. And up till now, it's been really rare. But it isn't rare. It's just our perception of it is rare. The teachers say this: nothing in the universe has any meaning. Everything is neutral until the observer gives it meaning. Nothing has purpose until the observer labels it with a purpose, including yourself. So it's up to us to focus our intention and our way of interacting with life in such a way that we give positive, beautiful, joyful meaning to everything. And the way that we as humans usually act is we like to label, define, divide things, put things into little boxes. And that's why we're in the kind of the outer situation that we're seeing today, where no one seems coherent, but we're all coherent always. We're just not focusing on that level of our being.
Yeah.
So all we need to do is set the intention that we are sending those highest level feelings to each being that we interact with, and even just people we don't know, just, globally. There's a process, but I think it's going to be shared in that meditation later today, about sending that information to other beings in their physical body from an energetic state to literally shift what's happening in the other person's physical body so that you can become more coherent. And I'll give you a little hint. It has to do with all the water in our bodies.
Yes, exactly.
How's that for a teaser?
Well, we're very flattered to have you here, and that you would actually stay up until 2:40 a.m. your time to share in this process. I can't wait. We're getting close to the end of our session. It's gone so quickly, but I just wanted to discuss one more point, if it's okay with you, around frequency and around how we can access these kinds of specific, if you like, types of relationships with different types of consciousness. Like if we, let me backtrack a bit. I had an OBE a while ago where the information that was shared with me in that OBE is actually to just hold the vibrational state. Usually when we're in the vibrational state in terms of self-initiated OBE practice, we're trying to move out of our body.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
However, the information that came through was just hold it and learn and define the different types of vibrations, whether they're shaking a lot or whether they're kind of this magnetic kind of field moving over the surface of the skin, or whether they're really deep kind of pulsing within the bones or the stomach. You know, there's many different types of vibrational states. Was that basically these allow us access to specific types of frequency environments that we can attune to for the purpose of healing, for the purpose of creating energy templates, for the purpose of relating to specific types of consciousness that are here specifically to interact with us for specific purposes. Okay, so there's one that we relate to here, and several of us do around the world, that we call the directive, because it has a very strong and intense energy. You know this one. So in terms of making that a practice from this environment and getting into that environment, would you be along the kind of the thoughts of, well, let's kind of get into that emotional state, like you said earlier, you know, experience that kind of just the fact that it is natural to just generate these lovely emotions, just let go of everything, generate that state, and then have a super clear intention as to what we're wanting to do. And just simply have those two parameters together. Have you used that as a practice yourself, and can you expand on that and share some elements of that?
Yeah, that's exactly the practice. You're talking about harmonics. You know, musically, harmonics are beautiful and pleasing. When you can play one note and it be beautiful, but if you can play another note that is harmonically resonant with that note, it's double the pleasure, double the fun. And that's what we're talking about. So for people who, you know, are new to all this, I would say start easy. Just start with, you know, getting joyful or getting happy or getting even just relaxed. And that's a practice into itself. You can't sustain that relaxed state long enough to accomplish much if the rest of your 24 hours a day is spent in frenetic activity.
Yeah.
So there's the carving away. You'll start to see people when they get into these practices starting to release some of that. They don't watch violent movies. They, you know, they start carving away how much time they spend on social media, until they're living their life more in a sustained wave pattern of, you know, they're non-resonant with some of that stuff. So that's the beginning state of that. But to hold that blissful or that joyful or that loving state, and then also just hold the feeling state of accomplishing. That's the important thing, of having already accomplished what you're intending. Not exactly, I want to do this. I have done it and I'm drawing that to me now. I'm drawing myself to it, because usually it's in a higher vibrational layer. Okay. So I draw myself to that by knowing that I've already done it. The physical aspects of that may not be apparent right now, but I trust myself. And that's the key. I trust myself that I'm not telling a lie about it. I've already done it. I'm already feeling good about this other stuff. Now I feel good about this. And I express gratitude for it right now before it happens in the physical. And that's when you do it. That's when it all starts coming into play.
And that's the perfect way to finish the session. Thank you, Debz.
Yes.
And
Thank
look
you.
what I've had with me the whole time at every single CE-5 event. Here we go. There we go. There's Coherence for you.
Is that the funniest thing? I totally forgot about that. but I hold it. I hold this in this hand, and I hold my piece of moldavite in this hand. I don't think you can see it, but it's a little piece of moldavite.
Beautiful.
The
Thank you.
two vibrational states.
Exactly. Thank you so much, Debz. That was wonderful.
Thank you, Jeremy.
Thank you.
Thank you for putting us all together so quickly, and I'm very honored. And I'll see you in a little while.
Thank
everyone.
you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. In Lakesh, it means I'm another you. Bye.
Bye.
Right, here we are in our next session. That was such an amazing hour of my life. I thoroughly enjoyed that. Thank you so much to Jeremy and Debz for bringing that information to us. It was certainly going to help me tonight when we get into our meditation space. Right, so I have with me a gentleman who I consider a great friend and co-experiencer, Marcel Vidovic from Michigan in the USA. It's fairly late at night there, I think. I can see no light outside in the windows.
Yeah, it's 9 p.m., but it's not that late.
Not that late. So we're just going to run through, Marcel's going to give us a great presentation on the visual aspects of experience and so forth. But before we run into that, can you give me some background on how and why you became involved in the CE-5 work?
Sure. First of all, thank you so much for having me here, for everybody putting this incredible event together. It's absolutely wonderful to have such great group of people do this, especially in the times that we're living today. So I really am appreciative of all the hard work and for giving me the opportunity to be here. As far as me and getting into this, it was actually pretty interesting because I have not really been part of the CE-5 community for a very long time. It's only been since 2015. I went through an awakening process on 18 to 19 years ago. I had no idea what it was because lifestyle that I lived, a very three-dimensional world like everybody else has, I didn't have contacts in the spiritual community, or didn't have any friends that would understand what an awakening process was. So I had a very difficult time for a very long period of time trying to figure out what was going on. I was very curious about ufology, about spiritualism, that type of thing, but I didn't know where to go. And I found Dr. Stephen Greer. And eventually, after a few years of watching him, I joined one of his expeditions in Vero Beach. So I ended up going to the Vero Beach expedition, not knowing anything about it. Basically, I just jumped in. I didn't tell anybody that I was going to Florida. I took a week off work, never told a family, never told my coworkers. I just went down there because I had no idea what the people's reaction was going to be. That I'm taking off a week worth of work and going to do something as far as related to UFOs. So I had an experience there. The second night or the third night, we had the, as you'll see, and you're probably well aware of, is the twin ships that showed up. And the twin ships showed up at about 9, 10 at night, and right over the Atlantic Ocean. It was pitch black, and this golden globe appeared and started pulsating. And to me, that was just a validation, physical validation that I needed, coming from the background that I have, very scientific background. I had engineering classes and so on. That was so profound. And then Dr. Greer signaled the ship and another one appeared. So I had both of them there. And it was a life-changing event. Andrew, all I can say was like witnessing when somebody would say the Virgin Mary. It's just appearing before you. And there's these bold and beautiful crafts pulsating. What was interesting is I was mesmerized, but what I realized is there's this meditation component. Everyone's in a group, in a circle, and they're all meditating and they're, you know, sharing stories and so on. And I was somewhat puzzled. I quite didn't understand what that was all about, but it was enough for the seeds to be planted. So from then on, I started realizing the importance of consciousness and how consciousness aids in your own development, your growth, in contact with yourself, extraterrestrials, or whatever life forms there are out there. So that's where it all started. And slowly I got into the contact movement by joining a local group and ended up joining an international group and going to several events. And now I host I co-run a team here in Michigan. We've had up to 160, I think we have 163 members, and the last one we had 40 some members attend. So I train people doing CE-5 events. Just got done doing a event in Illinois, which is actually wonderful for a bunch of spiritual people. We did a CE-5 contact event, and we had all sorts of ground and aerial contact. And I had the pleasure of meeting you in New Zealand.
Yeah, so you came to New Zealand in 2017.
Right.
You joined us at the Taupo expedition. There were about 24, 26 people there. Mm-hmm. And from all over the world. I mean, we were incredibly privileged to have a very broad spectrum of people, complete newbies, never been involved in CE-5 before, right the way through to some, you know, very long-term experiences. Doug, for example, his first expedition was in 2001 with Dr. Greer. So, but, you know, what was, because the experiences are worldwide, and we're dealing with the same energies, the same universal field. So what was your most memorable experience from that Taupo event?
Well, there were a couple. The Taupo event for me was also a pivotal point in my life, because up to then I actually joined another expedition with Dr. Greer and ended up meeting Jeremy, and that's how I ended up coming here, and some other people. But up to that point, a lot of the contact that occurred was being experienced by other people. I mean, I saw the aerial phenomena, which I will show some video and some pictures. But as far as that personal contact, I wasn't experiencing it. You know, people would have these telepathic communication. You know, they were remote viewing, or they would have a feeling of something happening. I lacked all that until Lake Taupo. I think it was the second night when I was there and we were all in a group meditating. I really got deep into the meditation, and then I felt this hand, and I had my winter coat on. This hand just squeezed my shoulder, and it was a very firm squeeze. And I'm like, whoa! I looked, and there's nobody there. And it was a validation of, wow, something is happening. Yeah, this is amazing. And within a few minutes, I developed this incredible euphoric feeling in my heart. It was just, I had lit up, and it was a feeling like I knew that something's happening. I could feel the presence of something beyond me. And it was the first time I was able to recognize the presence of ETs. And since then, I realized that when I'm in a group and I have that feeling, is that we're going to have a presence there. And that was the very first time I felt it. The third night, when we were during our break, when we all were doing our own thing, going within our groups, and Jeremy was by the woods, and I took a break and then also went by the woods. Jeremy called over and said, Marcel, come over here. And he says, do you hear these clicking sounds? And he heard those in another expedition we did in Tucson, Arizona, in the United States. A few months prior to that, I couldn't hear them. So I got close to the woods, and I put my ear close to the tree line, and I started hearing these little clicking sounds. And then I'm thinking, okay, well, okay, that's got to be the trees. It's got to be the leaves, you know, doing some type of noise. I'm listening, and then all of a sudden, I see some little shimmering light by the bushes. So I kind of kneel down, and Jeremy was already in that position. He was witnessing something in front of him. I don't know what it was. And then I look and I see this little shimmering light, maybe 2.5 feet, fall kind of just coming towards me. And I heard Jeremy says, hey, they're curious about you, or they're interested in you, or something like that. And then this little tiny light starts coming towards me. There was another one next to it. They both come real close, and this little one comes to me and just grabs my index finger and squeezes it ever so gently.
Wow.
My God, Andrew, it was the most incredible, heartfelt feeling, a feeling of love that I've never experienced before. It was so euphoric. I was just like mesmerized, and I had a grin from ear to ear. And at that point, all fear left my body. All these preconceived notions that I had based on, you know, belief systems, or the programming, you know, government programming, or you know, television programming, whatever, just left me. And right then, I had the other little ET being come by on the other side and gently squeezed my thumb. And then they both just slowly started backing away and faded into the woods. That was such an intense moment for me to experience that. I had the Vero Beach lights, which were physical manifestations in the sky, but to have the ground contact of that intensity, very gentle, but to realize that there's a personal contact that was just made, which from then on lived with me in perpetuity. You know, ever since then, I've had incredible personal contact, had an ability to record things, whether in the sky or the ground and so on, all stemming from that experience that I had in Lake Tahoe, New Zealand.
It's amazing because, you know, as you said that, it became a very vivid experience for myself, because I remember that. I remember a dozen people in the end lined up along that fence line. And I remember Margot there as well, and her beautiful motherly connection to these entities. And it was a profound experience, and it affected everybody. And it gave to me a real understanding about the visual aspects in the sky and these things that, although they are amazing, what can happen on the ground sometimes can be incredible. And it's fantastic. So so you've developed a very, very strong interest in the recording and of phenomena and so forth, and you've done some amazing interviews and presentations on a worldwide basis. So we're going to have the privilege now of seeing this compilation and so forth. So thank you so much, Marcel. At the end of Marcel's presentation, we'll do a little Q&A. So if anybody has any questions about what they see or what you've discussed just now, please pop those messages in the comments section on the YouTube Live, and we'll do our best to answer them. So pass over to you, Marcel. The screen is yours.
Absolutely. Okay, I'll start my PowerPoint presentation, and we can just have a dialogue as I'm showing the slides. Okay, so basically, to me, what CE-5 means, human-initiated contact, is establishing a personal relationship with extraterrestrial intelligence. That's what it's all about. That's what my experience has been, and I believe that that's what the experience of everyone that gets involved in the contact movement through the development of consciousness will experience. Briefly, I put this up on the screen because some of the pictures that I'm going to show you are anomalous. I just want to tell the audience some of the types of contacts that you will experience in the field. You know, we'll have flash bulbs, power-ups, neutrino lights. There'll be scents. I was in Sedona in November last year, very, very cold. And when we went out in the woods, I started smelling flowers. It was just an amazing, amazing experience where my son was sensing some energy, and so was Ignacio, a friend of mine, who was sensing all this energy, and I started smelling flowers. Obviously, there's no flowers that are growing in Sedona in November, but it was a scent. And then obviously temperature changes and being touched and so on, which I alluded to earlier. So these are the type of contexts that you can experience in the field. Tools, I'm sure Doug already went over this. These are some of the regular tools that we use: a tri-film meter, audio recorder, speaker, transmitter, camera, binoculars, and a laser. Laser is really important for making contact. The reason we have all these tools is because us as CE-5 participants or practitioners, we are doing research in the field. We're actually trying to validate the contact that we're making. So we initiate the contact, we do the coherent thought sequencing, and when we have the experience, we use technology to validate what's happening, because we don't want to be recording satellites or airplanes or anything that's man-made. So we use technology to discern what we're seeing. What I'm here to talk about is, and a lot of people ask, is the equipment. Well, what do I shoot everything with? And my camera now, I went through several cameras. I started with a Luna Optics camera, fairly inexpensive. Then I had a Sony 6000, and my choice is the Sony A7 Mark III, which is an incredible camera because the ISO will go up to 204,000, an absolutely incredible full frame camera. I am partial to using manual lenses. I use this historic late 70s vintage. These are my go-to lenses: 85 millimeter, 50 and 55. The reason I use these is because of the aperture on these. They're really fast lenses, from 1.2 to 1.8. That way it allows a lot of light in when you're either taking pictures or when you're recording. Real quick for the audience, camera settings. If you're doing video, I set everything on manual, because if you're not on manual and you're not automatic, your camera will try to focus, and it's kind of, because things are moving in the sky or they might not be very bright, your camera's trying to focus, and usually the pictures of the videos are out of focus. If you're on manual, you can set it to infinity and you won't have any issues with that. Shutter speed, if you're doing video, which is the column to my left here, I put it about 1/20th to 1/25th is the shutter speed. ISO, I can usually I put it on auto or variable depending on how dark it is. The lens, wide open, meaning it's the 1.2, 1.4, or 1.8, my setting, and focus is infinity. If you're taking pictures, again, manual, shutter speed can vary from 1/4 to 2 seconds. I don't go more than 2 seconds because you're going to have trails. A lot of people do. They'll have the camera still for an extended period of time. I don't. ISO can also vary in, or you can put an automatic. I usually use auto. Lens setting, again, wide open, and the focus can vary depending on what you're taking a picture of. So that's kind of the nuts and bolts for my settings. And that's all I do. Between these two are all my settings. I just wanted to give this picture because this is an example of what just a regular camera can photograph. I did this in my backyard. I went out there, and it was a cold winter night last year, and I went out there and I photographed the beautiful galaxy here. And it was a ISO of 1600, which isn't much, and only 1.3 seconds. So you don't really, if you have a full frame camera that allows a lot of light in a very fast lens, you don't need to have a long exposure. A lot of people like to have, 20 seconds, 30 seconds, 1 minute or 2 minute exposure. I took this with a 1.3 second exposure. Okay. I was in Joshua Tree at a Greer expedition, not 06, but 2016. I guess I forgot the 1 in front of the 6. And what we had is this massive craft that came in 3 nights in a row. And this was the very first night. I had my Luna Optics, and my Luna Optics, it's not as good as the Sony camera or some other of the full frame cameras. And it took a picture of these 2 white dots. But as you can see, there's a couple ships that are escorting this. And I'm using this other one, which was taken by another gentleman with a full spectrum camera, meaning that he removed the lens, inside the camera to allow ultraviolet and infrared to come in. And as you can see from these pictures, my two pictures just showed two little white spheres. His actually is showing a structure. You can actually see from the visible light here, he's picked up more from his camera, but with the infrared, the full spectrum camera, you can actually see two arms from the picture on the right. When he zoomed in and took a picture, this was the actual structure. So this craft is, we thought it was two, as you can look from the two dots on the right, I thought there was two crafts that were coming in, but it was actually one gigantic craft. He was so fortunate to have been able to capture this. He's gotten several pictures, and we estimated this just based on the triangulation of where it was in the sky, is about 80 degrees and to our zenith, and the camera lens that he used, approximately 2 to maybe 3 miles in diameter. And here's another shot. And this is interesting. This is what he captured with the escort ships. Very similar to what I captured, only his has a lot more resolution.
That's incredible.
This is what changed my life forever. So after my Vero Beach, and this is a picture of the Vero Beach twin ships for those who haven't seen it. These are two golden crafts that appeared in the horizon facing east in the Atlantic Ocean. What I want to point out here is that there's been a lot of debate, and MUFON and some other individuals have said that these were actual flares. These were not flares. As you can see from these pictures, there's actually crafts above them. There's crafts that are accompanying each sphere. If you can see in the picture here, there's a craft about the 1 o'clock position to the one on the left, and there's one at about the 11 o'clock position, the one on the right. The next slide that I'm going to show you is actually a video. It's a very short video, but for the audience, I want everyone to experience what I've experienced during this expedition.
One of the things I want to do before we do the Pusha, what is that orange object? Look how beautiful.
Whoa.
Oh my God.
Whoa, just don't pop
stand
too
up,
much.
please. Crouch down and look, because you'll block our cameras.
Wow.
Those behind me may move and stand up. Okay, that, you see that color?
As you can see, Andrew, how the ship is pulsing. And there is absolutely no light
Let's thank them for
below
coming.
the ship.
Wow, and it's above the sea
Please
level.
turn off your night scope, Charles. Off.
Someone's infrared or whatever.
Yeah, that's Charles.
Oh, whoa.
And there's a second ship that just kind of
Oh,
manifested from
Whoever's right in the front, if you can
Stay.
kind of just stay low, because your
Stay low.
head is right.
You can get on your knees in front
Yeah.
of the tree. Look at this, how gorgeous.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, so I'm looking with the night scopes. There's no smoke, there's no trails. These are not flares. And
Oh my
okay,
goodness.
let's welcome them here.
Oh, they're so beautiful.
They're waiting for us to arrive.
Whoa.
Please photograph.
Do you see that beautiful golden color?
So connect to them in your consciousness and invite them here. These are the golden ones I talked about. See how gold are, because the horizon is only 7 to 10 miles depending on the conditions. So it's probably a couple miles. Everybody see them?
Yeah, they're so beautiful.
Let's welcome their beings on board to join us in meditation. That is such a beautiful color. So you'll never forget that color. Yeah, this is a major event. So we're
So they're-
grateful.
so they're
open
actually
your
holding
heart
station in the
chakra
sky.
and send them
Clear
the
what you're
beauty of
doing.
humanity. And if you can see what I'm doing, you connect with your palms out like this, and your third eye and your heart, making like a tetrahedron radiating our pureness and love towards them. They emerge from the sky, but they're very, very close to the ocean. They're just hovering. They're not.
Whoever's just right in front of the yellow kind of blue jacket, your head's. No, yeah, you just kind of went to go down. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna move.
We should be filming.
I am.
Those in front, if you can get on your knees or sit on the ground and look in front of your chairs, but stay low. Thank you.
Reposition.
You need a higher tripod.
I can bring it high.
Oh, don't wait, or you're going to lose it. Just
Yeah,
keep with it. It's not time for that. Okay, that clear air, it just sort of vanished, the one on the right. They've stayed pretty much the same altitude. So,
wow.
Let's invite them to come as close as they can.
Safely.
I need a time mark. 9:15. 9:15. So the mark time. 9:15. 9:15. Oh, that's gone into the ocean. See what it did? Okay, there is still an object.
I'm going to fast forward through that. So what I witnessed there, Andrew, was the craft were actually going farther east, and one just kept going and disappeared, and the other one backed and then went in the ocean. There was two or three military grade night vision binoculars there, and none of them saw any flares, any parachutes, or anything of that nature. I'm putting this picture here so everyone can see the quality of the camera. This is pitch blackout, yet look at the color that it picks up. This is a full frame camera. Here's the close-up. This is the first shot I showed. And what I did is I manipulated these pictures just to let people know that these are not flares. If you notice, there's absolutely no light that's reflecting on the ocean. Flares are designed to light the ground up. That's what they do. Neither of these crafts are lighting up the ocean. They're lighting, there's an aura around them and lighting the clouds above them, but nothing on the ocean. And then I did a negative on the picture below so you can see the solid, the two solid objects with the corona around them. Again, there's absolutely no reflection on the ocean.
And there's no drop. There's no drop as well, so you don't get
None.
trailed from above. So,
Zero.
Yeah.
Well, but that was an incredible, powerful event. This is something, this is a craft that came in about 11:11 at night on June 2015. A small group of us went to a place in Michigan and made contact. This is a friend of mine who passed away, who was experimenting with his laser and was embedding binary code. So the signal that he's sending had a message to it, and this is my laser playing around with it. I was just absolutely amazed during one of my first CE-5s without Dr. Greer involved, that just a small group of us can go out there, meditate, make contact, and actually have response. And this was an incredible event. This craft was with us for maybe a minute or so. We were communicating with it, and it was responding. And you can see that the airplane is below it for those who have want to see the difference between an airplane and one of these crafts. And what's interesting, you're going to see there's a shooting star that will go by, I believe, in the bottom of the screen. There it is. And the reason I'm mentioning the shooting star, every time that I've had an experience in the sky that I've recorded, there's a shooting star that occurs right before it, one, two, or multiple ones. It's almost like we're being told to focus in that part of the sky. So they get our attention, we can focus in that area, and I usually point my camera in that direction, and something always occurs. But it's always following a shooting star.
Yeah, it's fantastic. And you mentioned about shooting stars. We had an event in the South Island this year in March, and it was the last night, and we had done an amazing heart coherence meditation, and we were all in a very, very connected state. And this was at a venue not far from about 90 kilometers inland from Christchurch on Arthur's Pass. So we were way up in the mountains, very, very clear air. And the person sitting beside me made this exclamation. It was like, oh, wow, and a few expletives, which I won't mention here, but we opened our eyes, turned to the left just instinctively, and in the northeastern quadrant of the sky, we had the most amazing thing I've ever seen was basically 4 streaks of light that were parallel to each other and equidistant, 4 of them. And they just came straight down out of the sky and then just did a sort of a wobbly move into the canopy of the forest. It was incredible. So,
Amazing. Amazing.
Yeah.
Yep. I mean, from my experience, I've been doing this for so many years now that I think it's a way for them to get, once you reach that unbounded state of mind, you make the contact, you can feel that they're there. This is a signal to look in this part of the sky. It happens all the time, and it's my cue that something's going to happen there. And when I point my camera, I'm never disappointed. I'm so fortunate I'm able to capture what I've been able to capture. This was in 2019 in Borrego Springs, another Greer expedition. This is a really interesting craft. This evening, Dr. Greer's either forgot his laser or his battery died, and the same thing happened with mine, so we had no lasers. And there was something happening at our zenith. It was really difficult to see because you had to tilt your head way back. But I was sitting next to Dr. Greer, and something told me, to look up in the zenith, and I could see this star bouncing around. And usually when you stare at a star long enough, it seems to move around. But I decided, hey, I'm going to get up and I'm going to see what's happening in my camera. So I got up and I started looking at it, and it didn't make sense. But I didn't want to say to the group, hey, this star is moving. I just noticed a movement. And right then is where a shooting star came by, and there was a second shooting star. And I'm going to play this video because I think this is really fascinating for people to see. Surveillance, every time we're doing an expedition with Dr. Greer, there's always helicopter surveillance. Sorry, I think I accidentally paused that. Oop.
Marcel.
Yeah, it's really hard to record the zenith, but I'm recording it.
See that thing move.
I did for a split second. I can't. My head's tilted too far back.
My apologies. Whenever I touch the volume on this, it seems to affect it. So let me just, I'm going to fast forward through this a little bit.
Yeah, it's really hard to record the zenith, but I'm recording it.
See that thing move.
I did for a split second. I can't. My head's tilted too far back.
There's that shooting star. So we had that first shooting star. So I knew something was going to happen.
I got it. I filmed it.
Well, this is what happened late one night, and it ended up being 12 hours.
And again, this isn't cut in any way, so you can see the frequency. There's another shooting star coming from another
What was
direction
that?
in that same
That was
vicinity.
another one. Really fast. There's something up there.
Yeah.
I saw it through the camera.
Yeah, I do too.
So what's happening
We're
now?
missing our
there's
lasers.
a bunch of people that are
Not a
witnessing
good, not
a
a good
movement
time not to have them.
deep in deep space, to the right of our zenith, and I don't recall what the directions was, but they're seeing something.
Up a little further.
And this is what they're saying. They're telling Dr. Greer to
Yeah, right there.
look in that direction. Somebody gave him a flashlight.
Right, yeah, right there. I see it. Right now, it's where his light is, right below the light.
Oh, Ziggo, what the heck? It's little, it's a swirly thing.
So what's amazing is people witness this with the naked eye. There's about 15 to 20 people that witness this. I guess 12 to 14 in this, out of the group that actually saw this. And I slow it down a little bit. Yeah. Is that amazing? And that is so high up in the atmosphere. You know, a lot of people say, oh, you're picking up a bug. This was no bug. This was way, way up in the atmosphere. Okay. This is another one in that same event, Borrego Springs. Something told me to get up and point my camera. I don't know what it was. I just grabbed my camera. I did a 360, pointed it. And this alleged shooting star, which was amazing, traversed the entire sky. Well, it came over the mountaintop and it changed vector. It started going up. So it came and then changed the vector. You're going to see a little bit in the trail that it left behind. How it bends going upward, the trajectory starts going upward.
Yeah.
And what's interesting is we had this experience, and shortly thereafter, we had a surveillance, I don't know if it was a C-130 aircraft come and basically flew a rectangular pattern where we were at right where this alleged shooting star came by. And Andrew, that plane continued that rectangular pattern for over 3 hours until we left. It kept flying in the same pattern. And this was maybe 10:30 at night till we left, which was probably 1:30 in the morning.
Yeah, look, I don't think there's been an expedition where, particularly in the US, where there hasn't been some form of engagement. We had the same in Texas in 2018. So yeah.
This is also Borrego Springs. A lot happened that weekend. This is the red one is a helicopter, and what was happening, this was about a mile away from the group. There was this white cube that alleged ET craft with no sound, no blinkers. It was moving, and then this helicopter was following it. This is what this video is.
Can you point at it, Dr. Greer?
Very short video.
Actually, the one that's
And unfortunately, I didn't have my camera settings correctly, so there's a little bit of a trail. But to the night vision, there's absolutely no blinker, nothing on that craft.
Whoa.
The reason it looks like it's blinking a little bit because it's behind some tree line or some shrubbery.
I don't know, there's something below. Now, it just went under the horizon.
And there's something flashing above in the sky as well.
This is in California, Rose Valley, where I met Debz and where Jeremy was the year before. A small group of us went. This was late at night. We did our CE-5 protocols, and we had this red craft, or this dish-shaped craft, land on this boulder, which was close to about a mile from the group. There's no roads, no trails leading to this. And this is the picture that I captured. This thing had to have been maybe 80 feet in diameter. In this video, because I know that we're gonna run out of time, I'm gonna fast forward to this video. We're having a lot of aerial contact. And I'm just going to keep going. And then I noticed this red craft, and this is where the video is, that was pulsating on the boulder. Can you see it through the through Zoom?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. It's a bit dark.
I think I opened up my ISO a little bit more, so I'll crank it up so you can see it. And I'm going to fast forward a little bit more for the sake of time.
Yeah, it's interesting. There are quite a few questions in the comments. One in particular, has anything like this been seen in New Zealand? And the answer to that is yes. A number of events. So the larger events that we do, all this and more. So New Zealand is experiencing, you know, from my experience and the experience of all the other CE-5 people in New Zealand, seldom is there an event where something doesn't happen, and it goes from the 4 parallel to huge, you know, as Doug said earlier today about, you know, mountainsides being lit up and craft and so forth. So yeah, it definitely happens in New Zealand, and we even see them outside of events as well. So, you know, it doesn't necessarily need to be in an event.
Correct. This next one is in Sedona 2016, the twin crafts. I'm going to fast over through this video as well. This is what Ricky Butterfest has coined Alexander the Great, which is very similar to the craft that came to us in New Zealand when we had that massive craft.
We got it.
So. Again, you see the little trails from the camera. It's because my shutter speed was probably set to a second. And normally for this, you want to be about 1/20th to 1/25th, so you don't have this. So I learned over the years how to set my settings. But this was another incredible event. We don't have much time to go through the video of multiple ships that came by in Wisconsin when we did a CE-5. The first night we had a craft come in and flash us 38 times. The last night, which is what this is showing, the craft flashed us 68 times from one end of the horizon to the other. I'm going to just play a little bit of the video. And I'm going to try to get to the point where it gives
on the bus
an incredible flash. It was connecting with us through the radios. The radios were very, very active. They were being responsive to the lasers.
Yeah, and that's very, very wow. Yeah.
And we just had an incredible flash from
That was awesome.
It lit up the entire sky. It was absolutely amazing.
It's interesting because we often get, when we're using radios, trimeters, so, you know, these are recording electromagnetic activity, they will spike on the ground in almost sympathy or connection to the events that are happening in the sky. So that for us is definite correlation between and knowledge that these events are something special. So,
it's a validation that something is occurring, and that's the form of communication. This was again Big R, Wisconsin. This time it was last year, and I captured for a brief moment. Again, I was told to point my camera at a certain part of the sky. I photographed this craft. This craft, based on the information that we gathered, and Jimmy Blanchette helped me put this together, about 11 miles across. I'm just going to play a little bit of this because he does a really beautiful job explaining this. As you can see how quickly that thing blinked. I'm gonna fast forward. This is something in, I had another expedition in Roswell, New Mexico. A small group of us were there. We had this craft come by 4 times. This was I captured the 4th time. The first 3 I missed, and I'm gonna fast forward through this because this was an incredible event as well. They're all incredible, actually. Something again told me, go to Orion's belt, point the camera. Out of the entire evening, I just put the camera on Orion's belt, and I had so many flash bulbs occurring here. This whole video is good, and this is condensed. The video is probably a half hour long. There is flash bulbs all throughout Orion's belt. And then there we go, a double shooting star. We had 2 shooting stars come by, and I knew right then when I had a shooting star, as I said earlier, something is going to occur in that. And this is what we got. So there's another flash bulb.
Oh, yeah, baby.
That was the 4th time, and it came from different vectors that night.
They went right through Orion's belt, right through Orion's belt.
Most of them through a zenith. This came through Orion's belt. This is right after the puja, right after the meditation. This is a craft that came by in Joshua Tree. It was a small group of us went with Demi Lovato and Dr. Stephen Greer. I'm just gonna show a little bit of the craft. This craft came by, no flash ball, or no blinkers. It was not an airplane. 2 night vision binoculars were there. They didn't notice anything. It made no sound whatsoever. That was an incredible experience. Okay, anomaly, lights. This is a local CE-5 group. This is about 3 years ago. This was at night. It was dark out. I took this picture as people were getting ready. I usually have everybody pose. I take a picture, but I usually take pictures before they're totally ready, just to catch them off guard. And I picked up this light source that you can see in the center there. There's no parking lot there. There's no trails there. It was this massive energy light that is actually reflecting on Dan's shoulder. You can see the amount of light that's reflecting. I did not see it when I took the picture. Only when I got home, it was going through the photographs that I see this light, whether it's a craft or a portal opening up or a being, I have no idea. Sedona, another craft. Now this, I can't recall, Andrew, this was in Lake Tahoe. Did you take this picture or did I take this picture? It's in my arsenal and I couldn't remember. I had so many pictures from that.
I think this is one of yours.
That's one of mine, okay.
Yeah.
So something was in the sky when we had all the activity. I took a picture, and this is what I captured. This was in Joshua Tree. Actually, thanks to Jeremy. Jeremy says, Marcel, why don't you focus in this part here of the desert? It was pitch black. I took my camera, took a picture, and this Merkaba light showed up. Here's a couple other ones also. This is something that Jeff Sell took, that Jeremy was present here. This to me is a fantastic photograph. I like to talk about this, and I like to show this because what you see is 3 beings, a tall one and 2 smaller ones, either entering or exiting a light source. The light source could be a Zendra, a portal, or it could be a craft. It's an incredible picture. It's probably close to about a mile away from the vantage point where Jeff took this picture. A phenomenal picture. Again, this was during a CE-5 event. This is something I took also in Joshua Tree in the desert. Pointed my camera, something was there. I have no idea, Andrew, what this is. It looks like a wing, like a little angel.
Angel.
Yeah, amazing. Again, all these anomalous things occur. So I just want to point out to the audience that, yeah, we're all expecting 3D crafts to manifest, but it's deeper than that. We have all sorts of contact that occur on the ground as well. This was contact in the desert. We were getting ready to do a CE-5 that night. We were too tired to go back out in Joshua Tree, so I decided to do it in the house, in the yard of the house we were staying at. So I was scoping the area out and kind of meditating and grounding that area. Took a picture. Unbeknownst to me, I picked up this what it looks like an alleged disc. This is Lake Tahoe. This is in New Zealand. Taking pictures when we had so much activity over the lake. The next day I'm taking pictures and this acorn anomalous craft is on the upper left. And here's another picture of it. I've kind of done an inverse of it. I have no idea what that is.
It's interesting because I took a photo of a very, very similar object above a lake where we tramped down into a small distance away from where we did the event. And I didn't realize it was in the sky when I took the photo, but when I zoomed in, I had to zoom into it. It was a fairly high altitude, and it was almost like a spiral shaped craft. And you know, it's quite amazing. I think what we can do is we've had quite a few questions come through while you've been talking, and I thought it would be good just to answer them, because a lot of them relate to specifically New Zealand and you know, where and how things are being viewed here. So you know, thank you so much for sharing these images. I mean, they are amazing, and there are so many more from so many people around the world that it's yeah, it never amazes me what I see. There was one particular question from Jade about an area where sightings are, and in CE-5 Aotearoa we have a number of coordinators in various areas, so all the way from Whangarei, Rodney, Auckland, Rotorua, Tauranga, Kapiti, Wellington, and then in the South Island as well. So on the CE-5 website at ce5.nz, the contact details for all of the coordinators here in New Zealand are available, and you can get in touch and find somebody in your local area to be able to go and have a conversation with, you know, have a cup of coffee, talk about it, and then get involved and get engaged. We had another question here with regards to do you invite scientists to these events? And that brings up a really interesting aspect of what we do. We are very careful and discerning about what we see in the sky and on the ground and so forth. For example, we use satellite object mapping on tablets. So we'll place the tablet up against the sky, and if it comes up as a satellite at that particular time, then we know what we're looking at. So we are careful to confirm what it is that we're seeing, and we can rule out certain things. I'd love to have a scientist with us, an astrophysicist, and I'm wondering if you've had anyone from a scientific background.
We've had engineers come to our group, and we've had actually 4 MUFON people permanently join our group. Wow, we did a MUFON presentation a few years back. They were so inspired because they've never heard of CE-5 and human initiated contact. They came and we invited them to our local event, and 4 of them joined our group, and they've been with our group ever since. And they're absolutely amazed at the experiences we have, because every single time we've had a CE-5 event, we've had contact every single time. Yeah. As far as astrophysicists, things of that nature, we've never seeked them out. Again, we're very discerning on, I mean, we're pretty much open now to inspire people to come and join. But we haven't had anyone from that scientific community volunteer to come and do any type of analysis. So no.
Yeah, and we'd love that, and we would welcome that, because
And I would too. I have no problem with that.
Yeah. So the general assumption, particularly in New Zealand, is that there are times in the evening where, as Doug mentioned this morning, where satellites come and satellites go. So after a particular time, you can, with fair amount of certainty, understand that what you're looking at is not a satellite, it's not a man-made object in the sky. So generally the later in the evening, so after 11 p.m., particularly in New Zealand. The good thing about using apps on a tablet or a phone is that you'll know when certain satellites and so forth are coming over. In the US, have you found that the experiences in the group at the ground level are powerful? Similar to the event in Taupo, do you have those sort of experiences?
You mean on the ground as opposed to
on the ground? Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, yeah, absolutely. We'll have the little lights. We'll have the bead lights, the red ones, the blue lights. We'll have the mist. We'll have the energy beings on the ground. We just did a event in Illinois where we had an ET being that was photographed that I can show you. That was part of the group. We started the CE-5 event. Within 10 minutes, these were all very spiritual people. Everybody was really tuned in, open hearts, open minds. And within 10 minutes, I sensed this incredible energy. It was so intense that, because I can sense when they're there. I can sense it in my heart. I'm like, okay, they're here. I can sense this euphoric feeling. And went beyond that. It was just such a strong energy, almost like vibrating. My hands were shaking and my hair was standing up. And I said, hey, I'm sorry, but is anybody sensing some energy here? And one of the ladies says, absolutely, there's something here in front of me. One of the other ladies took a photograph, and apparently there was a small ET being that was communicating with her that she had contact earlier that day when I was doing a presentation, which was absolutely amazing. And we have a photograph of that. But yes, that was ground contact. We've had rods, all sorts of phenomena on the ground. Absolutely. Yeah, it's not just the sky. And the issue that we have is satellites are polluting the sky. So it's really difficult. Sometimes, even though you're using the satellite apps and you're using Heavens Above and so on to make sure that you're not videotaping a satellite, there's spy satellites that are not accounted for. But if the satellite responds to your laser, then you know it's not a satellite. If it makes a zigzag movement, then you know it's not a satellite. And that's what we try to focus on. If there's no response, it's more than likely a satellite. But if we have an abundance of flashes from it, then we consider it some type of alleged ETB.
And that's very true of the interactive nature. And in consciousness, even verbally, you can say, can you please give me 3 flashes? And you get 3 flashes straight afterwards, then you can be fairly certain you're dealing with an intelligence of some form. Marcel, we've come to the top of the hour now. I want to thank you sincerely for making the time to present this to us. We look forward to seeing you out in New Zealand again soon.
I look forward to it.
And we hope that's sooner than later. Thank you so much. And we'll go through to the next session. Thanks, Marcel.
You're very welcome. Thank you so much for having me.
You're welcome.
And welcome back, everybody. I'm very excited about this session. Oona and I met in 2020, just a short while ago. She came out to New Zealand and attended an expedition we did in the South Island. And I've come to know a woman who has a wealth of knowledge and a wealth of experience. And we've embarked on many projects since then and collaborating in many different ways. Oona has a passion for exploring mysteries and journeying into the unknown. She has a degree in mathematics, physics, and chemistry, and has worked with many spiritual traditions from around the world, including a lot of shamanic traditions. She's worked with Stephen Greer in CE-5. She is an advanced practitioner of CRV, controlled remote viewing, and is passionate about human design. She brings all of these gifts and many more for us today. And I'd like to open an acknowledgement of your gifts and of the fact that you have put an enormous amount of energy into organizing this event from the energy template perspective and from the practical side of things to make sure this event flows and works well and is coherent and achieves what it's set out to achieve. I'd like to welcome you with this small karakia that you know. Tuia ki runga, tuia ki raro, tuia ki roto, tuia ki wako. Tuia te here tangata. Tūturu o whiti, whakamaua kia tīna, tīna. Haumi e, hui e, tai ki e. Nau mai, haere mai. Oona Fergusson, welcome.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. Thank you for that lovely welcome. And I remember this amazing welcome you gave me when I came to New Zealand on so many different levels. Thank you.
Pleasure. So we have a wealth of things we can talk about today, and kind of thinking about what would be the most appropriate place to start. I kind of was thinking about what's really, where, you know, we've talked about this a little bit today. You can only shift from where you are at, right? So there's a certain amount of acknowledgement of where we are globally and where we fit in individually within the bigger picture and what we're doing here right now within these frequencies, within these relationships with each other, our planet, and all the other forms of consciousness. What are your feelings? Can you give us a kind of an appraisal of the current situation you feel is going on the bigger picture of the world, and what's kind of required in terms of shifting through this phase?
Oh my goodness, yes. Many people are working on what's happening in the world right now on different levels. But I think what is happening and what I feel is happening is that we are actually moving to a higher dimension. I know we've been talking about this for a long time, but it's only in recent years that I and others can actually feel what it means to awaken, to move to a higher dimension.
What does that involve for you, like in terms of a practice, in terms of a lifestyle?
Well, one thing we notice when we do CE-5 is that we can go into being invisible. And that's actually something I've experienced since childhood, that people just don't see me. And I used to be frustrated and angry about it. But now I realize that when you're at a higher frequency, you can see everything that's on a lower frequency and on a lower dimension, but the lower dimensions cannot see you. It's just impossible for them. So I had this experience in New Zealand where I was somewhere out in the woods and people would come and take pictures of this huge tree and walk away again. And people didn't see me. They'd actually bump into me. So I think many of us know what that feels like. You can walk through a town and nobody sees you. And as a meditation practice, what I've come to absolutely love is the Tesseract meditation. And yeah, would you like me to go into that?
That would be great. I'd love to hear about that. Yes, please.
I came across this meditation, the Tesseract meditation, through various channels. The most helpful one was a book by Ricardo Gonzalez called The Ark. And he talks about how he was given the Tesseract. Now, the Tesseract is a 4th dimensional cube. So he was given the Tesseract meditation by ETs whom he met. I also call it the magic cube. And let me just share my screen. Then I can take you into, let's see, what is it doing? Share screen. Here we go. So this meditation helps us to move from a lower dimension to a higher dimension. And how that works is we'll start with the 1st dimension, go up to the 2nd dimension, the 3rd dimension where we have a cube, and the 4th dimension where we'll have the Tesseract. And then, of course, one can go on. So in the 1st dimension, all we have is a line. The piece of paper is not there. All we have is a line, and everything that happens is on this line. And so the line is the shape in this dimension. And the shape has 2 borders. It's a dot on this side and a dot on that side. So if we were a person here, we'd just be a dot. So here you see in 1st dimension, we have the borders are dots. The shape that fills the space is a line. And the amount of borders needed to create the space is 2 times the dimension, so 2. Now, to go to the next dimension, what we do is we replicate the shape and we connect the corners. So now we're in 2D. We've moved from 1D to 2D. The shape is a square. We need 4 lines to create a border for this shape. And if we were a person here, we would be very flat. So this is 2D, just like our screen, the laptop screen, the computer screen, or a sheet of paper is flat. Now, if we move from 2D to 3D, again, we replicate the shape and we connect the corners. Now we have a cube. The shape in 3D is a cube. It's got squares as borders, and 2 times 3 is 6. We have 6 squares that create the border for the cube. Now, the cube is 3-dimensional, but the way it is drawn here, or the way we see it on our screen, is 2-dimensional. So we've drawn a 3-dimensional cube in the 2nd dimension. Mm-hmm. Now, all we do to go to 4D is the same process. So we replicate the shape and we connect the corners. Now, this is the Tesseract, or one way of showing the Tesseract on a 2D screen. There's another way of doing that, which will be more helpful for us, which is we replicate the shape smaller within the first cube, or you can imagine it further behind the first cube. And again, all we do is we connect the relevant corners. And interestingly enough, this fourth dimensional, so this is a fourth dimensional cube, the tesseract. These four dimensions are mentioned in the Bible, that ye, being rooted and grounded in love, may comprehend with all the saints what is breadth and length and depth and height. So we have four dimensions.
Right.
In 3D, we have 3 axes. So in 4D, we have 4 axes. Here, let me move back to Flatland. We have a little person here in Flatland. So just to show you how it works when something from the 3rd dimension moves through the 2nd dimension. So something from a higher dimension moving through a lower dimension. So here in Flatland, the person, if a sphere were coming to this piece of paper and moving through this piece of paper, you'd first just see a dot. And then it would get larger and then smaller. And it's not doing what I want it to do, but I think we can all imagine it. So a sphere moving through 2D would become a dot, become bigger, and then become smaller again, just like flashlights, the flash bulbs that Marcel was talking about, or even a shooting star. There's just something that moves through our dimension from a higher dimension. Yeah, and
yeah, we see this type of thing with a lot of phenomena, don't we? With these pinpoint lights getting bigger and then smaller again, bigger and smaller.
Yeah, 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 and then the way the meditation works is we have to be rooted and grounded in love. And for that, we need to, the way it is suggested by Ricardo, we need to go into our heart. Now the heart, we have the physical heart here. And Ricardo says we have to go to the nucleus, the singularity of the heart, or Dranvalo talks about this being the physical heart, and within the physical heart, we have a tiny space that is our personal space inside the heart. And then within that tiny space, our personal space, there's a tiny little portal. And that portal leads into the smallest space in the world, which is at the same time the largest space in the universe, which is where everything is connected. So we do that, and then according to Ricardo, we go from our personal singularity, nucleus, we move to the earth and the singularity within the earth. Then from the singularity in the earth to the singularity in the sun, and from there into the singularity of the center of the galaxy. When we move from away from the earth and the sun, what happens is we move outside of the time that we know. But we need the earth, we need the sun to create days and seasons. But if we move beyond the sun, we don't have days and seasons and nights and years the way we're used to. So it's quite an incredible feeling. And let me show you when we rotate the tesseract, what that looks like.
Oh yeah, this image is very helpful to see it in movement. Yeah.
Okay, I'm just okay. So this is the rotation of the tesseract, and the way we do it is we move, we imagine ourselves in a tesseract. We've got the bigger cube and we've got the smaller cube, and we move the smaller cube out forward and then let it fold over the bigger cube to the back, almost as though we were turning a sweater inside out. And we do that. You can do it along with me as I'm talking through this. We do that and we speed it up. We speed it up to a speed that is comfortable for us. And then we let that just flow by itself. Then we move the smaller cube out to the back and let it fold over forwards. We do that to the right, to the left, and up and down. And then we just let go. We just let go of the imagination and set the intention to this happening on the fourth axis in 4D. And when we practice that a lot, one of the things I absolutely love doing is I love doing this before I go to sleep. We can see everything from on a lower dimension from all sides. So just like when we're in 3D, we can see all the edges of the square in 2D. If we're in 4D, we can see everything that is in 3D. We can see the whole Earth holographically. We can see the Atlantic Ocean and the Pacific Ocean. We can see human beings, all of that from all angles. It's quite a wonderful, quite an extraordinary experience.
Right. So what kind of experiences have you generated through this practice? Through you say you use the tesseract in the evening most nights. What kind of experiences has this opened you into?
It's the way I see it is that it keeps on going throughout the night. I initiate it, and then during the night, my dreams are beautiful. I wake up in a really wonderful state. It just lifts me up to a higher dimension, and this being in a higher dimension, I feel it's like being your higher self. It's not contacting or talking to your higher self. It is my higher self.
Yeah, that's a wonderful image, and it's very, very helpful to see the movement and the flow of it. Is there some guidance you could provide us now in terms of what you visualize internally? Are you able to talk us through a process now that we could all use as part of our personal practice?
Yes, sure. Let's do that.
Shall we close our eyes and do that? Okay,
So
great,
everyone just close your eyes and just drop into your heart and drop into your personal space within the heart. Just look around, take a look around your personal space. It may be a cave, it may be a meadow, it may be the beach, it may be whatever it is that you see, that's what it is. Take a moment to feel comfortable. This is a good place to sit and meditate. And just take a look around. And you might notice that portal within you, within your heart, within your personal space. and walk up to it and move through it. Move through it into that smallest space, the tiniest, weest space, which is at the same time the greatest space, the space of all. And from here, drop into the earth. Drop into that singularity of the earth, the nucleus of the earth, the place where the earth began. And again, filling your heart with love. Anchor yourself in the earth. Open the singularity and move through it to yet another space. And from here, follow the thread of love to the sun. All there is love. And drop into the nucleus of the sun, the heart space of the sun. See it in whatever way works for you. And again, in this space, notice the portal. And move through the portal. Move through it and see the vastness of the universe. Maybe you're there at the edge of the galaxy, Milky Way, this spiral galaxy. And with your intention and your heart filled with love, it's so easy to fill your heart with love out here. Move to the center of the galaxy, singularity of the galaxy. The heart space of the galaxy. And feel the love of the universe here. And again, move through that portal that is there, that wormhole that is there. And in this way, we have stitched together our heart, the earth, the sun, and the galaxy. We have anchored ourselves in all these places. We have connected these portals with our thread of love. And from here, we notice that we are in a hypercube. Sitting in our own hypercube, we notice how the little cube is moving out to the front and folding over the bigger cube at the back. Continuously, this movement of the smaller cube moving out to the front and folding over the larger cube becoming the smaller cube, moving out forward, folding over to the back again, and again, becoming faster and faster. Just stay with it at a comfortable speed. If you wish, you can go all the way up to light speed and beyond the speed of thought. And just let that happen. Your intention, this will continue. And at the same time, in the same space, see the little cube moving out to the back and folding over the bigger cube to the front. The bigger cube becoming the smaller cube. The smaller cube moving out to the back and folding over to the front. Continuous movement. Continuously rotating. Speeding it up to a speed that is comfortable. Faster. Faster. Perhaps the speed of light. Perhaps faster than the speed of light and the speed of thought. And again, with our intention, we just let that rotation continue on its own. And we see the little cube move out to the right, folding over to the left, coming the little cube, becoming the bigger cube, becoming the little cube, moving out to the right, folding over to the left, rotating faster and faster and faster, comfortable speed, speed of light, speed of thought, and beyond. And then the little cube moves out to the left, folding over to the right. And the bigger cube becoming the smaller cube, moving out to the left, folding over to the right. And the bigger cube becoming the smaller cube, and on and quicker, faster and faster. All these rotations happening at the same time. And the small cube moving out to the downwards and folding upwards over the bigger cube, becoming the bigger cube, becoming the smaller cube, moving downwards and up over the bigger cube, becoming the bigger cube, becoming the smaller cube. On and on the rotation goes. Downwards, folding up, faster and faster. All happening simultaneously. And then the cube goes upwards, folding downwards over the bigger cube, becoming the bigger cube, becoming the smaller cube, moving upwards, folding over downwards. On and on the rotation continues. Faster, faster. The light speed of light, perhaps at the speed of thought, perhaps beyond. And now we let go of the imagination and just use our intention on the fourth axis, moving the little cube out in one direction on the fourth axis and letting it fold over in the other direction on the fourth axis, rotating out in one direction, folding over in the other direction, becoming the bigger cube, becoming the smaller cube, and on, and faster and faster. And it's light and easy. It's simple. And at the same time, the little cube is moving out in the other direction and folding over in the first direction, faster and faster. Moving out in the other direction, folding over in the first direction, faster and faster. everything happening at the same time. All these rotations, fourth dimension. And it is perfectly okay to see, to look down onto Earth and see her spinning and notice how we can see all the continents at the same time. And notice how we can see all the oceans at the same time. And with our inner eye, perhaps when we look at something, perhaps a tree or a person, we might notice that we can see all sides of this shape, of this form that we're looking at, as long as we let the tesseract rotate. And it is perfectly okay to open our eyes and still sense and feel the tesseract rotating. And should you wish to ground, all you need to do is place your 10 fingertips on the ground or the table or the chair that you're sitting in.
Oh, thank you, Oona, for that guidance. That was my first time to experience the Tesseract in that way, and that was absolutely wonderful. So thank you. That will be another resource, another tool in my consciousness faster, so to speak. So thank you so much for sharing that.
Well, that's amazing that I can teach you something. Usually
Of course,
it's you
all
teaching
have
me
our best
things.
not at all, not at all. It's an absolute pleasure. Just to change tact a little bit now, you're very good at remote viewing. You're trained professionally. Could we open up that dialogue now in terms of your experience, who you've trained with, the comparison between, let's say, remote viewing and what you experience in that context, and CRV, controlled remote viewing? Could you tell us a bit about that and your background there?
Yes, certainly. Well, the way I came about this was the remote viewing that was done at CE-5 events. I was completely frustrated. So my first CE-5 event was in Tenerife, and there's this box in the middle of the circle, and we're supposed to see what's inside, right? And I got it completely wrong, right? And so I just threw up my hands and decided that this is not for me. I can't do this. And then at a CE-5 event with Dr. Greer, I was sitting next to Tom. And again, there's this box in the center of the circle, and we're supposed to know what it is. And I didn't want to be frustrated, so I didn't even really try. But Tom next to me, he had his paper and pen out, and he was making drawings and signs and ideograms and taking notes and filling his piece of paper very quickly. And when we found out what was inside, he had it absolutely down right. He didn't have the name of what it is, but he had the drawing, and he had the adjectives and the adverbs. So I asked him where he studied and how he learned, and he said he was with Angela Thompson-Smith. So I signed up for a course with Angela. And she called it an advanced course. So I went to this advanced course. But then I thought, well, I'm not really advanced. I need to learn the beginners and intermediate things. So I went to Laurie Williams in New Mexico, and I studied with her. And then after that, went to Angela. And all in all, it was a very good training. I got to meet and learn from Lynn Buchanan also, who was part of the military operation Operation Stargate, and of course, this absolutely fantastic stories cruising around about how these things happen and the experiences and what they viewed. Yeah, but that's how that's my path, and really the important thing that I learned with PRV, the people who train, who come from the military side of this, is that it's really important to always be positive with the psyche. Your psyche absolutely does not like or entertain any negativity. And the other thing that is really, really important is to not go for nouns. So you might be building a sandcastle. If you're thinking this is a torch, or this is Saturn, or this is the tree, no, just say it's green, say there's brown, make a drawing, use adjectives, use adverbs, because they are what is usually absolutely correct. Drawings are usually quite spot on, but the nouns, they may or may not be right. So that's that's the most important thing that I learned there.
Yeah. So it's interesting you bring up the aspect of positivity versus negativity in terms of our consciousness and how that affects our ability to be accurate with remote viewing. Would you presuppose there, because we are part of a unified field of awareness, because that is omnipresent and it is self-reflexive, it's self-aware and governing, that when we are in a negative state, we're in a disconnect with that flow of consciousness, and that our ability to see within that flow or field of consciousness is inhibited because of that disconnect through our emotional state?
Absolutely. Yes. We have to be in that state of love and joy that Debz also talked about.
Yes.
Or in deep meditation, feeling really good about ourselves. So sure, we're never 100% accurate, but just pay no attention to that. Pay attention to what is interesting and what fascinates you. And that's another really interesting point. If your psyche is bored, it will refuse to see what you as a human being is trying to see. You know, if you're not interested what's inside that box, you won't see it.
Exactly. Might as well look in another box.
Yes, you actually, your psyche may go to something that is at this time much more important or much more interesting than what's inside the box. And this is also one thing that the military people use when they don't want spies from another country to see you. They will have their secret meeting in a place that is very distractive to other people's psyche, like a fair, for example.
Yeah, I have seen elements of that in Russell Tugg's Third Eye Spies documentary. I also know that, and correct me if I'm wrong, that Ingo Swann was able to look inside Faraday cages.
Oh, yes. There's no problem with Faraday cages. If you're in that state, you can see anything. Anywhere.
Yeah.
And everyone can. I think it was Andre who mentioned that earlier. Yes.
So what is the way that you personally access that state of remote viewing? What space do you get into? We know that you've shared a bit about your emotional state, that we need to be connected and elevated, if you like. What else do you do that allows you to see with accuracy?
I get a piece of paper, I use a pen, and on the right side of the piece of paper, that's where we put the date and your name and the place, just for reference. The military is very exact about data. But also what I find is very important is if there's anything that's troubling you, like you may be thinking, oh, there might be a phone call coming in any moment, or I have to remember to feed the dogs, or I'm really frustrated or angry about something, you write that down. You write down, I'm frustrated about this, that, and the next thing, but there's nothing I can do about it right now. So, or find a solution. I will postpone that. I'll shelf it. I'll put it in a drawer and I'll pick it up later. So we leave all our troubles at the door when we walk into this space of remote viewing.
And that's a very good point, and I think a point that sometimes gets overlooked. In my own experience, I have made a distinction between, looking out into the box, so to speak, with the, this exercise that probably no doubt a lot of people on this call have done. That feels, there's different approaches to going, what is the object in the box? Opening the box. There's many different ways of accessing it, but the general approach is to extend into the box and place the awareness there and see it, right? Where I have had more success is when I am in coherence with the person that has put the object in the box. So there was a case with Doug where I pretty much got exactly what he'd put in the box because I went through the coherent relationship that we had and kind of just saw it through his eyes. Can you expand on that idea and how it relates to CE-5 and what we're doing with other types of consciousness when they come in and work with us in terms of merging and things like that?
Yes, one of the things that, I absolutely don't like being in a box either, not even in consciousness. So I don't do that. I prefer to go to the future to where the object is taken out again. And yes, absolutely, the person who puts it in, that consciousness is focused on that. So if we're doing this in a group, in a circle, it is very likely that we may be picking up on whatever somebody else is thinking about, rather than the person who put the thing in the box and merging with their past or future when they actually put it in or took it out. So that's something that in CRV people are very conscious of. If lots of people are viewing the same thing, there may be telepathic overlay, is what it's called. So it's actually better to have everyone do a remote viewing. And what sometimes is done in CE-5 is you meditate at a certain time, 11 a.m. or whenever it works for you. Everybody goes into meditation and you remote view what is going to happen tonight. And that is, you're in separate locations, so telepathic overlay is less likely. And everybody will get some different aspect of what is about to happen. Maybe one person gets the color, one person gets the time, one person is good with a shape or a sound. And that's also how the CRV people work. The military has called great lists of data on who is good in what. So if you are looking for a lost person, one person will be good with the area, the geography, another person will be good with the timing, another person will be good with people, persons, and then you add that together. You don't give the person who's good in numbers, you don't ask him to find the color or you use people's strengths, and in that way you work together.
Yeah, that's wonderful. In terms of, you mentioned telepathic overlay, and I know in my experience in the various CE-5 events I've done around the world, there are moments when people are in silent meditation and we come out of that silent meditation, it lasts for whatever duration, and someone will say, I saw a tetrahedron, and someone else will say, yeah, I saw it too, and yeah, I saw it too. Yeah, it was gold. Yeah, it was gold. Yeah, it was gold. And it was this big. Yeah, it was this big. And it was kind of over there. And there's this consistency within the internal representations when people have been in silence. So we know that we're dealing with some kind of, like you say, telepathic overlay. So you've experienced this. I know that we've experienced this in the field together. what are your feelings in terms of what's going on there? Do you think this is like a field of information that is being transmitted to the CE-5 team and is available for all to access as long as we resonate with it? Or do you think it's more along the lines of everybody is remote viewing the same thing and in a field of coherence and picking up on that kind of telepathic overlay between the team? What are your thoughts there?
It could be either. And it takes a very awake mind to be able to distinguish between the two.
Mm.
You know, it could
Yeah.
be one person who is very active and has very strong visualization. You can experiment with that. You're sitting in circle and you are thinking of a color, and everybody else will think of that same color. Now that's not ET coming through. That's you having put that into the field.
Yeah.
So really quieting the minds, being in a very calm place with our minds is very important when we do that together. And perhaps one or two people who are able to distinguish between whether it's coming from a person or whether it's coming from outside the circle.
Exactly. So for the listeners on YouTube Live, you can, if you have any questions for Oona, feel free to start typing them in on YouTube Live now, and we will deal with those as they come in. You mentioned in the meditation, and I love this about the guidance that you provide, this tiny space that we keep going through, which is everything and nothing, right? It's this access point of, let's say, the unified fields of awareness or that pure creation energy. There's all these different terms for it. Could you share with us some experiences you've had when you've been in that state of connectedness?
Well, one thing that I see again and again, also when I teach it, when I do the very long version with all the bits and bobs, then you know you're there when all your wishes are gone. So often we think, oh, I want to go to that state and I want to materialize this, that, and the next thing. But all that disappears when you're actually in that space of timelessness. And also I want to say that that spot in the heart is actually something that heart surgeons know about. They know if they touch that spot in the heart, that the person instantly dies and there's no way of reviving them. So they stay well aware, and so it's even a physical place in the heart.
Pulse of life.
Yeah.
I know there's a lot of people who are interested in your work, in your shamanic practices. There's just one point I wanted to quickly ask you about, if it's okay to pop over there now. This in particular with your work with the Mexican lineages who have teachings where there's this little man that fell from the sky where they learnt these practices from. Could you share a bit about that with us, please?
Oh, light language, yes. That's extremely helpful. Light language came down through 24 generations from a healer village in Mexico. It's you can't find it on the web, can't find it if you don't know how, because they keep very much to themselves. So I was taken into this lineage, and the way this telepathic communication works is through shapes and colors. And it's almost like sentences. You build a string of shapes and colors to create messages. And it's particularly helpful when we look at the Merkaba, because the Merkaba, as you know, is the 8-pointed star, and it on the one hand consists of 2 tetrahedrons that fit into each other, one upside down. Yes, exactly. One is pointing downwards and one tetrahedron is pointing upwards. And in the center of those 2 tetrahedrons is an octahedron. Now, and there's also, you can also see it as 8 tetrahedrons on top of the octahedron. Now a tetrahedron is, it confines the tiniest space volume wise in mathematics that you can. And so the angles in the tetrahedron are the sharpest that you can get. And so it is the knife, it is that which cuts away. And so when I deal with the Merkaba, it cuts away the Maya, it cuts away the illusion of the 3D, of being boxed into this 3D. And the octahedron is like a pyramid of Giza that you turn around and you take another pyramid of Giza and you put on top. And it's got, so in the center, it's got a square and a piece at the top, a point at the top and a point at the bottom. So this square is like the directions, a navigation direction, north, south, east, west, and the point up and the point down. So the octahedron, the way it was given by the little man who fell from the sky, is a navigation system. So just imagine that we've got the Merkaba and the navigation system right inside the Merkaba. It's almost like being in the cockpit of our Merkaba vehicle.
And thank you for sharing that. That segues beautifully into a question that just came through, and it was one that I was thinking of earlier as well. Could you highlight the difference between, let's say, the Tesseract and the Merkaba in terms of how they're used, perhaps? What is the difference?
I used to use the Merkaba a lot just to cut away from this illusion. I've moved to the Tesseract. I find it just so much more effective. In essence, the way I see it, the Merkaba, it has rotating fields of light, counter-rotating fields of light. So there's one Merkaba spinning one way and the other Merkaba spinning the other way. Some people talk about one tetrahedron spinning one way and the other tetrahedron spinning the other way. So that creates friction, and friction creates light. So the Merkaba to me is a way of raising our frequency, creating light within us. So the Merkaba to me is the first step. And once you've got that down, it's almost like it works on a cellular level, on a more physical level. And the Tesseract works on a more of a consciousness level, where it moves our consciousness out into 4D.
Yeah, it's like more of a quantum jump, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, and I totally agree with you on the Merkaba. It's kind of like the base mechanics, isn't it, of that light, you know, and of course the torus energy that emits from it when it's functioning. Yeah. One more question for you, Oona. Are there any resources that will aid someone in learning to use remote viewing effectively?
Yes, there are websites that have a lot of free exercises. One is the website that belongs to Lynn Buchanan. If you Google Lynn Buchanan, you should find it. And the other one is the website that belongs to Laurie Williams, Intuitive Specialists. You cannot Google Laurie Williams, you'll be taken to the wrong Laurie Williams. So intuitivespecialists.com is Laurie's website. And they have a lot of free stuff to get you started.
So Laurie Williams was the woman she worked with the police for a while in the USA, is that correct?
Well, they all work with the police. You cannot really say whom you're working for, because most of these things are very secret, whether it's scientists looking for information, or companies looking for information, or the military looking for information, or the police. Most of it is you zip up about it.
We just had a comment shared as well that the book The Fourth Dimension by Rudy Rucker is superb. Look up Plato's Cave, so information there for our listeners. Yes. So is there anything specific you could share with our listeners now, Oona, in terms of how we kind of started this whole dialogue, in terms of moving through the space we're in now? it's clear we're in that transition, and we need to stay in that elevated emotional state. What are your feelings about what's required in terms of individual practice and expanding out into the collective to move through where we are at? Or create the new,
Well,
if you like.
One of the things that one of my dear friends, Pat, always mentions, there's enough criticism. There's more than enough criticism in the world, and we need to fill the world with love. So we need to be aware of where we are at in our hearts, and we're all human beings. So whenever we move to thoughts, even thoughts, and thoughts are so important. If we have thoughts that are unhelpful, we need to immediately have something at the tip of our fingers to remove that. And if we're thinking, if we have negative thoughts towards anything, a being, a human being, an object, a situation, immediately counteract that with sending love. There's that love is always the basis, like we did for the Tesseract meditation. And like it says in that Bible quote, and just like Ricardo says in his book, The Ark, the first step is rooting in love within ourselves. And then that can expand out into the world. And when we're solid in love, then we can start those magical rotations using the Tesseract, using the Merkaba. And I somehow, me personally, you may remember, Jeremy, the 21st of December last year, and Uluru, and they were looking, it was about activating a magic box. Now, I don't know for sure, but I always imagine it as being the Tesseract that we activate, especially with Ricardo Gonzalez and his stories of being at Chachnandor and in the Valley of the Moon and doing these Tesseract meditations and having interactions with ETs, them handing the Tesseract to him and him being able to see within that Tesseract that was given to him, he could see everything. He could see the future, he could see the past. So yes, that's I think what will expand our consciousness throughout 3D and 4D.
Create the new. Oona, that brings us to the conclusion of this segment. It's been an absolute pleasure talking with you. Thank you so much for sharing your wisdom and that process with us. We wish you all the best from our team here in Aotearoa all the way over to Kenya. And yeah, we love you and we hold you in the highest light. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, Jeremy, for all the work you do and for igniting this force that is desperately needed in this world. Thank you for everybody for joining in.
we'd just like to record a quick introduction for our team so that they know who you are. So I'd like to welcome everybody and introduce you to Jimmy Blanchette, who is a radio expert, and he is going to do some explaining about what his technology and experience are to help us understand how this has become another contact modality for people doing CE-5 and related activities. So welcome, Jimmy. Thank you for sharing with us. We are very excited to let our team know what it is that you have taught us and what it is that you are doing now.
Thank you, Doug. Thank you so much for the introduction, and thank you, Jeremy, for giving me the opportunity. Really appreciate it. I'm very pleased and honored to participate. I know you will have there's an upcoming event, September 11th, that you're organizing, so I'm very excited to contribute in the way that I can. So what we're going to show here today, so we're currently on Zoom, and I'm going to share my screen. Let me do this right now. And so you see the antenna here. So what we'll do here, what I'm doing, essentially, I am, as mentioned earlier, I am currently in California, in Ventura, California, in a motel. But I'm able to connect to my antenna system remotely, which is now located in Arizona. I moved all my equipment to Arizona. So it's in my home there in Arizona. So we're connected remotely. So what we're going to do, we will be transmitting a message today. It's a message that Doug and Jeremy crafted. They sent me the material yesterday. We put all that together. And so actually, I should probably show the message that would be broadcasting. So let me open up. Here it is. So I don't know, do you want to read it, Doug, just briefly?
Sure. This message is addressed to the Intergalactic Council on behalf of our contact teams in New Zealand. We thank you for the ongoing communication and support. We invite you to participate in our meeting on 11 September 2021 in New Zealand. We meet to arise through coherence and unity. With our collective intention, we are shifting the energy on planet Earth from deception and fear to truth and love. We are consciously creating the necessary energy template for the truth to be revealed. We wish to unite everyone for a peaceful planet of truth and freedom. We want to create a peaceful, loving, and abundant planet Earth. We kindly ask that you support this initiative with the corresponding frequencies and in any other ways that are appropriate. In peace, in love. Thank you.
Very nice, beautiful, beautiful message. So thank you for reading it. So this is the message essentially that using a specialized software, which I can also show briefly here. Let me just move this aside. Okay. So using specialized software this message was converted into, and I will show it here briefly, was converted into a sound file, right? So this is the software called Photosounder that's used to turn this message, which is in the form of a picture, really, an image, with pictures and everything. We converted it into an audio file of about 45 seconds, roughly, a message of 45 seconds. And the frequencies here, minimum, max, were all optimized and adjusted to match and fit and work with the frequency of the radio transmitter, obviously, we're going to be using to broadcast this message. And so let me go back to the main screen here. Okay. So I'm back to that screen here. So what we see is the antenna system, radio station. So we will be broadcasting this message towards the sun, which is currently at about 94 million miles in terms of distance. It's not close by, but it's also, relatively speaking, from an astronomical perspective, it's next door, really. And happens to be also that today is, we're close to the new moon. So the moon is almost overlapping perfectly the sun. In elevation, it's almost identical coordinates in azimuth also, so I can show you here. So we're going to be targeting again the sun, and let me show you it on the screen. So I do have a software here we use. So when we look at the sun, the coordinates of the sun at this point is from California is 241.6 azimuth and 43 degrees elevation. And if we look at the moon, which is very close, 246 to 46 elevation. So, you know, very, very, they're very close by. Okay, so let me go back to the software here. I'm going to be directing now the antenna towards the sun as we speak. Okay. Okay, so the antenna is directed towards the sun right now, and again, very close to the moon. So we're going to be hitting both at the same time as we broadcast the message. I'm going to turn off the speaker for a second here so we don't have that sound. Okay. And I'm bringing up the screen of the virtual radio station here. Okay. So we have, we're going to be broadcasting this message on the universal frequency that is 432 megahertz. And we'll be deploying 250,000 watts as we broadcast the message. So it's a lot of power, and you know, at that power, the radio wave will physically reach the sun and the moon. I mean, literally physically. So we're gonna be impregnating essentially all this area of the space, you know, with this message. So I have the message queued up here. Let me put the sound on. Hopefully you will hear the sound. I think it should work. And so what I'm going to do here is simply play this message. And as soon as the message will play, this means that the transmission is happening. So I'm going to be connecting briefly here on my phone. I'm going to be connecting to a camera that is located in my radio station so I can monitor the amplifier as we're sending all this power out there. Here we go. Okay. And we're good to go. So if you have no objections, we'll get the message broadcasted in a few seconds. So
just wanting to add in there, Jimmy, just quickly, and thank you for such a beautiful explanation of the technology and how it works. It's fantastic to see your setup in Arizona and the kind of inside of all of this. Our core team is with us live now as well. And those of you that are watching this presentation, if you attune to the frequency, excuse me, when the transmission is taking place, simply by going inside, focusing on the message and broadcasting with the radio broadcast, that tends to involve everybody in the field of connection, if you like. So I encourage everybody that's listening to this now to participate in that way as the transmission is taking place. Yeah, thank you, Jimmy.
Very good point. Thank you, Jeremy. And I will, again, we'll make the file, this audio file, available for, you know, to everyone. So you can broadcast this message yourself with your little handheld radio. And I want to remind the folks out there that even these handheld radios, you know, when we broadcast, the transmission go very far in space, and actually the radio wave will reach the moon and go beyond the moon, even with a small handheld radio like Jeremy's showing on the screen here. Yeah. So this radio, I can literally, you know, hear satellites 2,000 miles away, and the satellites, you know, are broadcasting with a power of 1/10 of 1 watt, right? And so it just shows it's, you know, this radio wave in free space will go very far. So, so this is you know, this is effective. All right, so we're ready to go. I will bring back so we can see here the The antennas is directed towards the sun, and we're ready to start. So we'll be starting the transmission in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go. Oh, give me a second here. I think I had the wrong message. Okay, here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We go. Okay, so the broadcast is completed. If you will give me 1 second here, I'd like also to see if there's another location where we want to broadcast this message, because we're all kind of set up now. So let me just see briefly here. I will put on the screen the software. All right, so we got Venus, that's also reachable. It's 187 azimuth, 45 elevation. So we could broadcast the same message towards Venus. And we got Mars available. And the other ones are not, Saturn, Jupiter are not up yet. And Uranus and Neptune either. So we could broadcast the message towards Venus and Mars as well, if you want to do so.
Sounds good to me.
All right, so let's do it. So 187.44, let me direct the antenna in that direction. All right, and we see the antenna moving in real time. Okay, so obviously we don't see Venus because it's daytime, but it's there where the antenna is pointed. Okay, so we'll be broadcasting again. So in 5, 4, 3, and by the way, let's keep an eye. I am recording the screen here that we see in the sky, because there could be a response or a sign in the sky during transmission. You know, it happened to me earlier last week, actually, and I made a short montage of it. I was broadcasting towards Jupiter, and I had the instant download that they would be providing a confirmatory sighting very shortly. So I immediately started recording the screen that you see here the same way. And literally 15 seconds later, there was just one big flash that happened, just one single flash, but just happened just right above the antenna. So we could see that as well. So I will keep recording in case that something like that happened. Okay.
Interesting. You mentioned Jupiter as well, Jimmy. There's been activity reported in the evening sky around New Zealand, close to Jupiter as well. So interesting.
Yep. Yeah. Interesting. Okay, very good. So broadcasting towards Venus in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go. All right, transmission completed. And I should mention also maybe when we broadcasted earlier towards the sun and the moon, the radiations that hit the moon, by reflection, by moon bounce phenomenon, a portion of that signal was reflected back towards Earth and enveloped the entire planet Earth. So meaning that the message we broadcasted towards the moon earlier has essentially covered and impregnated every fiber of this planet has been affected by this message. So it covered the entire planet, all the oceans and everything. That's obviously exposed to the moon. Okay, so and now we will look at the next one, which is Mars. Okay, so the coordinates are here, 233.45. So let me move the antenna in that direction. And we see the antenna moving in the sky in real time. Okay. It's 223. Sorry, I need to go back by a little bit. Okay. Well, it looks like Mars and Venus and the Sun all in the same vicinity in the sky. Okay, so we're ready to go. So we'll broadcast again. We'll direct it towards Mars. All right, so let's start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go. Okay. All right, transmission completed. I will keep recording the screen here just in case that we get a sign in the sky, although it's a bit hard right now because the sun is very dominant. Stop sharing. Here we go. All right, so transmission completed.
Thank you so much, Jimmy. That's wonderful. Thank you so much. It's absolutely fantastic to see that live, and I'm sure all of our participants, everybody that's watching this, is curious about you and your work and wanting to learn more about this contact modality. So Doug has actually put together a lot of great questions. If we could run through some of those with you now, is that okay? Yeah,
absolutely. We'll be happy to answer.
Pass you over to Doug.
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So, Jimmy, if you could just briefly tell us a little bit about your ham radio background or any other radio background and the equipment you use that led you to this point. What is it about radio work that you've been doing?
Sure. I mean, I've been an amateur radio operator since childhood. I used to live in a very remote village in northern Quebec, Canada, and radio was a good way for me to connect with the universe, connect with the world. I mean, at the time, of course, there was no internet, there was nothing. So 3 channels on the TV, that's what we got, right? So it was a great way for me to connect to the world. And also, I was always very technical, engineering type of thing. I like to play with electronic stuff and engineering stuff. So that was a good way for me a good hobby, really, to improve my skills in that area. And I had very basic equipment at the time, mainly HF radio or high frequency radio, which was used for communicating all over the world. Really, the HF typically it's a frequency band between 0 and 30 megahertz. And at these frequencies, the radio can be bounced off the ionosphere, right? So essentially you bounce off the ionosphere, so you can communicate all over the planet by bouncing through the ionosphere. So it's a very effective way to communicate, very dependent on the sun cycles and things like that. There's a lot of factors that goes into it. In any case, fast forward many years, like 30 years later, in 2013, I heard about a contact modality called moon bounce communication. And I had never heard about it before, really. It's a very exotic, rare, technical contact modality. And so I heard about it. And again, the contact modality consists in bouncing radio wave off the surface of the moon, essentially using the moon as a passive reflector. in order to establish a two-way communication here on Earth. The principle is not complex, but obviously the equipment and what it takes to make it happen is complex. So I ended up building my own antenna system, which is like I love to do, building antennas. That's what I've been doing all my life. Building antennas and building equipment, putting all that together to make it happen. And in 2013, I was able to make my first two-way communication via Moonbounce with a radio station located in the Netherlands. And from there, it just snowballed. And I kept improving my system and antenna system to make these contacts more reliably and more effectively. And I was working on a antenna system called TARP, which stands for Triangular Array Rotatable Polarity Antenna. And I can even maybe show the picture of what it is here. And so I worked quite a bit on this antenna system. And let me just show you here. I have a website, and I will just show just briefly what the I'm trying to find the share screen, which is here. Okay. All right. So this is the antenna system that I worked on, called TARP, Triangular Array Rotatable Polarity. That antenna system had very special features. And this model actually, interestingly, came in the form of a download. That was at the beach in the Dominican Republic, apologize, and I had this instant download of this triangular configuration. So I ran to my hotel room. I had a computer in my hotel room, and I modeled this antenna system. And what the model spit out was this radiation pattern that we can see to the right side here. And what's unique about this radiation pattern is that it's a very pure radiation pattern. You see a main lobe of radiation going to the front, like a laser, if you will. And all around, there's nothing all around. Essentially, the antenna is really focusing all the radiation like in front of it, like a laser, and it's not leaking any other radiation anywhere else. And otherwise, there will be lobes, on the back and lobes on the side. And typically, the antenna system that are known, if you will, the typical configuration to do Moonbounce, they have side lobes and back lobes, and it's not pure as it is now. So that's why this was a new thing, and I ended up publishing a couple of scientific papers about it. And the antenna made the cover page of this magazine that specializes in amateur radio, VHF, UHF, and microwave systems. Anyway, and that's how I started my journey in terms of amateur radio. And then shortly after that, in 2017, shortly after having published this, the articles in the magazine here, which you see was the Q4 in 2016, the fourth quarter. And in the early 2017, I became interested in CE-5. I had heard about CE-5. I became interested in it, just like at some we all got the fever of it, if you will, at some point. And I had seen videos about it, and I myself was always highly I knew we were not alone. I mean, that was not even a question for me, and I always knew that there were other civilizations all around us, but I had never actually tried to communicate with them. And that's how it started. And so I essentially repurposed this antenna system for that, just like we did today. At the time, I created binary code message, indicating latitude, longitude, date, time, where I will be on a given day. And I got there alone on my first night. And I was actually at the time just scouting the site. I was just kind of screening. I was trying to find a location to do future contact work, like you're going to do in a few days with your team. I had the intent to create a group and to do contact work at the time. And so I was essentially just scouting the site. So I got there, on the date and time that I had indicated in the message. And that's where the interaction started. The very first time they replied, and it was just magical. Obviously, I didn't know at the time that it was a reply. We always tend to try to think, rationally and try to find explanations. So I thought the radio was going crazy berserk, and you know, there was something wrong with the radio.
Yeah,
But,
well, a lot of us have experienced that, haven't we? Things faulty. It shouldn't be doing this.
That's right.
Yeah.
And they were
Yeah.
just answering my own request, you know. So I ask for it,
Mm.
they reply. I don't even recognize the reply, right? So that's
Yeah.
but, yeah.
Thank you, Jimmy. That's wonderful to hear. And there was an interesting point you mentioned that I just wanted to expand on a little bit. You mentioned a download in terms of information, I guess, associated with the design of your particular radio array. And that kind of segues into the next question that we have, which is really around what was there anything specific that gave you the idea to send out messages to other civilizations outside of Earth? Was there an experience you had or something that stands out that kind of motivated you to do this?
It's a good question. It's a yes and no answer, but let me explain you what I mean by that. At the time when I just felt, you know, that's what I needed to do. It felt like logical for me to do this at the time when I created these first messages. But where it's coming from, I've had the experience since childhood. I've had many out-of-body experience since childhood, sleep paralysis, and one of the most the most significant experience that I recall very clearly. I was in Quebec at the time in my small house in Quebec, Canada, and I was alone, living alone at the time. And it was early morning, maybe 5 o'clock in the morning or so. I was fully awake and aware, but I was in my bed, face down towards the mattress, but I was completely awake and aware, completely paralyzed. And I could hear around the bed, I could hear movement, and I could hear that clearly there was a presence. There was an entity, or there was somebody, an entity, or entities maybe around the bed, but it was clearly there. I could hear sound, I could hear things moving, but I was paralyzed and I was terrified at the time. I didn't know what was happening, obviously. I couldn't see, and I was trying to just move my head and see, but I could not. I was just paralyzed. It was an example of one of these experiences. I've had several of these in my life, many out-of-body experience also. So, I realize only now, many years later, that all this was connected. At least that's my interpretation of it. I think there was already contact happening at the time with beings, and I was not aware of it, but I think there was already contact happening, and they may have been prepping me for that at the time. I don't know exactly all the genesis, but it's still unfolding as I'm going through this all these contact experiences and having this this new life, if you will. I still realize things comes up, and I make connections to what happened in the past. So and I remember even in my teenager years, I had a motorcycle going on the top of the mountain and just looking at the sky and asking them to show up. Literally, naturally, I felt that they were there. I felt they were present there, and I was waiting for them. It's just weird. It just felt natural at the time to do that. But at the time, I didn't have really, sighting per se or anything like that next to these out-of-body experience. And so when I did I was attracted to start this, the CE-5 and the contact work. It just naturally, it was in me. It just felt it was in me. It felt, of course, we're not alone, and it's not even a question, right? But could we actually reach them here in our solar system? And upon request, it's a different stretch of it, right? So it's, will it make it happen at that level? And, it's interesting. I found yesterday, and let me play this actually, that may be interesting for the folks out there. I have, let me show you here. I found the message I was reading. I retrieved the old emails that I created when I started this contact work in 2017. And I found the original, the very first binary code message that I broadcasted, and this one here. So let me play just a few seconds of it. So this is the actual first message that I broadcasted 4.5 years ago. Here we go. Can you hear it? So that's the message. It's a binary code message. And this is this is what I used to do my first transmission. So I hope that answered a bit your question, Jeremy.
That's wonderful to hear, Jimmy. Thank you so much. Yeah.
So, Jimmy, when you mentioned that first response, you arrived at the site that relates to the message you just actually played, and you said you had a radio. I presume you're referring to some kind of handheld device.
Absolutely.
And you said that it went off and it surprised you, and you were initially not sure what it was doing. And so I know that people are very interested in this, and of course, Jeremy and I have a lot of personal experience having learned from you. Can you explain to us and to our viewers, listeners, what it is about these responses that you now know allows you to understand that they are actually anomalous and not some kind of human broadcast or technology error?
Yeah, a good question. Thanks, Doug. And that question sometimes comes up. And I am working, by the way, on a video to try to explain all the aspects that are anomalous, that are very unusual of these radio interactions, because not all the folks out there have a lot of experience with radios and know exactly how they should behave. So, people may get confused or not sure if it's, anomalous or not, and so on. So, but yeah, let me explain you. So what happened at the time, that first night that I had that first interaction, I had been, and yes, I was using the very same radio that you showed, these Biofang radios. And I had been using that radio for many months doing, satellite communication work, two-way communication work. I mean, I'm an amateur radio operator, so I had been using the radio. And when the radio started interacting that night, in that way, it was the first time ever that the radio had ever behaved this way before. Right there, it's gonna, ask yourself why that is, right? Because here I was in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of Los Padres National Park in Rose Valley, where there's no cell signal, there's no human installations really around. It's a wilderness, right? And so there's just no source of man-made interference or possible man-made interference. And at night as well, right? So when the radio started behaving this way and interacting, again, on the first contact experience, I didn't even make the connection, right? But it became very obvious that after that, I made many experiments and understood that this was clearly a reply, because I repeated the experience. And what happened, actually, I should mention that after that first contact experience, I kept the radio on me, on my belt, right? I clipped on my belt, I put the shirt over it so nobody could see it. And I kept it on me for several days, right? Going in town, going to the bank, going to the grocery store, right? Because my logic was, if the radio had been triggered by an outside interference, it should happen in town, right? More than a national park. It should happen, right? If the radio has that sensitivity. And so that's what I did. And the radio stayed completely silent all the time. I mean, never did a blip. So, okay, well, and at home also, I use my radio station that we used to do the broadcast earlier to try to trigger interactions. I was making transmission at a frequency really nearby, and I was trying all kinds of schemes to try to trigger the radio to behave in that way. And I was never able to do that. I was never able to reproduce that interaction, right? So that was very puzzling to me. And when I went back 2 weeks later to that site with a friend, I was with a friend this time, and I have an audio recording of it, actually. I didn't do a video recording, but have the audio recording of our experience. Again, shortly after arriving at the site, and I had done the same thing. I'd broadcasted the intent to be at that site on that day at that time. And once again, a few minutes after arrival, the radio started interacting the very same way that it had interacted 2 weeks prior. Right. Then I really clearly understood that this was a direct reply. And we were asking questions, and the way that the radio was behaving seemed to be, there was an intelligence behind the phenomenon. There was no doubt about it at the time. So this was an example of reason how I came to that conclusion, right? Because I did many tests. I used the radio in a city and town where there should be interference and nothing happened. And it's only when I do the CE-5 work in the middle of nowhere that the radio behaved this way, right? So in itself is one piece of confirmation, not the only one, but one piece of confirmation. Later on, I conducted many other experiments try to understand the nature of these interactions. And again, we see that in videos now, right? Using two identical radios set to the same frequency. Radios, if they will be triggered by a regular electromagnetic radio wave, exactly like you just showed, both radios should be behaving exactly the same way, obviously, right? And it's not what was happening. Typically, the radio interacting was the radio that had been used to broadcast the message, and the other radio was silent, once again, triggering a very specific radio, which was completely defying the laws of physics, at least from that perspective. Realize other experiments too, where I could see, for instance, that we could induce, let's say you have radio A here and you have radio B here. So one radio A interacts, depending on the energy signature, it's possible to transfer that energy into radio B by induction. Again, it's not supposed to happen, right? Because if the radios are just simply receiving radio wave, they should not be transferring and inducing that energy into the other radio. It's not supposed to happen in the world of radio communication at all.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right. And this is an important point here, because now we're all realizing that, yeah, clearly they are not communicating or replying with regular radio wave, but they are clearly transferring energy to us. That is my conclusion, that at least at this point in time. And I'm sure, Jeremy, you have things to say about it.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. And that segues perfectly into this next question. It's really about, basically how you've already communicated the different processes that you've developed around establishing that these aren't, in some cases, it's very obvious that these aren't signals that are man-made. For example, last year, this particular radio here, we were doing, and this in relation to what you shared about OBE practice as well. This radio was inside a Pelican case with the antenna offset to the frequency that we use. And during an OBE meditation, when at least half of the participants, I think there were 14, 15 people at this particular event, actually assumed that I was walking around the room, because there was a presence that was so physically felt. People reported feeling tapped, and these are usual things that happen in CE-5 contact experiences, right? So people had assumed that it was me. Everybody kept their eyes closed. And this particular radio here was inside this Pelican case, and it was activated at precisely the moment when this energy came through the space. So that's, obviously you took it to another level. I remember you shared a video with the antenna out, and then it was inside the microwave, right? Which essentially is a Faraday cage, so closed. So this is demonstrating it on a whole other level. In your understanding of what's going on, and in your experience of what's going on at this point, do you believe there's some kind of perhaps interaction with our bioelectromagnetic field, or some kind of communication that these radios are specifically acknowledging by being activated, but what's going on is a science that we are obviously yet to learn, but perhaps something that's more related to our energy field rather than a code of information, or how we would normally use these to talk to each other, right? It's an entirely different interaction, right?
Yes.
Could you explain a bit more about that? What your feelings, what your thoughts are about that?
Yeah, absolutely. No, absolutely. This is a great area of interest of mine, and I'm sure of yours and others. This is so fundamentally important here. Yeah, clearly I have, based on all the experiments that I've been able to conduct over the years, and based on the input and info, I got from you and others that we've been actively experimenting with this, it seems that clearly, at least from my opinion, is that we are really receiving from them, again, not a message per se, as you said, that we can typically hear or decode necessarily of the radio, but we're getting energy from them. They are transferring energy. And I have, for instance, there's one energy signature that I call the 8 tones. It's very interesting, because when I have this, the radio clipped on me, on my belt, and when the interaction is occurring, if I press the radio slightly against my body, my bioelectric field, if you will, closer to me, the intensity of the interaction increased dramatically. So there is some interaction. Now, maybe because my body acts as an antenna, if you will, for that energy that's receiving that energy, and my body acts as an antenna, entirely possible. My DNA maybe acting as an antenna. DNA is really antenna itself. And so there's clearly a transfer of energy. There's no doubt about it. As I said, when inducing the energy from radio A to radio B is a physical demonstration of that. There's a flow of energy, a quantum flow of energy that's occurring. Now, obviously, the obvious question is, what is that flow of energy doing? What's the purpose of it? Again, I don't have the absolute answer on this, but I will speculate at this point that there are multiple purposes. I think there are multiple purposes. And I can back it up in some ways, but I think there's clearly a transfer of information, that's downloaded in us in a latent stage, going into subconscious, and that information is activated at the right moment, at the right place. We have this conception of time, of course, that we see the time, lapsing, but in the non-time, these higher densities, dimensions, time doesn't exist. So that energy is there present in us and is just going to be active at the right moment, right? As we perceive as time, but it's there. For instance, I think there's information in there. I've had many downloads over the years that I know were downloads in the sense they were not coming from me because I was not thinking about it. I've never studied certain aspects of certain things, and here I have this information coming through at a very specific time. And actually, which happened a few days ago with the Lion Gates transmission. So I was with a friend of mine, and one of the purpose of the radio setup that I have now on 432 megahertz is to bounce radio wave at 432 megahertz, which is the universal frequency, a very harmonious frequency, and essentially impregnate the entire planet Earth by moon bounce using this radiation. Since these radiations or these frequencies are beneficial, it's my belief that they will have a beneficial impact, and it's been proven that 432 hertz, for instance, has a very beneficial impact on DNA, for instance, and other things. But also to activate certain ancient sacred sites like the Great Pyramid of Giza and many others were like antennas. Literally, these sacred sites or antennas that resonate at frequencies, and 432 hertz or megahertz is a very unique frequency that, for instance, the Great Pyramid resonates with. Anyway, so that's an experiment that I conducted a few days ago. I have that on video. But the few days prior to that experiment, in the early August, I had the information coming through in the form of download again. It was very surprising to me, and it was very shocking, actually. And that information was saying, and I have I can present. I have a few slides here that I can show you about this, if you don't mind, because it's related to the this aspect of download that we talked about. So let me show you briefly here.
So just for if there's any listeners that don't know the term download, it's really kind of like epiphany learning, like an experience where there's a whole lot of information that comes through and there's a kind of epiphany associated with that.
So thank you, Jeremy, for this. So I'm just showing a slide here. This is new material. It's been shared only twice over the last few days. This is new material that I've not shared with the public at large yet, but here's the information that came through, and totally blew my mind. And the information was that the wavelength of the frequency that we're using, 144.1 megahertz, the length or the wavelength, if you calculate the wavelength, you end up with a distance, right? This wavelength of 0.52011 meter. That is the wavelength of 144.1 megahertz. Okay. That corresponds to that frequency. And the download that came through was that this particular frequency and that wavelength was directly related to the royal cubit that was used to build the Great Pyramid. So, of course, I went online to find, okay, what's the length of the cubit? I've never studied cubit in my life. I don't know about the cubit. And if you look at the bottom here, the Hebrew long cubit is 420.11 millimeter, which is exactly the wavelength of the quarter wavelength of 144.1 megahertz to the dot. And the Egyptian royal qubit is 523.5. So these two measurements match at 99.4 and 99.99999 something percent. That's an example of information that came through. And essentially the antenna that we see here, that I used to do all these broadcasts on that frequency 144.1, since the antenna had been designed to resonate on that frequency, it means that the actual length of the elements here, the active elements of the antenna, are equivalent to the qubit, length of the qubit. Right? So this absolutely blew my mind. But this information, as I said, came in the form of a download before the actual transmission. And it's only after the fact that I mathematically confirmed that this was actually the case. So this frequency, and this is special here, I had not planned to talk about it, but while we're talking about it, this frequency is very unique in that sense. It's the wavelength or the quarter wavelength of that frequency is directly related to the qubit, which is the fundamental measurement unit that was used to build the Great Pyramid, which contains all the mathematical constants, as you know, right? The phi golden ratio, pi, the diameter of the Earth, diameter of the Sun. I mean, all the mathematics are encoded, if you will, in the Great Pyramid, and as the fundamental unit for the pyramid, if we will have to turn that into a frequency, that length into frequency, we'll use the frequency 144.1 megahertz. They are, let me go to the next slide here. There are big implications to this, and what this led to. So on August 8th, so this was the Lion Gates. So I decided to, again, I was with a collaborator of mine. So we decided to do this transmission. So I tuned I prepped the antenna. I had identified a proper moon window that will be favorable to transmit, via moon bounce and essentially cover the pyramid and try to activate the pyramid of Giza, because again, this frequency resonates with it. And knowing that the pyramid is connected to many other ancient sites on the planet, they're all mathematically connected through the world grid and so on. The hope was that this transmission will create a measurable impact, either on the Schumann resonance, on other things that we're monitoring for the experiment. And the day prior, again, this is related to your question, Jeremy, because you talk about download and what these radio signals may be contained in terms of information. So one day prior to this transmission on August 8th, I made the realization that, let me go back to that slide here. So I made the realization that by simply ratioing the universal frequency, 432, which we know, and dividing that by the frequency we use, 144.1, times a scale-up factor, we end up with the speed of light at 99.99978% compared to the theoretical value here. If you look at this, it's a perfect match. And this was a very profound, and this, the other aspect of that discovery at the time happened while I was broadcasting towards the moon to activate the Great Pyramid. That's when this equation and everything else came through in terms of information during the transmission, literally on August 8th. So again, this actually blew my mind, and the implications of that are pretty profound, because it means that 432 and 144.1 defines the speed of light. They are the ingredients, the fundamental building blocks of the speed of light, which in itself, as you know, through the relativity equation here, is the building block of the material world, right? From this equation, you can calculate the mass, right? Mass, for instance, being energy divided by, again, these two fundamental factors. The energy itself is defined by the mass multiplied by these two fundamental frequencies or factors. So these two frequencies and fundamental factors are everywhere. And interestingly, and I can share maybe this video here. If we look at the frequency of the radios that, we've been using these radios on this frequency for a while now. Let me just show you this here. You will notice that the two active frequency, if you see on the display here, are 144.1 and 432. So all along, we've been using these frequencies, and they just happen to be the fundamental ingredients of the speed of light. So, we can ask ourselves, is it just an accident, right? Is this really an accident? So that to me, again, over and over again, there's been many confirmation that the information that we are getting through these transmissions are very profound, and they will pop at the right time, at the right place, at the right time. And I've had that personal experience. At least that's my experience and interpretation of it. I think also there are other purposes to this energy. I think there's a healing power to it, because I've experienced myself some healing as well. And even a couple of years ago, two and a half years ago, I made a request to experience an induced out-of-body experience. And I know, Jeremy, we shared that, we talked about it. And I had made that request to have an out-of-body experience in a way that I will be very aware of it and have the full physical memory of that experience, because typically sometimes we can tend to forget or not being aware of what's really happening in our dream state and things like that. Anyway, I made that request, not expecting anything to happen, of course. And about 9 o'clock at night, I was in my bedroom, fully awake and aware. My eyes were open like we're talking now, and they extracted my energy body out of my physical body, just right there in front of me. And I had the full impression, the full, I was living it like live as we're talking now. And so they made it happen exactly how I had requested. And so this was also a very profound experience for me, because I realized this. First, it's not the game, right? It's not a joke. This is really real. And the requests that we are formulating are decoded, and they are acted upon if, of course, it is safe and appropriate for them, but they will be acted upon if it's safe and appropriate. So we need to take it seriously. This is really real. This is just not a bunch of noise on the radio. We're talking about interdimensional or extraterrestrial civilizations transferring energy to us. And that energy has different purpose, in my opinion. And again, anytime people learn new things or have new experience, and I always love to hear about their experience, because it's all kind of together. It's like all these pieces of the puzzle coming together, so we better understand the true nature of the phenomenon and the interactions we're having.
Wonderful, Jimmy. Thank you so much for sharing all of that. That's fantastic to hear. Very excited to hear of those new connections as well. What stands out to me within all of your work is there is very much coherence across the board, and that is showing up in the mathematics of all of this. It's basically what comes through is basically unity, and unity consciousness expressing in many different ways, and validated from many different angles. So,
absolutely. And if I look at this latest discoveries, which are just literally days old, and there's a lot more work to do on all this, but it's very profound in terms of implications here of what this all means. And we are asking them, or we are inviting them to interact with us and communicate with us. And here we are, I think, in the form of downloads. They are giving us mathematical information and other information, scientific information, that will make that connection easier for us to connect with them and eventually travel to them and to go to that level of technology, right? Because these equations we saw earlier that are the foundation of the general relativity of Einstein, the same equations can be used in the gravitational equations, right? And so we could, for instance, if we look at the equation earlier, one of the implications, potential applications of that is that by controlling the frequency, the harmonics of the frequencies we're transmitting on, or in that case that the material, the vehicle is vibrating at, if you will, as a vehicle that could travel, in space. If we can control the at certain harmonics, that will produce the harmonics of the speed of light as well. Essentially, we could go 1,000 times faster than the speed of light if we tune to the right frequency. See, that's the implications of it. So we could essentially potentially travel to the other side of our galaxy just in an instant, by controlling the technology and the frequency appropriately. And it just happens to be that 144.1 seems to be, based on that, one of the, a fundamental frequency here. That's why when we transmit on that frequency, potentially this transmissions will go faster than the speed of light and can reach the galaxy just instantly, go through the galaxy instantly. That's the potential implication of that. And a potential application in terms of technologies where we could modulate that as well to nullify gravity and have anti-gravity system and things like that. So a lot more work to be done here. Again, I'm just trying to explain the best I can what the implications of these discoveries are, but I think clearly they are giving us information. The energy we're getting through the radios, I think contains clearly information that's adequate for us personally. I am interested in this work. I work with this work. So naturally, the information that's downloaded to me will be related to the work that I'm doing because I'm opening the door to it. But I think that energy and this knowledge for other people may translate into discoveries in their own field of work. And then Jeremy can be about OBE and Doug about other things. It's really, I think, customized to us.
Thank you.
That's profound. Really, really terrific stuff, Jimmy. Not what I was expecting, but I think everybody watching this will be thrilled to have been able to participate. We really, really appreciate what you're doing. And as is encoded into the message that you've generated and shared earlier, this whole effort we're doing is about developing coherence and connecting with beings that can assist us in this work. It's very, very important. It's important because, we need to lift our minds away from the miasma of stuff that envelops us on a day-to-day basis and pay some attention to this. It's the only way we're really going to enact positive change. It's wonderful.
Absolutely, absolutely. And, the experiencers, and that's why I'm so thankful for you guys and your teams and all the other experiencers in the world who are doing this work, because we are the antennas of this planet, in a sense, right? We are putting ourselves up to resonance through meditation, through various techniques that, people do individually. And so we become antennas, and we are essentially available to resonate with these beings and civilizations and dimensions. And they are interacting with us, not only in physical way, of course, that we can visually see, have sightings or hear, but in terms of information, also the knowledge they're providing to us. They are, in that sense, interacting at a very profound level. And the word you use, Doug, are very astute. I think they're very right, for this. It's really profound. They're communicating with us in ways that are even much more profound that we even realize that we are discovering right now, right? And that's the beauty of it. And I think clearly the folks out there who are doing this work in a serious way were all vehicles and mediums and antennas channeling this information, which I think will be transformative for the planet.
Well, on that note, Jimmy, on behalf of CE-5 Aotearoa and all the listeners today, from my heart and our team's heart in this part of the world, we wish to thank you deeply for sharing this knowledge with us. You're a spectacular human being, and I love you a lot, brother. You're a real inspiration to many, many people, and no doubt there's a lot of people that are listening to this that will no doubt be inspired by this work and take action. Where can they go to find out more about you and your work specifically?
Currently, at first, and thank you, Jeremy, for your very generous words. Currently, I don't have a specific website yet to show all this material, but I'm trying to communicate it through most recently through interviews that I've done some presentations. All the material is obviously free. It's for the public. It's not, for any other purpose than that. And so I'm trying to make that material available as much as possible. There's a video documentary, as you're aware of, that I put together to try to summarize some of my experiences, but also summarize the experience of other people. I include there are many testimonials in there because it's not about me. It's really about the movement, and there are great people out there doing great work like you're doing. And it's all part of the story. And as I get more of these testimonials and information, I integrate it to that because it's part of the whole picture. So there's a documentary, an hour documentary available that has all this information. That's on my YouTube channel. You can find that. And I'll make that a condensed version of that documentary also available to your team if you want to, if you have time to watch some of it, 30 minutes or so, make that available for sure. And I will keep, I'm available anytime, if there are questions, and people can reach out to me directly via email or via MSN and things like that. So, but yeah, it's out there.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you both so much, and good luck with your, enjoy your CE-5 event. I'm sure it's going to be very successful. And I'm very happy and proud of the work you are doing, because you are really the heroes of this movement. And I think this movement is what, has great potential to make a big difference on this planet at a time that's very well needed, obviously. So great job to you all. Thank you so much for all the work you're doing.
Pleasure.
Okay, greetings everyone. Once again, we're going to the next phase in our presentation today. And this one is, well, they're all special, but this one is going to be particularly interesting, I hope. This is an opportunity for the panel, the people that you can see here who are part of the core team of CE-5 Aotearoa, to share some individual New Zealand-based experiences that we've had, things that have been very impactful on us during field events. And so that's what we'd like to do. And there will be an opportunity for questions, perhaps relating to the last presentation as well, after this. And we look forward to hearing from you and seeing what we can do to help explain things further. So I'd like to hand over now and see if Andrew can share with us his experience.
Great, thanks very much, Doug. My name's Andrew Reeves. I'm based in Auckland. Been involved in CE-5 for about 5 years now. First event being up in Whangarei. The experience I wanted to share was one that happened basically the year after I began CE-5, and it was the event prior to the Taupo event, the big international event we had in Taupo. And it was on an island off the coast of Auckland called Tiritiri Matangi, which is a bird sanctuary, wildlife sanctuary. And it was really my first experience of what was spoken about before, being called a download. And the very first night we were out in circle, and there were about a dozen of us that attended this event, and we had really beautiful meditation, and it was very, very connected and so forth. And we had a lot of feeling on the ground around us, a closeness of energy. And after we'd finished our first meditations and so forth, we sat back and we started to look at the sky and experience everything that was around us. And because we use these devices called a trimeter, which basically respond to electromagnetic frequency. So if there is an electromagnetic frequency in the area, then they start screeching. And depending on the tone will depend on the strength of the signal. So all of a sudden, there had been little blips and so forth throughout the initial part of the event, and then all of a sudden, everybody's radios in sequence, one after the other, started. And the interesting thing about those devices is that if there isn't a frequency coming in, it should affect all radios at the same time. In this case, it was affecting one radio, and that would stop, and then another radio would start up, and then another radio would start up. So we knew then that there was something definitive happening. At that point, one of the radios locked on, what we call a lock on, and it started transmitting at a very, very high frequency. And I can remember at the time because I was lying back in the gravity chair and I felt an energy running through me, and all of a sudden I was outside of my body, and I'd never experienced it before, but it was a really incredible part of the experience. Afterwards, when it stopped and I felt it stop, I was very, very what's the word, discombobulated. And we later found out that because I didn't have my feet on the ground, I wasn't grounded. And I can always remember one of the participants in the Taupo event had the same effect, and he didn't have his feet grounded at the time. And it was I made a comment to him. I said, good luck with that, because it was something that was incredibly amazing, and I'll never, ever, ever forget the way that felt. So now that's the sort of thing that we get in an event. Really, really amazing experience. So it's not always what's happening up in the sky, it's what's happening within ourselves. And that was something incredibly amazing for me. So yeah, I'll pass over to Augusta now, and she can have a chat with you as well.
Hi everyone, I'm Augusta and I live in Auckland. We've had lots of memorable experiences, but I think probably the most memorable was my very first experience at Whangarei Heads in New Zealand in 2016. So the first night was a complete sky show for us. There were lights constantly, and we spent the whole night, I think till like 3 o'clock in the morning, look at these flashes here and flashes there, and a very late night. And we were so excited. We were like kids that had been given lollies. And then the next morning we did a late morning meditation, and Jeremy was using one of his sound files, and most of us were half asleep. So I was on the couch at one corner, Jeremy was on the other corner, and I had my feet cross-legged up on the couch, and I was snoozing. And then for some reason, I just decided, well, I sat upright, had this feeling that I needed to put my feet on the ground. And as soon as I did that, the trifold meter started going nuts. This is Jeremy's trifold meter. I put my hands on my knees and I started to shake. And I got a bit nervous because I'd never actually experienced that before. And I had this feeling to just calm down, breathe, and just let the energy flow. So I had this energy just flowing through, and my hands were shaking and my legs were shaking. And then I had feedback. So that lasted for about 10 minutes. And then we had feedback. And one of the friends that was sleeping on the floor across said that he turned around and looked at me and said, oh, she's shaking like a leaf. Wondering what's happening with her. And then Jeremy's feedback was that he turned and looked and saw this tall golden being standing in front of me. So obviously a light being. And so that was the Saturday morning. And then that evening in our ground meditation outside, I was just lying down. We had broken up in groups, and I was lying down on the ground just looking at the sky, half asleep again because we were so tired. And then for some reason I decided to get up, and I walked to the corner of the forest, and I couldn't see who was there until I got there. And here's Jeremy and Ryan having a full-on experience. And it was just interesting that I should have been there at that time. And I felt this energy as I approached the two. And Jeremy had the trifoot meter pointed at Ryan's heart, and the trifoot meter was just going nuts. And he was showing me, he said, look at this. So as he was pointing it towards Ryan's heart, it was high cadence, very fast. Then he was moving the trifoot meter above Ryan's head, and the meter would quieten down a bit. Then he would move it down, and again, it was quiet, and then he'd put it back to his heart. And again, it was just such a powerful experience because I could feel the energy, and I was standing there with my hands facing Ryan, shaking again like a leaf, and just crying because it felt like this loving heart energy was coming through for Ryan, but also for Jeremy and I. And that was my introduction to CE-5, and it's just been an amazing journey ever since. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, my turn. I'm going to share with you an experience that happened in 2016 at an international event that we had. The first big international event we had, there were 24 people present, and 2 of them, other than me, are actually present in this panel and were part of this story. So what I'm going to talk about is we were up the Rakaya River in a valley that's got very little in the way of human occupation, staying up there, and it's just an empty sort of a place. Some people might know it because there's a bit of filming was done way up the end of it for Lord of the Rings. But anyway, on the very first night, we had this huge array of lights on the ground on the other side of the river. Absolutely unbelievable. There's no roads, no buildings, nothing there. And we checked with the people who were staying with us to whether we could go down there. So the next day we went down and found that we had access to a big flat area, an airfield right next to the river. So we thought we want to be close to where those lights were. So we set our team up there. We had our circle. And during a break, when people get up to stretch their legs, what have you, Jeremy came back and he found me and he said, come with me, I've found this energy. And Jeremy and Margot and another person and I got together and we went back to this place where Jeremy had been sensing this, and we all started to interact or get a sense of what was going on here. It was right at the edge of the airfield where the grass went from flat to the ground became rough and the grass was long. And then our team member who was on, the 4 of us were standing in a row, and our team member on the right-hand end saw a person nearby, really close by, probably about 10 or 15 meters away, and just said to us, who's that? And we all turned in unison, had a look, and all 4 of us could see this dark shape of head, shoulders, and we all thought it was one of our team wearing black clothing, and it was at night, but you could clearly see the shape of this person, human height and all the rest of it. And Jeremy called out, hello, and got no response. And then what I remember distinctly just looking and thinking, oh, I wonder who that is. No fear, no nothing, just thought it was one of our team. But Jeremy, I think, twigged, and he called out, as I remember, say hello if you're human. And at that point, I realized that he was thinking something different. But straight away, as soon as he said that, this dark being on the ground, quite close to us, glided away, didn't walk, there was no arm and leg movements, it just glided across the ground for a distance of about 10 meters and then winked out. Poof. We all saw it, we were all there going, whoa, that just happened. That was one of the most amazing experiences I've had, but interestingly, I've heard of very, very similar experiences that other groups have had, both here in New Zealand and in other parts of the world. And I mention that to you because, of course, what we're talking about with CE-5, that first word, close encounters of the 5th kind. And I think that one qualifies as pretty close.
Hello, my name is Ginny and I'm based in the Bay of Plenty here in New Zealand. And I'm going to talk about an event that happened to me that actually led me to search for other people that had had ET contact, and that's when I found CE-5. So going back, I think it was roughly about 16 years ago, my husband and myself were going around a friend's house for dinner that evening, and we were around their house, and we'd just eaten dinner. It was a summer evening, and behind our friends was a ranch slider or a door, glass door, and the curtains were open, and I could see a plane go past, and I could see a couple of stars. And I felt the atmosphere in the room change. And I was thinking, because I've had lots of spiritual experiences before, and I was thinking, spirits here. And then all of a sudden, the light above my friend's head started going crazy and flickering on and off really, really fast. And I thought, oh, there's definitely something going on here. So what I decided to do was I thought I need to check the lights out in the other parts of the house. So I just said to everyone, I'm going to the bathroom, went down the hall light was flickering, went in the bathroom light was flickering. So I thought, okay, that's confirmation. There's definitely something going on. So I came back and I sat down, and I was just looking out between my two friends and looking out the ranch slider. And just for about 5 seconds, I saw this little grey being, probably about 4 foot tall, staring at me with these big, beautiful, big black eyes. And I wasn't frightened at all. And then I had this impression set into my consciousness: we're watching you. So I couldn't actually say anything in front of the other 3 people that I was sat with, because none of them are into this stuff. So I had to keep stum until we left the room or left the house. And I knew from that moment on that I was actually being watched. And about 3 months after that, I was working in my healing practice. I was getting clients coming to see me regularly for healings. And I had a being come and stand in the corner of the room, roughly for about 3 months. Every time I worked on a client, she was teaching me all about the energetics of the body and showing me images and things. But it was after that main event that I thought, I have got to find other people in this country that have had experiences. I do not want to be, I need to connect with like-minded people. So I searched and searched online, and I found CE-5 and I found Doug. And I met Doug in a cafe, and he showed me lots of pictures, told me all about CE-5. And I got involved then with the CE-5 group, went to Doug's place and did meditation and stuff like that. And it's been a fantastic journey ever since. I've had so many wonderful, wonderful experiences, both in the sky and also up close and personal, hearing different languages, being touched on the shoulder. It really has been an amazing experience, and it's been all positive, absolutely all positive. It's been really wonderful. And I look forward to many, many more experiences with you guys and with other people if you decide to come and join us. Thank you.
Kia ora everybody, I'm Jeremy Cloake, and as you know, probably from some of the things we've spoken about already today, I have a kind of predisposition for out-of-body exploration. A lot of the significant, really personalized events for me in the context of CE-5 have been when I've been out of my physical body. So I want to share a recent one with you all now. This happened in this room that I'm in on July the 24th at just after 4 a.m. So I'm assuming most people here know about sleep paralysis, when you wake up and it feels like you're kind of looking at your body but you can't move. This is the common point of transition from the physical to the non-physical. So I woke up with that perspective, but I wasn't in where my physical body was. I was actually on the floor of the lounge room beside the meditation crystal. And I could see floating above me the same version of me, same physical version of me in the sense of my size and shape, but it was light. It was this kind of yellowy, kind of with a green tinge, light, pale green, and it was the same size as me, and it was floating up about this high above me. And to my right, and I'd always heard these kinds of stories about these types of beings, but had never experienced one until this point. There was this being which was composed of the same type of light. It was kind of like a plasma type oscillating light. It was right there beside me, and it was in the form of if you imagine the typical ET, kind of stereotypical ET head, and a mantis head, praying mantis head, and a human head. It was kind of a conglomerate of all of those shapes together. And it was leaning over me with this beautiful, kind, loving energy. And it had its arms extended out, as you would imagine a mantis, but at the ends of its fingers, it became like filaments of light. And it had its fingers on the left side of my body, and this is the light version body of me that's floating out of my awareness, where my physical body's over here, and it was manipulating my energy, and it felt absolutely amazing. So we were both composed of the same kind of frequency, if you like. The light, the quality of the light was the same, and I was experiencing my kinesthetic from my body is over here in bed. My awareness is here on the floor, about 3 meters away. And then my experience, my visual reference and my experience is happening there. So it was quite a multi-dimensional experience, and just profoundly beautiful, the elegance and the articulation and the sophistication in the way that this being interacted with me. I knew without doubt that it was a healing specialist, that it was highly, highly advanced, highly loving and highly aware. I could just feel it emanating from it. And I got to look at it in fairly good detail with its eyes and its whole body. And I had been experiencing some tension, physical tension in that part of my body. The next morning when I woke up, I felt incredible. I felt so energized and liberated and motivated and yeah, just far more vibrant. Yeah. So these are some of the things that we explore when we go beyond. And I personally, I do believe that a lot of our friends that we're interacting with are actually living in those realms. They are non-physical and they're interacting with us from those realms. So yeah, thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Margot in Wellington. I'm going to share a story, a teaching story from an ET who came into my living room one evening. It was a time in my journey when I really wanted to see an ET. I wanted an ET to manifest fully in front of me. And I think that might be a common desire amongst CE-5ers at some point. And so I was asking, you know, daily for this to happen at any opportunity. And finally this night, a small being came, it didn't materialize, but I could see him, I'm going to call her him. I could see him with my inner sight. It was about 3 foot tall. And he spoke to me and said, "Why are you so keen to see what we look like when you don't even see yourself?" Oh. So then he said, "Okay, come with me, come inside, come internally with me, and I will show you what I look like." And so I was taken on an inner journey with this being, and immediately I was shown streams of geometry, lots of geometrical patterns and colors coming at me. And he said, this is what we look like. This is what we look like. And this is also what you look like. And he said that what we do in creation is we take these geometries and these colors and we manifest and we create and we play from these geometrical patterns. So some of we ETs, we don't take on a physical form, we take more of a light form, and you will see that we have more geometrical shapes to our bodies. So we have, sort of triangular shaped bodies, or shaped heads, or diamond shaped body torsos. And then others of us, like the human race, we manifest more physically in physical bodies. And, we're using the spiral formation and the formation of limbs and fascia and tissue and so on. And then he said, okay, now I'm going to take you even further in. And so we went in further, and I had this burst of brilliant light and sound. And he said, now this is what I look like in my essence. And this is what you look like in your essence. We are the same being. And so, needless to say, I stopped asking to see what ET looked like after that. Thank you. And so I'm going to hand it over now to Oona, who is going to facilitate your questions for us.
Yes, hello. Thank you for sharing all those wonderful stories. And there's so many, I know. We have a question from Stephen from Christchurch. If during one of your outings and a craft landed and asked you to go with them, would you go?
I think the short answer to that would be universally yes, and it's a question that would be asked a lot. But to be in that situation in an expedition would be absolutely amazing, and I think that there would be no hesitation, not from any one of us. Yeah, great question.
Yes,
Yep.
We have another question. Oh, did anybody else want to say something to that question?
I was just going to add to that. Yeah, I've contemplated this because it is a question that you do kind of ask yourself, oh, if this starts materializing more and, get the opportunity, and what does this mean? It's more about the people that are here, and what does it mean? How long are we away for? What's the purpose of the trip? What are we doing? So there would need, I think the initial impulse would be, yes, let's do this. And of course that would be the drive. However, we love people that are earthbound that would stay. And it would really depend on the overall context for me personally. At this stage in my life, I'd just jump in at the drop of a hat. But that's because I can. But I think people that are in, are parents that have responsibilities with others on earth, they have to think about those people as well and consider their needs and their relationships with them. Yeah.
Yes, Ginny.
I've thought about this long and hard as well. And I would, if I knew I could come back and it was just to be taken off somewhere and visit and everything else, and I could come back, I would say yes straight away. But like Jeremy said, to leave your partner and your children and other family members, I think I would probably find that quite hard at this stage. But for a flying visit to go round the universe and back, I would say yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, me too. We have a question. What are your tips for people who don't feel like you are psychic or who have never experienced something like an out-of-body experience? Can they make contact without all that?
Yes, absolutely. And you just the first step is to come and join in with a group or start it yourself at home. But come and join in with a group, because through the process of osmosis, like learning anything, gradually gradually these psychic experiences, you know, the telepathy, the visions, seeing the craft, it all gradually comes to you. So come and join a group.
I'd just add to that, thanks, Margot, and say that I do know someone in the CE-5 movement who describes himself as being as psychic as a rock, and he's had lots of experiences. So yes, definitely, you don't have to be something magical. I think these experiences, particularly the way Dr. Greer has set up the concept and the protocols for doing CE-5, are actually very simple. And all they require is your intent and your consciousness. And we all have consciousness and we are in control of our intent. So I would encourage everybody to try it. You don't have to be anything special. It is possible that after doing it for a while, some of these things may open up to you, but even then, it isn't necessary.
I think Marcel spoke about this in his presentation, where he had been to a number of events and he really felt that he didn't have things happen for him, and that's something that we do find in events. When you're around people, particularly experienced people, they're having events and you're having experiences, and you're sitting there and you're going, oh gee, why aren't I feeling or seeing anything, and so forth. It's like a muscle. The more you exercise it, the stronger it becomes. And it's not really a psychic ability. It's a personal consciousness, expanded consciousness ability, and it's something that is so surprising when it comes through that it will. As I spoke with Marcel last week, it changed his life. So the experience that he had in Taupo changed the whole aspect of his experience. His whole life changed, and you know that's what we're looking for. So it will happen, but sometimes it takes time.
Okay, thank you. How about group coherence? As a group, what are your experiences with group coherence and how does it impact things? Jeremy.
It's absolutely critical for close proximity contact. Absolutely critical. It's fairly straightforward to establish contact at a distance. So to see flash bulbs, to get that kind of communication in the sky, even some types of ground contact are fairly straightforward to establish. But unless there's a unified, clear, coherent intent, a peaceful, loving energy, that they won't come in close. Not in my experience. They will come in, but they won't. You won't get the full experience of them, if you like. And this is something that I've found to be consistent at every single CE-5 event. I've been all over the world, and I've been to many now. It doesn't matter where you are, whether you're on a ley line or you're on this place or you're indoors or you're up a mountain or whatever. If you don't have a coherence, a strong sense of coherence and peace and love amongst your team, that is going to inhibit the close proximity contact.
I'd like to add to that, Jeremy. What we do, and the reason why we encourage here in New Zealand for people to create groups and keep having doing expeditions with the groups, is to build that coherence, and you become close friends. And what you'll find over time is, as you do more with the same group of people, the connections that come are powerful. And I've noticed that right from the beginning. So I started in 2016, and I considered myself to be, at that time, not very connected. I didn't see things like the other guys. I didn't hear things. And I'm very, I can feel things, but I didn't think that I was as perceptive as the people around me. But that's changed a lot. And I feel that it's changed also because of the company that I keep within the group. And because it's been the same group of people that I've been with for so long. And now when we do, say there might be 4 or 5 of us, and we decide let's just go for a weekend somewhere beautiful and pack some food and let's do CE-5. And when we go outside and sit in that circle, it is an instant woof. The energy is there. The connection is there, and the activity starts pretty much straight away. And when I say activity, even for me, it's become not so much what happens in the sky. I don't pay a great deal of attention to that unless I'm prompted to, and I think that's probably the same with the rest of the group. But there's a lot of energy that comes through, and that has, for me, substantially increased over the years. And I'd say a lot of that has been, a contributing factor has been the fact that I dearly love the people that I do CE-5 with.
All right. Thank you. Now, Sean asked the question, are ETs particular in whom they choose to connect with, or is it a matter of who you get is who you connect with? In other words, do you need a certain bond to speak with a certain race of ETs?
Oh, sorry.
Yes,
That's
Doug,
all right.
go ahead.
Yeah, you go, Doug.
Just going to say that I don't know that I can give any kind of definitive answer, but that I have interacted with what appear to be a very, very broad range of ETs. I don't consider myself to be anything special. I mean, from their perspective, who knows what they know about me and my background. But I've seen all sorts. And, you know, from 2.5 feet tall to 8 feet tall. And I hear other people say they're even bigger beings than that, all kinds of different head shapes and different kinds of eyes. Some of them had eyes that were just like humans. And all sorts of odd features that I'm not going to go into describing here. And I think that the variety is probably unfathomable. And I don't know of any particular connection to any particular group in my case. I've just seen so many different kinds. So I would hope that everybody is open to connecting with everybody else, because we see ourselves as, we as humans, we think that humanity is one group. I certainly believe that. We don't want any divisions down here on this little planet. We all came out of the same, we're all birthed out of the same kind of organic matter on this world, and we all can communicate and live with each other. And I think that the broad variety of ETs out there they're our brothers and sisters. They're all also part of a larger group. So I tend to see it in a group sense, and I don't think there's something really weirdly different between one and another. And I think most people who have close contact experiences in any form of communication with them will realize, as Dr. Greer often says, that these beings all know each other. They all operate in a way which is highly conscious, and they're all aware of each other. And I doubt very much that they see themselves in very separate ways, despite what stories some people will come up with about wars and this, that, and the other. I just don't buy any of that because my experience and what I hear from others is entirely peaceful. They are very powerful, very highly conscious beings, and everybody's aware of everybody else. That's my 2 cents worth.
Ginny.
I'd just like to add to that, same with exactly what Doug said, but through my experience also, and again, I've, like Doug, come across many, many different looking beings, but my experience is they, I believe, scan your energy. So if you're in the right frequency of love, say, you're emitting that love, that joy, that really good high frequency vibe, then you're probably, I mean, I don't know this because we can't prove any of this, but you're probably more than likely going to have a wide range of different beings contacting you because they're also in that high frequency vibe. And again, if you're feeling out of sorts and things like that, they'll be there, but they might not show themselves. They might not make themselves known. Again, they're like family, really. They're part of a multiverse, a multi-mass dimensional group which we all belong to. So if you like, class it as a collective of many, many different races, many, many different beings, and we're amongst that. So that's what I believe anyway. Thank you.
And I agree. I've also experienced quite a variety, and each of them brings in a different energy that you can feel and enjoy, feel the difference between them. But one thing I've noticed is that quite often the smaller beings will come in to help with the first steps, people who are new, to help with the first steps of interacting, with a being, because it's less confronting, I guess, when they're a bit smaller than we are. So they'll often be the ones that come, you can hear them, they start speaking out loud, or they might touch you, and there's a sort of a sparkly, fun energy, which is less threatening, perhaps, to begin with.
Yes, we have another question from Stephen from Christchurch. If you took a selfie with an ET outside their craft and stuck a really great pose, would you post it on social media? Jeremy.
That's hilarious, Stephen. Thank you for asking that. Yes, so you can see we're all laughing. Well, I guess it depends what the ET looks like, right? Maybe. No, look, if there is any seriousness to your question, anything can be, made up these days, and our focus here in this part of the world is to really focus on the experience, what we're experiencing in the sense of communication, electromagnetic fields, consciousness. When it comes to pictures and video, they are very wonderful, as we've seen today, and they are very compelling, and there are ways of verifying them. But you post something like that on social media and people would just rip it apart straight away, saying it's CGI, saying it's this, saying it's that, because there is still so much cognitive dissonance around the fact that we're not alone in the universe and the fact that these beings are willing to interact with us. However, that's shifting very quickly. So if you get the opportunity yourself, please do it.
Ginny.
I personally would tune in to the being that I actually had the photograph done with and just ask their permission, actually. And if they gave me permission to do it, I would do it. Because the reason being, I would know that it was true, and that it is truth, and I would post it out there because I believe that what we do now and contact is important to share it, and important that other people know that it's safe to do, and there's nothing scary about it or anything like that. So I would personally, if I got permission from the ET beings, I would post it.
Augusta, did you want to say anything to that?
So what I was going to say is, for a while now, in most of our groups, and even in the last event we did, main event that we did in March, we don't even bother taking videos and photos anymore. From my point of view, it's I don't need to prove anything. It's mostly been experiential, and if you are serious about contacting beings and extraterrestrial, whatever you want to call them, they'll come to you. And it's the reason that you want to make contact that's important. It's not, I don't want to make contact because I want a photo shoot with someone and post it. It's, for me, it's about, it's changing, helping me to change my life and understand why am I here on this planet and the change that I want to make on this planet. And so hence, you know, if you were to ask us, what's your latest photos? I wouldn't have any. So that's not our focus most of the time.
Thank you. Yes, we have another question about OTs or other terrestrials. Does anybody would anybody like to speak to that?
Hi, Doug here. Yeah, I don't know if everyone who's watching is familiar with that term. It's something that was coined along the lines of ET, which is short for extraterrestrial, and that's been around for a very long time. But many of us have encountered other beings that we're pretty sure are from here. And I think that's actually a widespread experience around the world, and it possibly doesn't even really make any difference, but these are non-human intelligent beings that are in and around our environment. And so we tend to call them OT or other terrestrial. They're not beings that you're going to see walking down the street. The interactions are just as subtle and just as consciousness-based as connecting with ET. But I've personally had the experience of bumping into them, and I consider that to be a privilege. And many of us, I'd say, in fact, everyone here that you can see on the screen has interacted with them. And because it may happen to you, it's probably worthwhile mentioning them. But and there may be lots and lots of different kinds, but the ones that I'm most familiar with are very small, white-coloured beings with round eyes, and they tend to like staying in nature. They don't really like coming near human buildings or cities and places like that. You're more likely to encounter them in the forest. And if you're calm, peaceful, and seeking connection, it's quite possible that you will have a connection with these little beings. Now, I have actually seen them when I was fully wide awake. And you'll also hear us talk about something called second sight or inner sight. It's when you're meditating, or you can get visual imagery, which can be interactive, and you know that it's external because, excuse me, it's not your own thoughts and what have you. But we've had all sorts of interactions with these beings other than seeing them. They make sounds as well, which you can hear. Everyone can be sitting there wide awake and you can hear footsteps walking around you on the leaf litter and twigs and what have you in the bush. And we've also had, well, I certainly have had bushes or branches moving in dead still air. And I've made inquiries, basically said, well, is that them? And then had responses through our electronic technology, which confirmed that. And I know this all sounds very, very strange, but we are dealing with a strange kind of a topic. But I have a personal fondness for these OTs. I'd like to know more about them and what they do. And I find that to interact with them, a deeper connection with nature is probably the critical element. And also a joyful, childlike approach to what you're doing. And I'm certain that my colleagues here would have more to share than that. But yes, I do believe there are such beings. My grandmother, my maternal grandmother, was from Ireland, and I remember as a little kid, she was brought up in a traditional Catholic family, and she said to me that she believed in what they called the little people. As you know, I thought, oh yeah, Irish, the little people, whatever. And as an adult now, I go, thanks, Granny, you were right.
Thank you, Doug. For those of you who have been on expeditions in other parts of the world, are there any particular places you've visited that are well known for contact, or places that are on your wish list to visit?
The obvious one is Joshua Tree National Park. I've been there many, many times. For some reason, it is a high strangeness place. The photo that Marcel shared earlier with the ball of light and the three silhouette type shapes that look like they're coming out of the ball of light, that was in Joshua Tree National Park. I've had a lot of personal experiences in there. Yeah, so that's a place that's yeah, outside of New Zealand that's been really significant for me. I know there's others here as well that have had a lot of experiences overseas outside of New Zealand.
Okay, we have a question from Sean. Because our race is considered hostile, does that mean we are least likely to connect faster than other races? Or can they look past our silverback-mannered governments and give us a chance?
I'll go there with that one. Yeah, it's an interesting question, and I think there's two things at play here. One is the consciousness-led, heart-led communication that is available for everybody, because ideologies and those things, when you get into this state, I've found in every single expedition I've done, they are all left behind. We come into space, we come into circle, and there is no external viewpoint other than basically we are humanity, and we're here to represent humanity as best we can. And I truly believe that what's happening in the wider world and the geopolitical situations and so forth really sits outside of that. And they really, from the experiences that I've had, they're incredibly curious about the human condition, for a start. But I do feel in some ways that the beings that we are communicating with are in our timeline, but more advanced versions potentially of ourselves. So it's not always a group coming from Sirius or the Pleiades or somewhere like that. These beings that we're dealing with are from within our field as well, and our field is endless. There is no beginning and there is no end, and we sit within the timeline where we are right now, where our experiences. And yeah, it's a hard question to ask, but I hope I added some scope to it. But yeah, that's where I feel we're at.
Just to add to that, my feeling is that, people say, when are we going to get full disclosure? Well, I'm sure that, you'll agree that when we're not going to get, the disclosure isn't going to come through the governments. It's actually full disclosure is already happening, because even people that aren't connected to CE-5 are having ET experiences. I know many people that aren't connected to CE-5. They're having ET experiences. They've been communicating with ET for many years, whether it's through channeling or whether it's through direct contact like we have. So it's happening, and it is becoming more and more, as I believe, as humanity's frequency rises or people wake up and become more aligned within themselves, then this contact is happening, and it's spreading very quickly. And there's some people that wake up or have contact totally out of the blue. They haven't had any psychic experiences or anything like that before. They've not joined any groups like this, and literally they've woken up and now all of a sudden are having huge ET experiences and like that. So it's already happening, but it's happening amongst the people.
Thank you.
Just to add on that, sorry, Oona, is that as Dr. Greer says, in 2001, the National Press Club conference, that was disclosure. You know, the testimonies from the people there, the officials that gave their testimony, that was disclosure. You know, and this is the grassroots version of it. You know, we're disclosing our experiences today. You know, this is the reality of what's happening. Is the more we talk about this, and the more we kind of normalize our ability to talk about the fact that we're not alone in the universe, and the fact that we're in contact with different civilizations, the easier it becomes for mainstream society to handle it and deal with it. And then the sooner we get on to becoming an interstellar species ourselves.
Yes, well said. There's a question here for Doug. If you had to make your best guess, who are those beings in the woods?
That's a really good one. From the cumulative experience, I'd really like to describe them as nature spirits. I mean, they are beings. They have arms and legs and eyes, and I've heard them running around and I've seen them. But they are very, very intimately associated with nature. And I know that through experimenting in a way which I know many, many people have done over long periods of time. And I remember reading books when I was young about, say, Native American shamans who would communicate with birds and animals and what have you. And so I did some experiments because I had a feeling that that's what these beings were like, integrated into nature in a way which I can't explain, but very, very caring of it. And when I've communicated with them, I have asked them to send birds to me. And in my experiments, I got very, very specific. I was doing this during the day, and I asked for them to send a particular species of bird to come to me and say hello as a kind of a marker to show that they had heard my request. And they did it. I had that happen time and time again. Different species of birds to say, could you send me a keraru? And this was just after 30 seconds of closing my eyes because I was working on the edge of the forest. And I just thought, okay, and I just let it go and I carried on. I was doing a little fence repair. 30 seconds later, right above me comes this keraru, and it was really, I took pictures of it too, because it was looking at me like, what did you call for? What? Why am I here? What? It was really quite strange, but that's happened to me so many times. It's not coincidence. I live next to a forest and I go into it all the time, and the birds don't always come up and approach you. That's not terribly common, but when it's requested and I do the request through these beings, the birds will come up. And so that's my best guess, is that they are somehow deeply integrated with nature and they're able to occupy the energies and consciousness around them. I don't really know how to describe it. It's quite strange, but my feeling is that they have a deep, deep love for nature that goes even beyond those of us that care deeply for our natural world. It's something that they live in a different sense, perhaps in the astral sense or in another dimension. They're in our same environment, but they are part of that energy.
Just to add to that, that phenomena of the birds and other creatures around us on this planet that interact with us. I had an experience where I was in Adelaide a couple of months ago and going through quite a stressful time with a sick mother, and Jeremy knew something was up. And one night I was so stressed, and I drove home and it was still daylight, and I hear an owl hooting. This is in suburban Adelaide. And in the 30 years that I lived in Adelaide, I have never heard an owl, not even in the bush, much less at my mother's house. And I called Jeremy on Telegram that night, and I go, Jeremy, I heard an owl hooting at me going home. And he said, yeah, I was thinking of you. And so that happens a lot. So often we find that when we're having a connection with each other, the ruru comes in. It will, in the middle of the day. I was one morning in this full-on meditation. My trifle meter was going nuts. It was morning, so owls don't usually come out in morning. And I'm in suburban Auckland, and I've got this massive tree by my bedroom window, and an owl, the ruru, comes to the tree and starts hooting. And I go, okay. So definitely we have this strong connection to not just the little people in the forest, but the owl. And then, Doug was talking about the kereru. So there are, I think all of nature is involved in our connection. And it's not just connection with beings out there, it's connection with different aspects of ourselves, because there's been instances where we've had events where people have said, I actually feel that the being that I'm connecting with is a version of me. And that's happened to me too. And I think that's quite true. So this experience is so far-reaching. It's not just about lights in the sky and a craft coming down and saying hello. It's just so encompassing of everything on this planet. Jeremy.
Well, thanks for sharing that, Augusta. And look, on behalf of this panel and behalf of our team here today, I'd like to thank everyone who's presented, all the wonderful sharing that's taken place to this point throughout the day. It's been absolutely fantastic. All the wonderful questions that have come through on YouTube. Thanks everybody for your participation. We are going to break now for 1 hour. And during that break, please prepare for the next session as well, which is 3 hours of meditation. It's going to be spectacular. This is when we get to work with creating these energy templates for what we are holding in our heart center with this intention, with this knowing of our natural state for our planet. So I encourage everyone that's listening now to have a good break, go and stretch your legs, get grounded, walk barefoot on the earth, have some fresh air, have a lovely meal, hug your loved ones, and come back at 6 p.m. ready to go for 3 hours of beautiful guided meditations. Much love, everybody. See you in an hour. Hello and welcome everybody. If you've just joined us, we welcome you in the spirit of unity consciousness. We gather here from all corners of the world to create the energy templates for the vision that we hold in our hearts, the knowing that we share of our natural state and unity and love and peace. Within this next 3-hour segment of Aranga Ake, we will be guided in 9 separate meditations for 20 minutes. I encourage you all now to take a few moments to get completely comfortable and relaxed, whether you are lying down or in a comfortable chair in your favorite environment. Settle yourself down now and get really comfortable. And become aware of this intention as you do so, that resides within that pure spark, that brilliant light of you within the center of your heart. That pure light that shines bright in truth. That bright light of your awareness. That bright shining light of your intention and being here. Being in this earth right now. And being of this earth and of the stars. And what does that mean right now for you? What are we all here to do right now? And in contemplating these words, let us close our eyes together now in peace. As we sit within the silent space of our collective heart, as threads of light, of awareness, of intention that connect us all together here now as one. And as we settle into the space of relaxation, belonging, of what naturally flows, we acknowledge ourself now within this coherent field of connection. Our unique energy signature, a unique frequency that we bring into this space now, within the unified field of awareness. And in acknowledging our unique energy signature, we attune to it. And we feel the pilot within the vehicle. We feel the frequency within the form. The consciousness within. And we acknowledge everything that has led us to this point now, in being here We acknowledge what we are currently dealing with in our physical reality. We acknowledge what others are currently dealing with in their physical realities. And we acknowledge what our planet is going through, what humanity is processing. And should we feel any attachment, any heaviness, anxiety, concern, or fear, we can effortlessly right now allow that to sink down and be absorbed into the earth. Just let it go. And with each breath in, soften further and relax even more with each exhalation. Continuing to let go and clear your energy field. If there's any tension in your body, just gently communicate with that part of your body. What is it you're telling me? What do I need to let go of? What if you knew that answer right now and could effortlessly just do that? Can't you? And as you do, take another deep breath in and release. And take another deep breath in. And expand and soften. And now clarify that space within your heart. Become absolutely clear in the purest essence of your being. As to what we are doing here right now, today. And see that intention as a vibrant electrical charge. And with that intention, bind to it your love for yourself, your family, your friends, the natural world, the planet. And bind that emotional energy to that intention and see it forming a beautiful lattice of geometry within the space of your heart. An energy template from which we bring from the non-physical frequency environments into the physical. And with clear intention, in love, at peace, simply hold this energy template within the space of your heart. Simply allow it to be there, to resonate. And as you do so, take your awareness out for a moment into the environment you are currently in, that familiar space. And walk your awareness around the space you call home, the space you are in. And feel the space with your mind. All those familiar objects. Reach out. Feel the texture, the shape. And as you do so, anchor your awareness. In this frequency environment, this frequency form of you. And as you do so, turn your awareness to another place in your familiar environment. And as you reach out and touch another object, feel it with full clarity now. As your awareness anchors further in this frequency form, clear and coherent. Feel your awareness now anchoring just beyond the physical. The frequency form of the physical world. Take a look at it. Get to know it. For here we can create. And as you move your awareness around this environment now, take yourself to that door that you pass through often. You know it so well. And reach out your hand, and as you touch that door, anchor your awareness even further now. And before you open this door, there is an important place behind it. An ancestral meeting house. Your ancestral meeting house. But before you step through the door, just really clarify yourself in this space. Take a quick look at your hands. Feel the door. And as you begin to open it now, Leave everything behind that does not serve you as you step through right now into this version of yourself, into your ancestral meeting house. And if it's your first time in this house, you may see it in its full glory. It houses all of the information of your lineage, with photos of you on the wall, your mother and father, your grandparents, and even further back, beyond the time of photographs, where there are painted representations of your lineage. And as you walk around this beautiful space within your ancestral home of you, take a seat and get really comfortable. And open up to that frequency that runs through the antenna of your DNA, from your maternal and your paternal lineages. That perfect unification of the masculine and the feminine, the earth and the sky within you. And as you acknowledge the love that created you, feel that love that created those who created you. And notice how, when you step back with your awareness to your parents, to your father's parents, to your mother's parents, and so forth, there are numerous ancestors with you that have created this lineage of you resonating within your DNA. And feel that and see that as a vortex of love, of unity, of pure creation energy that flows through every cell in your being. And with that flow, that pure connection to love, everything is clear. Everything is available right now to you. And as you feel this energy flow, acknowledge those ancestors that you may feel are with you today, working in this earthly plane, side by side and within the space of your heart. And extend your gratitude to them. Thank them for being here. And in doing so now, settle even further within the space of your heart. Very calm, completely relaxed, and ready to take the next step out further. Aranga Ake.
Anchored in your ancestral home, anchored in your lineage, anchored in the oneness of the oceans. Breathe with the oceans. Perhaps use a finger to close one nostril and breathe in a long, slow breath, breathing up into your brain. Now through the other nostril, breathe out and in. Change nostrils, breathe out and then in. Change nostrils, breathe out and then in. And let that continue as you drop your hand and drop your consciousness into the earth. Drop right into the earth. You are conscious within Mother Earth. You are in the womb of Mother Earth, floating as a plasma being, like an embryo, floating like a seahorse in the vastness and the depth of the ocean, floating in the timelessness of time and the spacelessness of space, floating in the agelessness of ages and the onelessness of one, being oneness itself. Remember. Remember you are one. The one. And the tides come and the tides go. Breathe in your own rhythm, your own beat. Breathe in through your fontanelle, your crown, as an embryo would, as a dolphin would. Breathe, breathing down into your heart, from your crown. And the tides come and the tides go. Breathe in through your perineum, your roots, up to your heart. Breathing in from above and below. Breathing out from your heart into the space of your field. Breathing in from above. Breathing in from below. Filling your field with the pureness the pureness of free energy. All is well in the realms of rhythm and the sacredness of sound. All is well. You are plasma, soon to be born. You are sound, soon to be born. Within the womb of Mother Earth, you hear her heart. You hear her rhythm. You hear her call to all. Within the womb of Mother Earth, you feel her heart beating. You feel her rhythm rising. You feel her awakening, awakening to a new era, a new dimension, falling to your heart, surrounded by infinite love you are, swaddled in eternal love you are, held in precious love you are, and you are one. One with Mother Earth. Within the womb of Mother Earth, your plasma heart, soft, innocent, pure, starts forming, starts living, starts pounding. And throughout the body, you feel this innocent heartbeat everywhere, coherent, the same. You are in tune with the heartbeat of Mother Earth. You are the beat. Your heart is beating in the soles of your feet. It is beating behind the knee and up your legs. It is beating in your thighs, the same rhythm, the same beat. It is beating in your navel, in your chest, the same rhythm, the same beat. It is beating in your hands. It is beating in your arms, the same rhythm, the same beat. It is beating in your shoulders. It is beating in your throat, the same rhythm, the same beat. It is beating up your spine. It is beating in your head, the same rhythm, same beat. You are one, the one. Remember. Crystalline in nature, you become born into the mineral world, born into the oneness of crystal consciousness, connected to the records of all times. Rooted like the plants, you become born into the plant world, born into the interconnectedness of seeds and roots and fragrances and strength and beauty. moving like the animals, you become born into the animal world, floating like the seahorses, swimming like the goldfish, crawling like the centipedes, jumping like the lambs, pouncing like lions, flying like butterflies, and soaring like the eagle. And you are born into the awareness of humanness, the awareness of worthiness and dignity. Remember, just as the seed grows roots and pushes up to be born, you push out from the womb, still in your plasma beingness, sensing the tender love of Mother Earth as she births you. Pushing up to be born, you reach for the stars. And you draw in the light of the stars, the wisdom of the stars into your plasma beingness. Your being glitters and sparkles, with the whole of the cosmos being inside of you. The stars, they twinkle within you. The planets, they orbit within you. The galaxies, they rotate within you. And you send love, love to the womb that birthed you. You send love, so much love, to Mother Earth. Deep love, fondness and care, to the one that carried you. Love her in whatever way works for you. Love her tenderly, like you would love a newborn baby. And as you do so, and you relax and wait, her infinite love returns to you. It always does. For you are one. One with Mother Earth. One with the one who birthed you. One with the stars. One with the cosmos within you. One with oneness. One with creation. One with the heartbeat of creation. And you send love to the sky that holds you. Deep love, fondness, and respect to the one that holds you. Trust to the one that holds you. Send that love in whatever way works for you. Send that fondness, that trust, and that respect in whatever way works for you. And then sit back and relax. And as you do so, His infinite love, His infinite respect returns to you. His trust in you returns to you. It always does. For you are one. One with Father Sky. One with Mother Earth. One with all that is. At ease, in beauty and peace. You breathe. You breathe with all of creation, with all of goodness, with all in time and space and beyond, with all without and within. With all. Remember this. Remember the light. Remember the wisdom. Remember you. Remember all of you. Remember your past, your present, your future. Remember your future. Remember the creation that you are. The one creation. The one beat. About to become form. About to be you. About to awaken. About to arise. And you being the one, you are the one to hold the drum. To hold the drum of your heart. Listen. Listen. And listen more. Listen to the heartbeat of creation itself. Listen to the one that is you. Aranga Ake.
And now, allow that plasma being to materialize into your corporeal body, the body that is sitting or lying in the space you now occupy, in a state of unity consciousness. Take a deep, living breath with the good air, the pure emerald healing chi energy of our mothership, Earth. Feel the love and the gratitude for all that you have in your life that is good and abundant. Remember those you love and have loved, and feel the love they have for you. Breathe normally for a few minutes and relax into your inner mind's eye. Center yourself as you watch your breath flow in and out of your body. Breathe in peace and calm. And as you exhale, allow any worries or concerns to flow out through your feet into the earth. Ask the earth to deal with any worries and concerns you may feel, and to help us focus on our current intent. Breathe in through the nose. Fill your lungs with oxygen. Hold for a few seconds. Release your breath through your mouth, letting go of all thoughts, all perceptions. Keep breathing. Relax. On your next breath out, simply allow your energy body to reach down into the center of the earth. Gather some of Gaia's energy, and as you breathe in, breathe that energy up through the soles of your feet, through your legs, to the first root chakra, colored red, a ball of energy located in line with the base of your spine. As you continue to breathe, open the root chakra and relax as you observe it begin to energize and spin in a counterclockwise direction. Hold that energy in your root chakra, and as you exhale, reach down again and gather more of Gaia's energy. As you breathe in, bring that energy up to the sacral, the orange chakra, just above the root chakra, pulling the energy through the root chakra as you do so. Keep breathing the breath of life into your body. Allow that energy to rest in the orange chakra. Open and energize the chakra. See it spinning in unison with the root chakra. Relax and breathe as both chakras align, spinning and vibrating. As you exhale, reach down, and when you breathe in, once again draw up the earth's energy through the root and the sacral chakras into the yellow solar plexus chakra. As you breathe, allow the energy to rest in the yellow chakra as it begins to spin and energize, aligning with the other chakras. Relax, breathe. See all of the chakras aligning, spinning, energizing together. As you breathe out, reach down again into the earth. And as you inhale, draw the earth's energy up through the three already spinning and aligned chakras into the emerald green heart chakra. Let the energy rest there in the heart chakra. Open. See the heart chakra glow, spin, and align with the already aligned chakras. Relax and breathe as you concentrate on aligning all 4 chakras. And as you hold that energy in your heart chakra, and you now begin your next exhale and inhalation cycles, reach up and draw down the golden light energy of the cosmos through the violet crown chakra at the top of the head, down through the indigo third eye chakra, through the blue throat chakra, opening, spinning, and aligning all of the chakras as you draw the energy down from the cosmos into the heart chakra, the seat of the soul, the center of your being. As you breathe normally, feeling the loving, caring, nurturing, calming, confident, and open-hearted energy of the heart chakra. You can see that all of the chakras are now open, spinning, shining, pulsating, and aligned with each other. Hold this space as you breathe normally for a few minutes. With your concentration on the heart chakra, feel its energy, feel the love, feel the expansion of the heart chakra. Allow the expansion. Allow the love to expand. And now allow the chakras to blend from the crown down, from the base upwards, forming an energy toroid around your body. Use your heart chakra as the center of your energetic toroid and expand that energetic toroid to engulf your whole body. Keep breathing in the chi from Mother Earth and from the cosmos simultaneously into the heart, into the energy toroid of your body that is now engulfing your body and expanding. Now send back down into the center of the earth a clockwise spiral vortex from this toroid. This is a guide for what comes next. Ask Gaia to send back to us a counterclockwise flow of energy that twins with the vortex we just created. As it arrives, allow it to start wrapping around the heart toroid, following around it tightly in the counterclockwise direction, like a coil. Keep breathing the living energy, the breath of life. Now send upwards to whomever we're working with a counterclockwise energy vortex, also as a guide to be twinned. Ask them to reply by sending down a clockwise vortex, matching the path of our guideline. As it arrives, allow it to wrap around our toroid, running clockwise over and around, allowing it to run at whatever speed it needs in order to resonate. Breathe normally and relax into your inner mind's eye. Aranga Ake.
Comfortably relaxed in this loving energy field. Be aware of the heightened senses. We are filled with energies from our earth and from around us. We are calm and centered. We will take our energized, calm form and explore it. Take a look at your energy body with this torus of beautiful multicolored light spinning around you, centered on the heart. Look at all of it. Recognize yourself. We know that this awareness of our energy form is a platform from which we can do many things. In this state of awareness of energies, you are safe and protected. Your energies will now seek to join to connect with others, forming bonds, strengthening ties, and magnifying awareness from the one into the many. Look inside your heart and see a bright golden light, the seat of your consciousness. From here, you can see and connect with anything and anyone. We will allow ourselves to join safely as we will recognize each other, each one of us participating now, having established our own coherent space, fully aware of our own energy form. We'll recognize the others automatically when we seek them. So no matter where you are, no matter where your physical body resides, you can now see golden threads of energy, sending them out from your own conscious awareness, from the seat of your consciousness. Place in them the intent to find the others in this group and across the world who are engaging in this process of expanding awareness and connecting together. Send a portion of your consciousness through one of these threads. Follow this golden light, and you will see ahead of you another energy form that looks like yours. Another person meditating now with us. As you approach them, seek permission to join with them and see that it is granted. And your thread enters and touches the central awareness of this other person. Moving back to your own conscious central awareness. See that there are threads now seeking you. We are fully capable of identifying, recognizing the friendly, common resonance that we all share in this process. Only those threads will be visible to you now. And when you see them and they ask permission to join you, allow them to do so. You will see many such requests now, as you now also follow out each one of those threads back to its origin and establish your own link with each of these people. The process is simple and quick and very powerful. Hundreds and hundreds of connections are being made. And through this connection, through each pair at the end of each thread that runs both ways, we can exchange information. And the information we exchange is the essence of who we are, of what we want, of how we resonate. We are all individuals. At some level, though, we are all always connected. As we are doing now, when we focus on such a connection, we can share that which identifies us and that which combines us into a greater whole. All of us have the same desires and the same intent. All of us are filled with energy from our beautiful earth, our deep connection to her, and our desire to look after her and each other. All of us are seeking to bring in higher energies from those who observe and assist us in the process of awakening. These connections now, see them growing stronger, see the light of each filament glowing more brightly as we get to know each other, as we resonate together with the strong intent of making everything better. Our common goal becomes a powerful web. Each one of us now supporting hundreds of people, and hundreds of people now supporting us. Just relax and allow this connection to just naturally strengthen and grow. Through this web, any one of us can easily move now around and through all of the others who are connecting. We can see things from the other's perspective. We can feel instantly where they are on our beautiful Mother Earth. And as we do so, we notice that we are enveloping the earth with these golden threads. We now offer many, many pathways for the information and the assistance from higher consciousness to enter into and through us and to be shared and to manifest. The power of so many connections cannot be underestimated. Feel it. Allow yourself to be open to these positive energies, to this web of reception, this web of sharing, this vehicle for change. We form this loving web around our beautiful earth easily, and we allow it to develop and mature, and we allow it to bring our energies back through each person in the group so that everyone is known. All our common intents, all our common desires, magnified, growing, and attracting from the higher sources, the assistance, the energy, the guidance, the willpower, everything that we need can come through us. And with this web wrapping around our beautiful Earth Mother, our influence extends beyond our energy bodies, beyond the group, and in between all of us who are nodes on an interconnection superhighway of energy. Between us, we can fill in these gaps and spread our positive intent. And that spread begins to touch and influence all people, all the people beyond our group. These energies we offer them in this connection is done with a pure heart and is completely safe. And at some level, every person who now has these energies washing over them, they will recognize the value, the beauty of what we do. And their energy bodies will begin to absorb and take in what we are offering. Allow this spread to continue as we sit and breathe calmly, connecting, sharing. We now have a network of light all across the globe. Conducting these energies into all of humanity, into the environment itself around us. Uplifting all minds, offering love, protection, peace to all beings, showing those who observe and help us that the earth is a place of peace, the gratitude of many being reflected back as we magnify this process. Feel the joy of being connected to so many. This is a normal state for each of us at some part of our consciousness. We are re-entering it, remembering it. And now in this state of beautiful, glowing, shared consciousness, we are ready to step out further in our process. Aranga Ake.
And from this peace, this centeredness, this place of pure consciousness, we relax, breathing through our nose, deep breaths, breathing out through our nose. You can now relax your eyes. Let them recede into the sockets. You don't need them. Every breath relaxes you more and more, frees you from the weight of your body. You become lighter and lighter. Every breath, you are lighter. As you bring your awareness into your heart, you can see through your heart. Your eyes are in your heart. Reposition your awareness. Look out from your heart. Yes. It feels different. And you are now aware of in your heart purple electric filaments of light pulsing, matching the connected filaments that you shared with everything around you. And your heart is glowing. And now, on the next out breath, you will step backwards from your heart and float upwards and back, becoming the observer of your body.
You now see through that energy those pure, beautiful purple filaments follow you out, connecting to your conscious awareness, coming with you. And you can feel light, lightness and light. Expansion, expansion of the field of awareness. You see more. You feel lighter. Floating away from your body now. You are energy. You are consciousness. And you are expanding. And you are continuing to expand as you move away from where your body remains safe, protected, connected, grounded. Your body is now asleep. But your mind, your consciousness is awake. And you are moving. And all of those purple filaments of light are coming with you now. You see the connection as you start to rotate in the sky, observing where you live, your house, your street, your city, you're rising now. And as you rotate, you can see those beautiful purple filaments of light connecting everything around you, playing on every surface, coming back to you. As you move away further now, you see a greater landscape beneath you. And you can see and sense and feel the connectedness. You are lighter and lighter, moving further away, further away. You can now see your country beneath you spread in glorious purple light. As you continue to expand your awareness now, you see our beautiful planet. She is glorious, bathed in electric purple light. And you are still rotating slowly clockwise, lighter and lighter. And as you move into the solar system, the moon passes you by. And you see the dark side of the moon, which is now lit with the beautiful purple glow. It is part of you, you are part of it. As you keep on moving past, as you rotate, you see our beautiful sun, the giver of life, the giver of consciousness. in our local field. And you are expanding now. And you see more and more of the view of our solar system. You feel the planets, their weight, their gravity, their connection to you. They are glowing also, connected to you. You feel it in your hands now. This beautiful etheric body. You feel that connection tingling as you feel the energy of these beautiful solar bodies. And you continue to expand as you rush past Jupiter. You can see the eye, the swirl of the storm of energy. It's beautiful. Your awareness continues to expand. You are pure, conscious energy now. Saturn. You pass through the rings. The connection of all of that ice, dust, and rock. As you continue to rotate up and out of our solar system. You see the spiral arm appearing in the outside of our galaxy. As our solar system becomes more and more distant, you continue to rotate the strands of beautiful purple energy, connecting everything now. And as you rotate, you see the center of our beautiful galaxy. Amazing, the pulse of light that nourishes and grows and provides the beat of existence to every star, every planet, every being. Everything is sentient and everything is alive. And you are connected to it all. And you see now the other galaxies as they come into view. Thousands of galaxies, all connected by this wondrous purple electric thread everywhere in your field. And you remain in this space, rotating, taking in, feeling the connection, feeling the expanse. This is all you, and you are all of this, all of it. And you know this. You have felt this before. It is familiar to you. Keep your awareness. Hold it. Nurture it. Let it grow. See more. Feel more. This is the natural state of existence. This is your purest form. This is where you see everything, and everything sees you. Hold yourself here now. As you rotate, start to entwine those beautiful purple electric threads all around them, all around you. Let them become a cloak, a cocoon of the form that you have brought here. This is where you experience the connection to the universe. Aranga Ake.
And rotating here, rotating without really moving, you continue to go deeper within while expanding into the oneness. You begin to feel your connection to all things, everywhere and every when. Life is surrounding you and within you, and you are creating life. All of life is here in this one beautiful moment of the eternal now. So special. Each piece of this perception of you and all that is. Your awareness continues to be pulled both inward and in all directions and dimensions. You are no longer simply in the middle of the universe. You are the universe. You are no longer simply perceiving from physical sensory input, but from finer and finer awareness. It is both silent here and pure music, pure poetry. You feel the connection as you draw yourself in and expand yourself out. You begin to have the fuller understanding of what a toroidal field is. Energy that is you, folding in upon itself, gathering itself together and flowing up, out, and everywhere all at once. Everywhere, all at once. You are awareness now. You remember your natural state. It brings you so much joy. So much joy to remember who you are. At one time, in one place, in this field of conscious awareness, you are both light and sound and color and sensation on levels that you had forgotten until now. You are vibration. You are pure energy. And you realize that everything you have ever experienced, or everything that you will experience, is all here, available to you in this one moment. You flow with yourself. There is both complete blackness and astounding prismatic color, all in one place, all in one time. That is you. Feel yourself both doing nothing and creating everything. 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 Savor this moment. Savor this vibration. As this prismatic experience of colors you have never experienced before in your physical body began to swirl and flow around you and within you. Feel yourself magnified, the ultimate self. You could stay here forever and be at peace. The peace that goes beyond all understanding. It just is. This beautiful peace, this immense, ever expanding and contracting space. And you experience in this moment all of life, all of it. For you have expanded in your awareness so much. You have zoomed out from the puzzle of life so far that you can now finally see the complete picture and understand the meaning of all that is happening, of all that has occurred, and of all that is being created by you and all the other perfect divine facets of you. And each element, each facet of you, those others that you encountered in your physical life, there's nothing wrong with any of them. There is nothing to be afraid of or be disappointed in or to be hurt from. They are all you, just different aspects of you experiencing. And each one experiencing and expressing at their own pace, in their own way, contributing to this beautiful moment of where you are now. All of it. All of it has equal importance, is loved and appreciated equally from this perspective. How could one ever blame or be upset with any of those other facets? When you see them clearly for what they are and why they are, from this point of perspective, the ultimate being. How perfect. Cherish this moment. This little drop of nectar for this one moment that lasts eternity. You truly are experiencing being one. One. One with everything and everyone at all moments. The eternal now. This vibration is so perfect. You could stay here forever, and you do. This is your true nature. Memorize this feeling now. Embed it into every aspect of your being. Within this little drop of nectar, you realize that your true purpose is to just be. But how to inform all these other facets of yourself, how to share this experience with them. You do it by transmission from the heart. You liken yourself in this place to the most vast ocean of life. As all oceans are, very deep. And the deeper you go, the more still the ocean becomes. But on the surface, there are often choppy waters. And that water can always be pulled down into the stillness with your vibratory state. From this place of oneness, Remind yourself that you are the ocean, and that when you are in your human perspective, interacting with the rest of the facets of your being, all made of almost totality of water, be reminded that water can be programmed, whether by verbal words, written words, or the transmission of the meaning and the feeling state of the words. Just as one can write the word love on a glass of water and change its absolute crystalline structure in its liquid form to that vibration of love, so you can write the feeling state that you wish to share with the rest of yourself in that place that you came from with your intention. From this place of oneness, of the divine self, you feel the power of your being, of your true nature. The never-ending power to create something better. And though you could stay here forever in your sustained vibrational state, something reminds you that you can't be truly happy here until the rest of your being is coherent with this oneness, this source, this wellspring of pure love. And so you remind yourself that when you bring your perspective back to that physical human experience, you will become a constantly conscious transmitter of the programming of the waters of life within each being. By sending love, no matter what they're doing, no matter what the situation looks like, it doesn't matter. Because you can affect matter with your vibrational state. Be love at all times. Begin to bring coherence to all of life, starting with yourself. In this place, beginning with yourself, love it all. Love it all and all the time. And as you do, feel the momentum growing, swelling, increasing in its expanse in all dimensions, in all layers of frequency. Begin to feel that vibration of pure source. In the deepest ocean of yourself. All information resides. Remember. Remember. Remember that you have access to it all. You need only dive ever more deeply. And what you need is given you instantly, perfectly, for the greatest good. Begin bringing coherence from this deep place to the rest of the puzzle pieces of yourself. Begin by harmonizing every part of yourself with unconditional love. Let forgiveness flow in. Let appreciation and gratitude flow in. Let light flow in. The realization that in this deepest place, there's nothing but light. And this light is you. And when you can really experience being this light, it is like a supernova beyond any scope of imagination, informing the rest of creation, filling it with light, filling it with love. No more judgment. No more labeling. Only pure recognition of the oneness of self, the oneness of all. Aranga Ake.
In this fullness of self, this fullness of all that is, let us use our breath to go deeper into that fullness, into that sense of oneness with all that is. Breathing in a deep peace and breathing out all that stands in the way of peace. Breathing in peace. And breathing out all that we're ready to let go of. And we find ourselves in a vast ocean of oneness, a vast field of consciousness, not divided. We are aware of the self as being in all places and all times. Consciousness is at all places, at all times, in all matter, in all space, in all moments. And we are one with that. All things resonating from a field of consciousness, which is the cause of all physicality, the cause of all change and time, and also which transcends all physicality, all sense of time. We become aware of this deep, quiet awareness, this deep consciousness, this sense of being awake, of perceiving. All things that we experience are like waves on the surface of this deep mind. And at its depths, all is still. And from this source, we begin to meditate on the process of creation. From that still awake mind is born a seed idea, a seed thought. A thought of a galaxy, or of a star, or of a planet. And that thought resonates further into being, into becoming pure sound, with all of the aspects of sound, the ups and the downs, the rhythms, the beat of creation, and the tone, the unending tone of each created thing. We see all things in creation coming into being all at once, all in the present moment, all that is in the past and in the future are present in the now, resonating with a deep sound. And we are aware of the universe as like an infinite orchestra, harmonizing, vibrating. Each object and each thing, even each thought, is like a string in this orchestra. resonating, vibrating. And continuing to resonate and vibrate until it takes on the form of light. An etheric body. Each stone, each tree, each mountain, each pond, each animal and person has a body of light, an astral etheric form, which is a step up from that tone which brings it into being, actuating the geometry of physical manifest being. Each thing resonating in light. Each thing within a sea of light, and yet reflecting and shining light itself. Until it comes into more physical, more crude matter. And let us bring our awareness to deep space as we see the universe coming into being continuously. All things vibrating, all things being created continuously in each moment. There is a force which sustains all of this. All of this is held in the mind that is infinite. All of this is light, is sound, is thought, and is consciousness. And we see the dust of space. We see stardust swirling, forming infinite shapes in the vastness of space. Many different types of light and form, until this dust gathers together and forms stars, shining bright, with all of the atoms and molecules necessary to burn for eons, setting off chain reactions that continue and continue, and which transform matter, which transform the elements and brings them into being. And we see in our mind's eye the base template of any star. And around that star, swirls of stardust, gathering gradually and coming into being, coming into form as planets. And so around this star, we see a solar system, a family of being, all rotating, all spinning around the central point of the star. And we remember that this star exists in an infinite field, an infinite universe, with many more stars and many more planets. We see so many stars, millions and billions, coming together and forming all matter of shapes, becoming galaxies. And in the infinite multitude of galaxies, we see that light of consciousness present, wakeful, aware, and we identify with that consciousness, noticing that same quality of awakeness within ourselves. And drawing to mind all of these planets spinning around these stars in all of these galaxies, we become aware of the sense of awareness and a sense of being, that these are living beings, these planets, with a sense of personhood, a sense of self, a sense of purpose. And they are the ground on which all matter of activity take place. On these planets, we see mountains, we see deserts, we see seas and oceans, we see plant life, we see animal life, and we see the rise of intelligent life on many, many planets. And we connect with that life. We see that the awakeness and the awareness of all of these beings living on these planets live within and are of that same awakeness and awareness that is within ourselves. So easy for us to access. Just with a thought, we can connect to any planet in this universe, to any star in any galaxy. And we see ourselves doing that now, gathering the intention of all of the people on the planet now, all of us intending to gather together, to link up with that consciousness. And we become aware now of our own planet, the Earth, as she is today, and as she has been in the past. And we see that she is in need. We see that there is a sense of imbalance, that there is a calling for healing, for transformation, for evolution. And we remember the other planets in our universe. And we see that this is the natural flow, that many planets have gone through similar processes, similar trials in order to evolve, in order to come into further harmony with that resonant aspect of the universe, that conscious oneness, which is not bound by any sense of individuality or ego or drama. And connecting ourselves with the beings and the planets which have evolved beyond the place where we are now on Earth. We see our hearts link up with their hearts. We express the state of our own planet, and we express our intent to work towards healing, to work towards evolution, to work towards peace manifest on Earth, the abolition of war, the end of poverty and hunger, a beautiful and healthy ecosystem in which humans can thrive along with all the rest of the life on Earth. And in that intention, in that communication with our family in the stars on the other planets, they see us and they hear us, just as we see them and acknowledge them. And in their acknowledgement, they honor our quest. And just as they have evolved, they seek to support us in our growth. And so, united all together, we guide them towards the Earth. We see in our mind's eye the Milky Way galaxy with its spiral arms. And on one of those arms, we see clusters of stars. And we zoom in towards our star, the sun. And we draw all of this collective consciousness towards this star. And we see the sun absorbing cosmic light, cosmic consciousness. And even as we have the intention to grow and evolve, we connect this intention with the sun, as the sun wishes to do the same and wishes to see all of the planets in this solar system in harmony. And we see this light gathering in the core of the sun, getting stronger and stronger, and radiating out like a beacon. For all of the other stars and any passing extraterrestrial civilization to recognize this is our sun, this is our solar system. And in this solar system lives the Earth, where we draw our attention now. And we see the Earth in her full glory. This blue orb with white clouds, mountains and seas, forests and plains. And we see all of the people connected together in coherence, connected in the knowledge that we are one in unity. And we draw all of this collective consciousness from our friends on the other planets towards the Earth, towards these people who wish to make contact and work together in a spirit of peace, in a spirit of fellowship and kinship, towards a new day for the Earth. And now we see that the circuit is being completed, that our intention going out to connect with our star family has come full circle and comes back to the earth. And the earth is being charged up as well, and will be charged up with this light of consciousness, this light and intention for transformation and healing of all that ails her. And we do this several times, visualizing cosmic consciousness in the vastness of space, seeing the galaxies and the stars, connecting with any advanced extraterrestrial intelligence that has evolved to the point that they can be our friends in this endeavor. We connect with them in consciousness. We link our hearts together. We see them and acknowledge them. They see us and acknowledge us in peace. And with the pure intention for establishing universal peace on earth, we guide them to the Milky Way galaxy. We guide them to the spiral arm where our sun is located. We see the sun. And as we get closer to the sun, we see the solar system. And on that solar system, the third planet from the sun is our Earth, blue and beaming. And we shine a light of peace and hope on her. And now do this visualization in your own mind for a moment, going from deep space and bringing that light of consciousness to the earth. And now, seeing that light is present here, now, on Earth. That light of awareness from these other civilizations is here and willing to connect with us in this intention of peace. And we ask for them to make themselves known and connect with us in any way that is helpful. And ultimately, we know that it is our responsibility to bring about the change that needs to happen. And we see them as guides and also as an example of what's possible for us. And we see each group, each person who is a part of this universal meditation on Earth is glowing with this light, is glowing with this knowledge, and glowing with the confidence that we are on the right path. And that hope is very present. And now we will begin to anchor that into the earth. Aranga Ake.
And now bring your awareness to your body, to your breath, sensing the gentle flow of your breath. You are home again, fully back in your body, fully present now on the planet. Fully aware of your breathing. You have been on a beautiful journey, immersed in this powerful unified field of consciousness, bathed in an energy field of pure light, pure love. Anchor this energy deeply into your body now. Fully embody its essence. This is the essence of source energy, the divine, pure consciousness. It's what we're made of. Hold this energy in your body. Feel it. Now anchor this energy to the inflow and outflow of your breath. As you breathe in, you draw in pure love into your heart. And as you breathe out, radiate that love like a stream of white light into your auric field. Do this as you continue breathing. Feel that pure love radiate both inside and outside of you. Keep breathing that pure love into your heart, radiating it into your field. Now go into your heart space, that small vessel that holds the vastness of the universe within it. And again, feel the essence of pure love within. And from your heart, send streams of brilliant light to the heart of our beautiful planet, Mother Earth. Send your love to her, your gratitude for how she has and always will continue to carry you throughout your life. Feel the love and the care that she has for you. Know that you are part of her and she is part of you. Breathe your love into her and then breathe her love back into you, into your heart. Let your consciousness merge with her consciousness. And through your body, anchor the universal consciousness into her heart. We are all connected now. We are all connected to source energy, to each other, and to the mother planet. You know that you hold the codes of creation within you. You know that you are a spark of the divine. You have immeasurable power and strength within you. You have the support of the benevolent beings that you have connected to, the support of your ancestors, the support of all creatures on this planet. And the time is now, the time to hold your space in love on this precious planet, to anchor your light so that we, as a collective, as a united people with purpose, with clear intent, we can transform life on this planet to one of unimaginable joy, peace, abundance, freedom, truth. And we can help Mother Earth return to her pristine glory. This is our destiny and the destiny of this planet. Hold that vision firmly in your heart. Walk with that vision every day of your life. This is why we are here right now on this amazing planet, right now at this most important time. Aranga Ake.
Just feeling back into your own heart. Feeling that love and that light and that power that you hold within this space. Using your vision, picture a new day, a new dawn, the light of a new sunrise rising on the horizon. The beautiful golden light slowly expanding across the land. Holding this vision as we welcome in the new earth. We call upon the power of the elements, earth, air, fire, water, north, south, east, and west. The universe, the cosmic flow, initiating our new earth and the rise of the new light. Connecting now, once again, heart and consciousness. Travel, expand through light streams of frequency. into another dimension, another timeline, which is actually here right now, just slightly hidden. But with our power of the group and the light within us as we build and unfold this crystalline grid all around our planet, creating and bringing into reality our new earth. Hold this light. Hold this vision. Set the intention to see, feel, and live in our new earth. Now, our earth has clean and pure waters, clear and bright skies, new higher frequency color like never seen before, clear and sparkling, abundant soils and lands, abundant nature, weaving and flowing and speaking in the silence of the winds, where life and life force is thriving on all levels. Feel this force. Hold this vision. This is a place where beings from all other higher dimensions that are already on this earth, where humanity and all creatures live together, interacting in the same space, in the same dimension, in the new earth, living, breathing, and interacting among each other in pure peace, harmony, with community spirit, compassion, coherence, unity. Feel this new earth vision, for it is here now. By doing this visualization, we are creating this vision in the field of consciousness. We are manifesting this new earth. We are creating the blueprint, the grid for our new earth. Spend a moment visualizing what your new earth would be. Hold on to that vision and feel this within you now. Feel this vision being within and around you now. See yourself living in this place. See your community. See and feel the love of your family, the joy, the laughter. Feel this within you. Feel that connection of pure love, that connection and feeling of safety, oneness, unity, where everyone is in harmony together. The sun and the light is shining. There is abundance everywhere. Everyone is living with all of their needs met. Happy, joyful, feeling blessed, feeling so grateful to be on this new planet, to have risen above the denser energies. Feel with all of your senses. Walk amongst the plants in this new world. Feel the leaves on the trees. You can feel that they are alive. And when you look at them, you can see the light streaming and running through them as the life force is so vibrant. You can sense the grass growing beneath your feet. You can sense the life that is all around you. You are at one with it. The insects, the bird kingdoms, the animal kingdoms, you are so finely tuned yourself that you can fully understand them in their natural surroundings. With telepathy, you can understand what they're saying, what they're feeling. And likewise, they understand you because you are vibrating at the same frequency of pure light, love, higher consciousness, and unity. Take a deep breath in this space and feel that life force entering your entire being, feeling alive. Feel that connection to our new earth. As you breathe in again, you can feel that fresh, clean air entering your lungs, filling your entire cellular system with pure oxygen and light. As you fully embody this experience, bring this vision now into your hearts, into your consciousness. Spend time each day visualizing and feeling this vision, your vision of the new earth, our new earth. For it is here we have created the blueprint. By spending time being in this space every day, you will create this earth to manifest here, now. At the same time, you will help all those beings here that are in fear rise up out of that fear like the phoenix rising out of the ashes. Spending time each day living in this beautiful space, in this consciousness, feeling and breathing it. Hold that vision. Hold that energy. Hold that frequency. And bring it into your heart and consciousness. And as you bring it into your heart and consciousness, feel it expand out through your aura, through your energy field, expanding out as a collective around this planet, as each one of us creates this. Expanding out to encompass our earth. And hold that vision of the new earth now. See it here, now. Feel it here, now. Feel it encompassed in love, in unity, peace, harmony, compassion. Feel it already created. Our new birth. Here, now. And so it is. Aranga Ake.